Chapter 144 Prepare for the Arrival of the Immortal. Guan spent quite a while dealing with Lu Lingjun before sending her away. Of course, another reason was that Lu Lingjun also needed time to adapt to the mystic heart realm. He felt uneasy, knowing that Lu Lingjun, who knew his true identity as Pan En, might entangle him even more. He remembered that Lu Lingjun loved reading Investiture of the Gods when she had nothing else to do. In the days that followed, Lu Lingjun's name spread throughout the Supreme Sect, invigorating all the disciples. The 3 words, mystic heart realm, were enough to boost the morale of the entire sect. The news quickly reached the Taichin dynasty. All the cultivators in the Supreme Sect's main stronghold were very excited upon hearing this. During this time, they deeply realized the terror of the mystic heart realm. It was no exaggeration to say that the only factor determining the outcome of the battlefield now was the mystic heart realm. No matter how many unification realm cultivators there were, they couldn't match up to the mystic heart realm. LV Batian was very pleased, explaining that he had personally recruited Lu Lingjun into the Supreme Sect. This also reassured those higher-ups who felt unfamiliar with Lu Lingjun. A mysterious great cultivator of mystic heart realm suddenly appearing, especially at this critical moment, naturally aroused suspicion among the authorities. They began to request LV Batian to summon Lu Lingjun to join the battle. Solely relying on ancestor Xianxia was too weak an involvement for the Supreme Sect in this war. Within the 9 Dynasties alliance, they hardly had any significant voice. It was an incredible humiliation for the Supreme Sect, which had just held a Golden List competition. LV Batian temporarily suppressed these requests, wanting to leave Lu Lingjun time to consolidate her cultivation level. Later, under the leadership of the Zongtian sect, the 9 Dynasties sects occasionally launched attacks on Wanji Forest. Great cultivators charged in, middle-level cultivators tried to rescue captured prisoners, and lower-level cultivators handled supply and logistics tasks. No matter how hard the 9 Dynasties sects tried to break through, they could not penetrate the Mahayana array of the Ephemera sect. News kept spreading, making more and more people in the world realize that the great calamity of the 9 Dynasties had arrived, a crisis that concerned all of humanity. Autumn arrived. Lu Lingjun had been in seclusion for a month, and during this time, Guan did not disturb her. Guan still traveled back and forth to various medicine valleys. Now, Nianchu Cave had also entered a smooth track, and Tian Yaoer did things more and more to his satisfaction. He hadn't gone to Nianchu Cave for 6 days. On this day, Gu Zong came to visit Guan. He asked Guan to convey to Lu Lingjun that she should head to Wanji Forest to provide support as soon as she came out of seclusion. Guan agreed. The battlefield in Wanji Forest was becoming even more severe. Using his divine sense, Guan saw that Wanji Forest was still in the midst of a great battle. Tens of thousands of cultivators were arrayed in every direction, shaking the heavens and the earth, causing the entire Taichin dynasty's spiritual energy to surge toward Wanji Forest. It was extremely tragic. Guan watched for a while before withdrawing his divine sense. The number of sacrificial offerings continued to increase, most likely prepared for that Mahayana cultivator. The death of Fairy by Xia didn't seem to have affected that Mahayana cultivator's plan. Guan continued his inspection of the 3rd Medicine Valley. Until evening, Lu Lingjun walked out of her courtyard and came to the pavilion to visit Guan Gu and conveyed Gu Zong's request. It was up to Lu Lingjun to decide whether to go or not. As a mystic heart realm cultivator, no one could control her. I heard about it earlier. I will depart shortly. Lu Lingjun nodded, her expression cold and aloof, perhaps revealing her true self. She was the strongest cultivator in the lower realm. No longer hiding her cultivation, she didn't disguise her nature anymore either. Guan looked at her, wondering why she hadn't left yet. Lu Lingjun stared at him and said, I can sense many mystic heart realm auras in Wanji Forest, and there's even one that makes my heart palpitate. This journey likely holds great danger. Her eyes were beautiful yet deeply profound from years of experience, fixing on Guan in a way that made him inexplicably guilty. Guan responded, Do what you can. If you can't turn the tide, then protect yourself. Lu Lingjun smiled and said, Naturally, I won't sacrifice myself for the Supreme Sect. However, I am about to join such a dangerous war. Do you have anything you want to say to me? Guan cleared his throat and said seriously, Miss Lu, the previous time I held your hand was unintentional. Don't overthink it. As for matters of love, they can't be decided lightly. 2 people need mutual affection to commit for life, not just a brief touch. And to be honest with you, I didn't write Investiture of the Gods. I just heard it from a Taoist named Su Zhonglin. Lu Lingjun laughed and said, "If it was really someone else, how could you bask in this false reputation for decades?" Guan was at a loss for words. He couldn't exactly say the original author wasn't from this world. Actually, it doesn't matter whether you wrote Investiture of the Gods. After being with you for so many years, I know your nature is indeed good. Although greedy, it was always consensual. You always treat people politely, neither humble to those above nor arrogant to those below. Lu Lingjun began to praise Guan, making him feel a bit euphoric. Was I really this good? Lu Lingjun turned her tone and said, "You are excellent in every aspect except your cultivation level. If you want to be my Taoist friend, first cultivate to the void crossing realm. Before that, I will keep an eye on you. Once you reach the void crossing realm, I have an untested cultivation technique we can practice together." Practice together? Guan suddenly thought of some scenes in the Supreme Secret Records, and a surge of heat rose in his heart. Something's off. Trying to destroy my Taoist heart? Guan looked at Lu Lingjun again, feeling that her smile was so sinister. A 2,000-year-old woman wanting to lure this 70-year-old youngster? Then you better give up. I won't reach the void crossing realm for the rest of my life, Guan said seriously. Lu Lingjun smiled, then stood up. She placed her right hand on the table, leaving a ring set with red jade, and said, "This is the double heart ring. Refine it, and I can detect if you're in danger and might save your life." Without waiting for Guan to respond, she disappeared from the room. Guan looked at the double heart ring on the table, silent. He couldn't help but glance at the Qinghong sword also on the table, feeling a sense of déjà vu. Damn heavenly Tao, why arrange for one woman after another to like him? Afraid he'll keep hiding? One night passed. The next day at noon, Guan arrived at Tianya Valley. He found only Luo Hun left in the valley. He found Luo Hun and asked where LV Xian and Ilu Yun had gone. They followed His Majesty on a campaign to the Taichun dynasty. His Majesty said that since the world is in trouble, as an emperor, he must contribute, Luo Hun replied, his face full of admiration. Had Li Xiandao not left him to guard the valley, he too would have wanted to join the battle. Guan didn't expect Li Xiandao to have such a sense of duty. He didn't comment much, just nodded, then turned and walked toward the park. So, Guan waited for another half a month. He stood at the window of the Mystic Valley Pavilion, using his divine sense to look at Wanji Forest. Lu Lingjun was fighting a Mystic Heart Realm cultivator, with several others battling nearby. The mountainous area within 1,000 miles had become a wasteland, covered in dust. As far as the eye could see, there were corpses everywhere, a shocking sight. That Mahayana cultivator still hadn't shown up. Guan couldn't believe it. Could he really keep hiding forever? If that mysterious sacrificial array started and the enemy still hadn't appeared, he would have to act to prevent the 9 dynasties' cultivators from being entirely wiped out. After all, there was still a demonic calamity to deal with later. Guan looked towards the 9 Nether Road, which had already become the territory of the ephemera sect. Within 1,000 miles, ephemera flowers could be seen everywhere. Once the ephemera sect's hierarch was dealt with, those flowers could be harvested. This time, the ephemera sect must be eradicated to prevent any future resurgence. Wanji Forest, within the Mahayana array. 7 authorities of the ephemera sect opened their eyes simultaneously, their gazes fierce. The masked elder at the lead spoke first. "Ladies and gentlemen, the auspicious time has come. Prepare to activate the formation and welcome the hierarch." He stood up, and the other 6 followed suit. "Finally, we've waited long enough. Rumor has it Taichun harbors a divine beast, Chen Snake. Who knows if this sacrifice will attract it? Such an ethereal legend, so many have died, yet Chen Snake has never appeared. Speaking of which, the sword Venerable Fudao hasn't shown up. I'm somewhat relieved. It seems he is wary of us. He guards the Supreme Sect only because it threatens him. Even without us, the 9 dynasties would face extermination. Great cultivators like him pursue longevity. To live long, one must avoid peril, naturally not subjecting themselves to danger." Their tone was relaxed, feeling confident that their plot was about to succeed. Then, they each stepped back and began casting spells. Rumble. The ground beneath them split apart, and massive tree roots broke through the earth. They stepped on the roots and rose into the air, distancing themselves from the ground. Meanwhile, all the great cultivators fighting in the distance sensed an ominous aura. LV Batian turned and looked, his brows furrowed. He muttered 3 words. Ephemeral tree. This ephemeral tree was far more terrifying than the one on 9 Nether Road. The aura, as if from the 9 Netherworld, struck fear into everyone's hearts. On the ground, countless human prisoners stared in horror at the colossal tree rising, dwarfed even by its leaves. Thousands of miles away, Lu Lingjun, wielding dual swords and surrounded by a golden sash like a coiling dragon, turned her head to see the silhouette of the origin tree of ephemera on the horizon. A small snake emerged from her coiffure, flicking its tongue. What a terrifying aura! This is no joke. Having fought this long, we've repaid our debts. It's time to flee. This little snake was none other than the white spirit demon emperor who had ascended with her, bearing Unification Realm 8th floor cultivation. Hundreds of feet away, a mystic heart realm great cultivator of the ephemera sect, trapped by Lu Lingjun's formation, laughed maniacally while resisting. Thinking of fleeing? It's too late. Prepare to welcome the immortal. Immortal? Lu Lingjun frowned, and the white spirit demon emperor was also startled. Looking at the great cultivator, it asked, if you had an immortal, wouldn't you have conquered the 9 dynasties long ago? The great cultivator kept a smile without explaining and began to break the formation with all his might. Elsewhere, mystic heart realm cultivators also paused their battles. The 9 dynasties cultivators looked in horror at the origin tree of ephemera, while the ephemera sect members grew excited, confident of their victory. Chapter 145. Take it to save all beings. The origin tree of ephemera broke through the earth, spreading its immense and dense branches. Countless leaves quickly sprouted, covering the entire Wanji forest, spanning thousands of miles. Its trunk was as towering as a giant mountain. A horrifying human face emerged from the trunk of the origin tree of ephemera, with only the facial features visible. It wore a greedy and cruel smile, making the countless captives below tremble with fear. At this moment, countless people fainted from fright. They all had talisman papers stuck to them, preventing them from speaking, amplifying their inner terror to the extreme. Upon seeing the human face growing from the origin tree of ephemera, the great cultivators of the 9 dynasties went mad. Everyone, we have nowhere left to retreat. Think about your children and grandchildren. If we lose today, there will be no place left for the human race on this land. A domineering voice echoed throughout the heavens and earth, like thunderclaps, deafening the ears. As the voice fell, a dazzling golden light erupted from the horizon, speeding forward with unstoppable momentum. 4 mystic heart realm cultivators from the ephemera sect appeared out of thin air, casting spells in unison, trying to intercept the golden light. However, just as the 2 sides were about to collide, the golden light burst forth with thousands of beams, continuing its deadly trajectory. A majestic green river surged from behind. On its head stood a man in a black robe, holding a Zen stick, with boundless spiritual power, stirring up waves of wind. From other directions, great cultivators also charged forward, each using their divine skills, creating a magnificent spectacle. On the side of the 9 dynasties, all mystic heart realm cultivators launched a full-scale assault, vowing to reach the origin tree of ephemera. LV Batian raised the great flag he held high, and the 100,000 inner sect disciples below revealed their magical artifacts in unison. They quickly moved, changing formations, and lines of spiritual power dragons soared into the sky. There were fire dragons and ice dragons, intertwining and roaring, shaking the heavens and earth. Lu Lingjun rode a white python, cruising through the sky. She released the treasure sword in her hands and took out a great bow, drawing the bowstring to a full circle, gathering spiritual power into an arrow. Nature's spiritual energy surged toward this arrow, condensing together and greatly enhancing its aura. The right hand pulling the bowstring emitted a dazzling light. In another direction, Taoist Tian Shu from the 3 Pure Ones mountain led dozens of Taoists, flying towards Wanji Forest. A battle far surpassing any before erupted. Boom! In Mystic Valley, Guan stood atop a mountain, hearing the distant rumble. Beside him, Chu Jingfeng was highly agitated, unable to stay calm. This commotion? Chu Jingfeng frowned, sensing the sound coming from afar. It reminded him of Wanji Forest of the Taichun dynasty. The Battle of Wanji Forest had spread throughout the immortal cultivation world, and those servant disciples who had wandered through the outer sect always talked about it when they returned. The battle had already been ongoing for a long time, and now, with such a sudden and terrifying outbreak, it was hard to imagine what was happening. Rolling dark clouds began to appear in the sky, coming aggressively to cover the heavens. Guan looked into the distance and softly said, "The fate of the 9 dynasties is at stake. Unfortunately, we can do nothing but pray that the heavens stand on the side of the righteous path." Chu Jingfeng took a deep breath and said, "Tell me, what level must one reach to save all living beings single-handedly?" Guan glanced at him and smiled. "Why do you have such an ideal?" Sword Venerable Fudao has repeatedly saved the supreme sect single-handedly. As a sword cultivator, he is naturally who I aspire to become. But the longer I cultivate, the more I feel my talent and comprehension are mediocre, Chu Jingfeng said, looking into the distance, his eyes becoming lost. Guan smiled. "If you realize that, you must diligently practice the Taoist expansion skill I taught you. Although this technique comes from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion, I haven't mastered it either, but I believe you can. I hope you can see the mortal world 1,000 years from now for me." Chu Jingfeng looked at him and frowned, asking, "Why do you always encourage me not to give up hope, yet you yourself give up easily?" Guan turned around, patted his shoulder, said nothing, and walked down the mountain. Chu Jingfeng couldn't help but chase after him, asking, "Where are you going?" "If tomorrow is the end of the world, I want to be with my dearest medicinal herbs." Guan left this statement and then disappeared into the woods. Chu Jingfeng was stunned for a moment, revealing a bitter smile. "Compared to him, I'm just troubling myself." Chu Jingfeng thought silently, then looked back at the horizon. At that moment, a gust of wind blew from the horizon, moving his robes and causing him to squint his eyes. The wind had risen. After circling Mystic Valley, Guan returned to the pavilion, closed the door, activated the restriction in the house, and then directed his divine sense towards Wanji Forest. He could sense spatial fluctuations inside the origin tree of ephemera. These fluctuations were very subtle. He could detect them because he felt an unfamiliar aura inside the origin tree of ephemera. Mahayana Realm. Guan had been in the Mahayana Realm for many years and was very familiar with its aura. Finally, it was coming. At that moment, Guan felt someone calling him again. He carefully sensed it. It was Sage Xianmiao again. This guy never learns a lesson? Far away in the North Sea Mountain, Sage Xianmiao arrived in the forest where he had met the mountain god before. He knelt on the ground, continuously kowtowing. For a long time, Sage Xianmiao couldn't remember how many kowtows he had done. When the mountain god's voice reached his ears, his body stiffened involuntarily. "Hey kid, what trouble do you want to give me now? Do you have so many treasures to offer me?" Sage Xianmiao looked up, seeing the mountain god squatting on a tree branch, tilting his head to look at him. He quickly said, "The land of the 9 dynasties is about to face a catastrophic disaster. When the people of the 9 dynasties die out and demons invade, no one will be left to worship you." "Who said only humans can worship me, and who told you I only protect the human race?" Facing the mountain god's inquiry, Sage Xianmiao was stunned, suddenly not knowing how to respond. Guan said, "It's not that I can't help, but what? What do you want?" Sage Xianmiao asked urgently, his expression very excited. Guan's tone suddenly became icy. "I want you to be my slave forever, guard my Taoist temple, and never gain freedom." Upon hearing this, Sage Xianmiao's face changed dramatically, falling into silence. Guan had come to kill the Mahayana realm cultivators of the ephemera sect in the guise of the mountain god. Originally, he wanted to use the identity of Sword Venerable Fudao, but he feared that it would bring endless karma to the supreme sect, so he decided to act as the mountain god. After all, this time was different. The cultivation level of that Mahayana realm cultivator was already approaching the 9 layers of the Mahayana realm, with an immense aura that was far beyond what Guan's previous opponents could match. Killing such a powerful adversary would have significant repercussions. The mountain god was ethereal and enigmatic. Even if the ephemera sect had backing, they would have to think twice. Guan didn't want to get caught in an endless cycle of trouble. Sword Venerable Fudao protected the supreme sect, while the mountain god guarded the 9 dynasties. And accepting Sage Xianmiao as a servant was both to punish him and to have him help create a medicine garden. Sage Xianmiao had the second best talent on the golden list, and his strength was sufficient to guard the medicine garden. After a moment of struggle, Sage Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I willingly become a slave to the mountain god, as long as the mountain god saves all living beings." Guan waved his sleeve, and a wooden figurine fell into Sage Xianxia's hands. This wooden figurine was carved to resemble Guan in the guise of the mountain god. Sage Xianxiao picked it up, looking at it, and found Guan had vanished. "Take it to save all living beings." Guan's voice echoed in the forest, and Sage Xianxiao's cultivation began to restore, bringing a look of joy to his face. Path of Returning Primordial Spirit. Unleash. Sage Xianxiao immediately got up and rushed toward Wanji Forest at full speed, bursting into the speed of the divinity transformation realm, disappearing on the horizon in the blink of an eye. Boom! 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 Deafening explosions erupted from all directions around the Mahayana array. 7 of the ephemera sect stood before the origin tree of ephemera, standing shoulder to shoulder, half kneeling in the air. Following their gaze, a black crack appeared on the forehead of the human face on the ephemera tree, with black flames surging, as if something terrifying was about to step out. Looking down at the feet of the captives on the ground, the runic marks emitted a blood-red light, densely packed, forming a beautiful yet tragic array of light. The Mahayana array was activating. The formation's terrifying pressure stimulated the hearts of the 9 dynasties' cultivators on the edge of Wanji Forest. The cultivators of the 9 dynasties had gone mad, charging forward relentlessly, with cultivators falling to death every moment. Lu Lingjun fought fiercely, but she could never break through the defensive line formed by dozens of Mystic Heart Realm great cultivators. The heavens darkened, thunderclouds rolled, lightning flashed and thunder roared, as if the heavens themselves were weeping. A giant claw suddenly stretched out from the thunderclouds, grasping the branches of the origin tree of ephemera, trying to uproot it. The tree trembled violently in response. "Insolence!" The 7 of the ephemera sect shouted in unison, attacking together. Their divine skills exploded, forcing the giant claw back. Immediately afterward, a colossal red snake descended from the sky. This red snake had double claws and a human-like face. From a distance, it looked like a woman's face covered in rouge, with disheveled hair, appearing terrifying in the darkened world. The snake's body was hundreds of feet thick, and its length unknown. "It's our Taichen's divine beast, Chen Snake!" A cultivator shouted in surprise, greatly boosting the morale of the 9 dynasties' cultivators. Chen Snake's aura was ancient and vast, far exceeding the usual Mystic Heart Realm. Its appearance brought strong hope to the 9 dynasties. Chen Snake opened its bloody mouth, spewing molten lava like a torrent, sweeping towards the ephemera tree. At that moment, a blood-red light shot out from the black crack on the forehead of the human face on the ephemera tree, overpowering the rolling lava, crossing hundreds of miles, piercing through Chen Snake's throat. Scalding blood sprayed, echoing like the roar of an elephant throughout the heavens. Chen Snake fell, raising thousands of feet of dust, causing the ground to shake violently. An overwhelming pressure, far surpassing the Mystic Heart Realm, enveloped the entire Taichen dynasty. An ancient species dares to call itself a divine beast. Butcher Immortal Jing's icy voice resounded, filled with murderous intent, as if it came from the demon god of 9 Nether. Anyone who heard his voice felt their hearts turn cold. Lu Lingjun, who was fighting, turned to look and was shocked, her eyes full of disbelief. Facing this pressure, her spiritual power felt suppressed. The other side's level was undoubtedly higher than the Mystic Heart Realm. The ephemera sect's immortal has descended. Why do you still not kneel, waiting to receive the favor of the ephemera immortal? An ephemera sect great cultivator laughed maniacally. The Mystic Heart Realm great cultivators from the 9 dynasties paid no heed to his provocation. They all looked at the origin tree of ephemera in terror. Chapter 146 Heaven Opens Its Eyes. The Power of Heaven and Earth. What realm is this? Under the thundering clouds, LV Batian stood on his magic artifact, filled with fear as he gazed at the origin tree of ephemera, murmuring to himself. Even he, at the 9th layer of the unification realm, felt this way, not to mention those with a lower cultivation level. The supreme sect disciples below felt as if they were being crushed by 1,000 weights. They began to descend, forcing their formation to break. What are we facing? Impossible. Impossible. Could the ephemera sect truly have an immortal? What should we do? Is there really no hope? We still have the sword Venerable Fudao. If he arrives, there might be a glimmer of hope. While the disciples of the Supreme Sect clung to a sliver of hope, the other sects had plunged into utter despair. Taoist Tianshu from the Three Pure Ones mountain stared at the origin tree of ephemera, his face pale. No matter how he calculated, he couldn't see any chance of hope. No escape from this calamity. Taoist Tianshu murmured to himself, the righteous aura around him beginning to dissipate. As the terrifying aura of Butcher Immortal Jing enveloped the Taichun dynasty, the morale of the cultivators of the 9 dynasties instantly collapsed. Yet some refused to give up. Great cultivators of the mystic heart realm from the Zongtian sect continued to fight with their lives, displaying the leadership spirit of the 9 dynasties alliance hierarch. And Hao and Wu Ju sped through the air. Their cultivation levels were low, and at the moment, no one stopped them. They swiftly flew into the Wanji forest, intending to rescue those who had become sacrifices. However, as soon as they landed, strands of bloody aura quickly entangled their feet. Before they could react, the runes beneath them burst forth with dazzling blood light, spreading rapidly and sweeping across the Taichun dynasty at an astonishing speed. Every living being within the dynasty's borders, including the great cultivators in the air, was immobilized. Even those great cultivators of the mystic heart realm were suppressed. Though they could still move, their actions were as slow as drifting leaves, making those who wanted to escape feel utterly hopeless. They suddenly felt that the Taichun dynasty was boundless. On a cliff, Li Xiandao, Lv Xian, Lu Yun, and a group of imposing cultivators were all pinned where they stood. What is this? A cultivator looked at the mysterious bloodline wrapping around his legs, shouting in terror. He tried to struggle, but couldn't break free. What made him most desperate was the realization that his control over his own body was slipping away. Lv Xian lowered his head, his eyes filled with astonishment. Li Xiandao gazed into the distance, his expression calm, as if he did not fear this disaster at all. This is the Mahayana array, which requires the power of a Mahayana realm cultivator to activate. Do you know what the Mahayana realm is? Butcher Immortal Jing's voice rang out, chilling the heavens and earth. Li Zuando's eyes began to flicker upon hearing this. Meanwhile, Lu Lingjun was in the air, similarly ensnared by the mysterious bloodlines that had appeared out of nowhere and were impossible to defend against. Beneath her, the white spirit demon emperor wailed, "We're doomed!" Lu Lingjun looked at the origin tree of ephemera and saw a figure stepping out from the black fissure within the tree. It was Butcher Immortal Jing. His black robe flared violently, the cuffs and hems tattered, making his attire resemble black flames. His face, pale as death, broke into a sinister smile, looking down upon the world below. 2 vivid marks of evil ghosts on his forehead seemed ready to leap out. Rumble, the ground trembled fiercely, and a blood-colored barrier rose from the Wanji forest, making the sparse trees seem like insignificant weeds. More and more cultivators of the ephemera sect descended, kneeling on the ground, zealously gazing at him. Sword Venerable Fudao of the Supreme Sect, why don't you show yourself? Taoist of Immortality from the Three Pure Ones mountain, where are you chanting your scriptures? Didn't someone from the Zongtian sect boast that it wouldn't be difficult to flatten the ephemera sect? Why don't you show yourself? If you don't come, millions of lives will be cast into the 6 paths, aiding me in becoming immortal. Butcher Immortal Jing's voice echoed again and again, extinguishing the hope in the hearts of the 9 dynasties cultivators. More and more people fell into despair. In his blood-red eyes, the reflection of ephemeral flowers appeared as the human face on the origin tree of ephemera opened its mouth, spitting out a giant ephemeral flower that flew to his feet, carrying him upward. As he ascended, everyone within the Taichun dynasty felt their vitality being drained, further deepening their despair. Far in the Mystic Valley, Guan felt a chill in his heart. This guy's aura is so strong. It feels like his realm is almost comparable to the 9th layer of the Mahayana realm. Fortunately, I broke through ahead of time, and even to the 9th layer of the Nirvana realm. Guan locked his divine sense onto Sage Shen Miao. With Gu An's mana enhancing him, Sage Shen Miao's speed far surpassed before and he was already nearing the Taichun dynasty. Sage Shen Miao also heard Butcher Immortal Jing's voice, feeling an urgency he'd never felt before. He had never thought his speed could be so slow. Mountain God! It's too late! Sage Shen Miao roared in his heart, tightly gripping the mountain god's wooden figure, his arm trembling. If it's too late, then throw it out. Gu Wan's voice reached his ears. Upon hearing this, he immediately hurled the wooden figure forward. As soon as the figure left his hand, it burst forth with terrifying speed, transforming into a streak of cyan light that charged towards the Wanji forest with unstoppable force. Almost instantly, Butcher Immortal Jing sensed something, turning his head towards the horizon. Lu Lingjun was directly in Butcher Immortal Jing's line of sight, and feeling his gaze, her heart trembled. Under her was a white spirit demon emperor who was shaking even more. In a trance, Lu Lingjun seemed to sense something, subconsciously turning her head. Time seemed to freeze as she caught sight of a streak of cyan light. Within the cyan light, she vaguely saw a small figure. And Hao, struggling desperately, turned his head and saw the cyan light speeding over, passing above his head at an inconceivable speed. On the cliff, Li Xiandao watched as the cyan light streaked across the horizon, his vision blurring. In the desperate eyes of the countless sacrifices, a streak of cyan light pierced through the darkened sky, bringing light into their view. Butcher Immortal Jing's reaction surpassed everyone in the Taichen dynasty. He raised his hand to block, forming a black light with terrifying spiritual power to intercept the cyan streak. His face changed slightly, and he coldly said, "Mahayana Realm, who are you?" Within the cyan light, the small wooden figure turned, facing Butcher Immortal Jing. The small wooden figure raised its hand, pointing at Butcher Immortal Jing. Butcher Immortal Jing's eyes narrowed as he suddenly clenched his right fist, forming a demonic claw of terrifying black light, aiming to crush the small wooden figure. Bang! A massive beam of cyan light suddenly emerged from behind the small wooden figure, engulfing Butcher Immortal Jing at an unimaginable speed. Too fast. Standing at the peak of the Mahayana realm, Butcher Immortal Jing couldn't even react. The towering origin tree of ephemera was instantly pierced by the cyan beam, its body rapidly turning to ash, dispersing the thunderclouds in the sky. The bright sky suddenly burst into view, causing countless people to subconsciously close their eyes. The cyan light around the small wooden figure dissipated. Silence fell over the world. Great cultivators of the 9 dynasties and the ephemera sect stared in shock at the diminishing body of the origin tree of ephemera, their minds blank. The small wooden figure turned, its body trembling slightly. In an instant, the sound of thunder exploded. The ground shattered, countless trees shot up, rushing towards the cultivators of the ephemera sect with mad speed. The great cultivators of the mystic heart realm instinctively tried to flee, but were swiftly entangled by the trees. Beyond the Mahayana array, endless trees rose, forming walls on all sides. The ephemera sect cultivators within the formation saw their faces change dramatically, leaping up to try to escape over the walls, but were immediately entangled by vines and pulled into the trees. No! What is this? Sect hierarchs, save me! Spare me! Spare me! Countless screams and cries erupted, plunging the earth into despair. The 9 dynasties cultivators scrambled to dodge, but soon realized that the vines and trees bypassed them, targeting only the ephemera sect cultivators. Taoist Tianshu of the 3 Pure Ones mountain hovered in the sky, overlooking the earth. Dust rose like an ocean, boundless, as if covering the entire mortal world. The trees twisted like azure dragons, mysterious and grand, shattering this mystic heart realm great cultivator's perception and cognition. He could not imagine such mighty power. It was as if heaven and earth were punishing the ephemera sect. Not only him, but all the great cultivators of the 9 dynasties were watching this shocking sight. No matter how high they flew, they could not see the end of the sea of trees. The entire land was engulfed in a sea of dust, with countless trees growing rampant. Lu Lingjun stared dumbfounded at the scene, unable to believe her eyes. The power of heaven and earth. Heaven has opened its eyes. The white spirit demon emperor cried out in excitement, the bloodlines on its body beginning to dissipate. It regained control of its demon body. On a mountaintop in the North Sea Mountain, Guan stood on the cliff, facing the wind, displaying the majesty of an immortal. The wooden figure given to sage Xianxia was merely a decoy to make Butcher Immortal Jing believe that the approaching entity was only a Mahayana realm cultivator. Guan used the mana on the wooden figure to lock onto Butcher Immortal Jing from a distance, then used his full power to kill Butcher Immortal Jing. Mentally intense, but the process was brief. A series of prompts flashed before Gu An's eyes as he shifted his right foot slightly. Within 10,000 li of the Taichen dynasty, the vast sea of trees came to a halt, each tree spine shaking the eyes of all living beings. Guan turned, the wind lifting his black hair, and he walked into the forest, disappearing into the darkness as if he had never appeared. Meanwhile, Sage Xianxia was still rushing towards the Taichin dynasty. When he reached its border, his speed began to slow. Staring at the towering curving trees before him, he was struck with awe. Could this be the power of the mountain god? Sage Xianxia descended slowly, landing on a cliff, standing as Guan had done before, the wind blowing against him. Unlike Guan's calm, his face was filled with shock. His eyes showed a mixture of surprise and reverence. Suddenly, he felt a deep sense of fear. He had been so rude to the mountain god, yet the mountain god had shown him mercy. The stark contrast between the modest mountain god and the magnificent spectacle before him overwhelmed his heart. He slowly knelt down, his knees mere inches from the cliff edge. To serve for a lifetime, it turns out to be my honor. Chapter 147 Mountain God Legend. Establishing temples everywhere under the sunlight, the vast dust waves between heaven and earth lingered for a long time. The hierarchs of the 9 dynasties sects gathered together, standing on the massive tree roots, looking at the surrounding scene, speechless. LV Batian was also the same. Even though the high-level members of the Ephemera sect had been dead for a while, the shock in his heart had yet to dissipate. They had battled for so long without breaking through the Ephemera sect's defenses, but in mere moments, the hierarch and the great cultivators of the mystic heart realm were all dead? What on earth had happened? Those standing at the top of the 9 dynasties' immortal cultivation world all felt complex and uneasy at that moment. Surviving this catastrophe brought them joy, but upon calming down, they felt fear. If the mysterious power that annihilated the Ephemera sect so easily could destroy them just as effortlessly? The Zongtian sect leader, Liang Songhai, looked at Taoist Tianshu of the 3 Pure Ones mountain and asked, Taoist friend Tianshu, do you know what power this is? Everyone looked at Taoist Tianshu, their eyes filled with hope. Being the oldest sect among the 9 dynasties, 3 Pure Ones mountain's understanding of the world far surpassed theirs. Taoist Tianshu's expression was complex. He took a deep breath and said, Poor Taoist also does not know what existence acted, but perhaps heaven and earth are punishing the Ephemera sect. Heaven and earth? The faces of the hierarchs changed unpredictably. The sect leader of the Jueshan sect from the Taizong dynasty, Jianghu, looked into the distance and sighed. If heaven and earth have a spirit, why did it wait for so many deaths before acting? Looking in the direction of his gaze, the disciples of various sects were escorting captives turned sacrificial victims. Their figures were as numerous as the stars, yet appeared so insignificant amidst the sea of trees. No one answered Zhong Wujin's question. This battle shattered their pride. Having witnessed such terrifying power, they realized that the unification realm was nothing, and the mystic heart realm was merely slightly stronger ants. The great cultivators of the mystic heart realm from the Ephemera sect died without any resistance. They could never forget the despair on those cultivators' faces before they died. It was the mountain god. The mountain god acted. A voice rang out, causing everyone to turn their heads, only to see Sage Xianxia quickly flying over. LV Batian recognized this person, the second on the golden list, the only one who forced How to go all out. Sage Xianxia flew swiftly and landed in front of Taoist Tianshu, raising his hand in salute. An old Taoist from 3 Pure Ones mountain quickly asked, Xianxia, which mountain god? What do you know? Sage Xianxia took a deep breath and looked at the hierarchs, saying, The one who annihilated the Ephemera sect was the mountain god. The mountain god hides deep in the mountains, hard to trace. I was fortunate to have encountered it. Earlier, the mountain god gave me a wooden figure, telling me to use it to save the world. All of this was caused by that wooden figure. As he spoke of this, his face was full of reverence. The hierarchs all started questioning, making the area noisy. Liang Songhai seemed to recall something, and immediately waved his hand towards the distance. Soon, a cultivator flew over, holding a wooden figure. Liang Songhai summoned the wooden figure from a distance, grasped it, and then asked Sage Xianxia, Friend, is this the wooden figure? Sage Xianxia immediately nodded, saying, This is the mountain god's wooden effigy, do not offend it. Everyone's attention fell on the wooden figure in Liang Songhai's hand, making him feel it was scorching hot. Some still doubted Sage Xianxia's words, then Taoist Tianshu suddenly cast a spell, immobilizing Sage Xianxia, and waved his horsetail whisk across his forehead, drawing out a vision. Everyone saw Sage Xianxia kneeling in the woods. Before him on a branch squatted a little white-clothed figure. Seeing this white-clothed figure, Liang Songhai was so frightened that he dropped the wooden figure. Identical! This mountain god was so small, yet it made the people present believe it indeed was the mountain god. The 9 Dynasties land is about to face utter disaster. Once all the people of the 9 Dynasties die and demons invade, no one will be left to worship you. Who said only humans can worship me, and who told you I only protect the human race? If you want me to act, it's not impossible, but what? What do you want? I want you to be my slave for all eternity, to serve my shrine, to guard it forever, never to be free. Listening to the mountain god's words, everyone's spine tingled with cold. The previous conversation left them puzzled about the mountain god's intentions, but the last words made them feel the mountain god's terrifying, unpredictable nature. Trading with immortals and gods came with a heavy price. In the tense weight of everyone, in the vision, Sage Xianxia looked up and said words that shocked everyone's hearts. All right, I willingly become the mountain god's slave, just ask the mountain god to save the world. Take it and save the world. The mountain god threw Sage Xianxia a wooden figure. Then Sage Xianxia stood up, saluted, and left with the figure. The vision abruptly ended here. Daoist Xianxia's expression changed slightly, suddenly spewing a mouthful of reverse blood, his face turning pale. Sage Xianxia regained his movement and frowned at Daoist Tianshu. The other hierarchs looked at Sage Xianxia with complex expressions. Sage Xianxia's spirit of sacrificing himself for the people made them deeply admire him, truly worthy of being the sole disciple of the Taiqing lineage from the 3 Pure Ones mountain. Knowing the mountain god's existence made them feel relieved. Compared to the so-called power of heaven and earth, the mountain god was more reassuring. Moreover, from the mountain god's words, it seemed he didn't care much about the mortal world. The mountain god cannot be inferred or speculated. Supported by his fellow disciples, Daoist Tianshu said these words. Liang Songhai took a deep breath and said, Everyone, we must not offend the mountain god, to avoid bringing great disaster to the 9 Dynasties land, but we must also remember the mountain god's merit. Everyone should recall the mountain god's image, and after returning, erect statues and shrines in their sects, and spread the mountain god's virtue across the land. These words were immediately agreed upon by all the hierarchs. Sage Xianxia walked up to Liang Songhai and grasped the wooden figure that floated in the air. He turned to the people of the 3 Pure Ones mountain, raised his hand in salute and said, Elders and uncles, tell my master after you return that I am no longer the Taiqing heir of the 3 Pure Ones mountain, and I will not be returning. Please, forgive my waywardness. Daoist Tianshu and the other Taoists of the 3 Pure Ones mountain all sighed but did not stop him. A person without faith cannot stand. Serving the mountain god may not necessarily be a punishment. Xianxia, no matter what happens in the 3 Pure Ones mountain in the future, you must not disobey the mountain god's will, understand? Daoist Tianshu said earnestly. Sage Xianxia nodded, then turned and left. Some of the hierarchs' eyes flashed with hesitation about whether to send someone to follow Sage Xianxia, but looking at the terrifying scene around them, they ultimately gave up. At least for now, it's better not to provoke the mountain god. In the distance, Lu Lingjun stood on a giant tree. The white spirit demon emperor shrunk and coiled on her shoulder. Mountain god. As expected of the great heavenly spirit land, there truly are immortals. The white spirit demon emperor said excitedly. They had seen the hierarchs' discussion from afar, and even saw the vision that Daoist Tianshu projected. Not only them, but the mystic heart realm cultivators of various sects were also watching and had witnessed the previous scenes. The existence of the mountain god shook the understanding of the mystic heart realm cultivators. Lu Lingjun was recalling the little white-clothed figure in the vision. In the mystic valley, within a pavilion, Guan was in a pleasant mood. This intervention had earned him 1,270,000 years of lifespan. Among them, Butcher Immortal Jing of the Mahayana realm 9th layer brought 649 years of lifespan, and the Origin Tree of Ephemera of the 8th rank brought 7,500 years of lifespan. The other cultivators of the Ephemera sect brought him only a few decades of lifespan, with most of the Mystic Heart realm cultivators providing less than 40 years. This time, he killed nearly 30,000 Ephemera sect cultivators, not all of them, but definitely the elite. After this battle, the ephemera sect would surely dissolve. He had killed as many as 72 mystic heart realm cultivators. Guan looked at his total lifespan, now exceeding 3,300,000 years, feeling even happier. He immediately took out the green hero travelogue, ready to cultivate his mind. After the fall of the ephemera sect, there should be peace for decades to come. He wondered if he could break through 10 million years of lifespan before the great demon calamity arrived. The battle report from Wanji Forest had yet to reach the supreme sect, which remained in a tense atmosphere. It was not until nightfall that Guan began to move, going out to pick ephemera. Just like before, these ephemera only provided a year of lifespan, but he did not disdain them at all. 3 days later, the supreme sect was in shock. The destruction of the ephemera sect had spread throughout the immortal cultivation world. At noon, Yilan came to visit Guan, telling him about the great battle in the Wanji Forest. As a disciple of the law enforcement hall, she had more comprehensive information. She also mentioned the mountain god. The mountain god's power is truly world-ending and unimaginable. The ephemera sect was strong, but the mountain god destroyed them in an instant. The mountain god is so powerful. I would believe it if told he was an immortal from heaven, Yilan said excitedly, not as composed as usual. For cultivators, the existence of the mountain god was thrilling news. There were indeed immortals in the world. Guan feigned excitement, eagerly questioning her, satisfying Yilan's desire to share. Guan had already mentally prepared for the spread of the mountain god's legend by sage Xian Miao. Sage Xian Miao would hide his whereabouts but boast about the mountain god to everyone. Earlier, Guan had sensed when Taoist Tianshu extracted sage Xian Miao's memories. This was the ability of the immortal path. He had used his divine sense to strike Taoist Tianshu from afar, a small warning to the hierarchs. Taoist Tianshu hadn't realized it was a divine sense attack, believing he had suffered a backlash, making him more reverent towards the mountain god. After talking for 2 ancient hours, Yilan finally left. Her fighting spirit had been rekindled. If there was a mountain god in this world, what else could be impossible? Guan had still underestimated the influence of the mountain god. Over the next period, every time Guan went to the outer city, he could hear people talking about the mountain god. The outer city had already built a mountain god Taoist temple where people burned incense and prayed, making it very lively. At the same time, the 9 dynasties sects were purging the world of ephemera. Within less than a month, 90% of the ephemera across the land had vanished, with the remaining sparsely distributed. Guan couldn't be bothered to collect more. Even so, his harvest was still massive. Chapter 148 Exploding Lifespan. Within a month, thanks to the ephemera, Guan reaped 1.7 million years of lifespan. Most of this was harvested in the first half of the month. As time went on, it became increasingly difficult to seize lifespans. More ephemera withered directly after he picked them, which intrigued him. It was as if some force was drawing away the vitality of these ephemera prematurely. Although he did not know the reason, Guan felt satisfied. Thanks to the ephemera sect, he saved 20 years of effort, extending his life to 4.39 million years. After the fall of the ephemera sect, the lands of the 9 dynasties erupted in celebration. Various versions of the story spread among the people. The ephemera sect became known as the most terrifying sect in the world, while the mountain god became a revered faith among the folk. On this day, in a forest in the North Sea mountain range, sage Xian Miao knelt on the ground, his expression devout. Suddenly, he heard a voice and showed a look of joy, then walked in another direction. After 2 hours, sage Xian Miao stopped. He stood on a hillside, gazing out at the sparkling North Sea. "Build a temple for me here, and open up a medicine field to plant herbs for me," Guan's voice sounded in sage Xian Miao's ear. Sage Xian Miao immediately agreed. He was very excited about the life of serving to come. Just like that, a day and a night passed. At dawn, Guan appeared as a little figure dressed in white on sage Xian Miao's shoulder. Sage Xian Miao was meditating on the steps in front of the temple, eyes closed in cultivation. Guan surveyed the temple that sage Xian Miao had built. It was decent, not magnificent but not shabby either. The courtyard walls were made of stone, as was the temple, with redwood beams and pillars, and red tiles lining the eaves. Nestled in the forest halfway up the mountain, it appeared faintly visible. A great cauldron in the courtyard burned incense, with wisps of smoke curling upwards, giving it the feel of an immortal's abode. Overall, Sage Xianmiao had put in a lot of effort, successfully pleasing him. Guan said, "The inscription on the plaque is not good. Mountain God Temple is too generic. There may be other mountain gods besides me in this world." Sage Xianmiao's eyes snapped open, and he instinctively turned to look, seeing the mountain god standing on his shoulder. His body instantly stiffened, not daring to move. He cautiously asked, "May I ask for your deity's name? I haven't decided yet." Guan jumped off Sage Xianmiao's shoulder and walked into the courtyard. Sage Xianmiao quickly stood up to follow, curiously asking, "What do you mean by not decided? Don't you have a divine group behind you like the heavenly court in Investiture of the Gods?" Investiture of the Gods. What is that? Sage Xianmiao briefly explained the investiture of the gods, speaking of it with reverence. After listening, Guan snorted disdainfully. "Mere mortals dare to speculate about deities? I do not know if there is a heavenly court in the world, but I have never seen other deities since my birth." "Then how are you? You want to ask why I dare to call myself a mountain god? Dare not, dare not. I don't mean that. Deities are not just about status, it is also a certain realm. Cultivate well, and perhaps one day you, too, can achieve it." Guan's words made Sage Xianmiao's heart burn with excitement. He also wanted to be as powerful as the mountain god. Seeing that the mountain god was in a good mood, he began to inquire about the medicine field. "Plant whatever you wish, and I will come to harvest and send these herbs to rebirth," Guan answered casually, making Sage Xianmiao revere him all the more. He had never heard that plants also needed to be reborn. The mountain god's broad-mindedness was indeed beyond his imagination. After instructing Sage Xianmiao on a few things, Guan disappeared into thin air. He said he was going to sleep in the ground and to not disturb him unless necessary. Sleeping in the ground? Sage Xianmiao gained a new understanding. 2 months after the fall of the ephemera sect, great cultivators of the supreme sect returned with their disciples one after another. Their return also brought back many inside stories, once again spreading the legend of the mountain god in the supreme sect. Lu Lingjun also returned. She was listed in the Hall of Elders by LV Beitian, her status soaring. LV Beitian originally wanted to transfer her out of the Third Medicine Valley, but this time she refused. "From now on, I will cultivate in the Third Medicine Valley, continuing to protect you. However, don't expect me to be at your beck and call. If you can offer some herbs during normal times, I can do some things for you," Lu Lingjun said leisurely, sitting opposite Guan in the pavilion. Such an attitude. Really pretending. Guan laughed, saying, "It's not impossible to give you herbs. Actually, you can buy seeds, and I'll help you plant them. The yield will be all yours. It's a simple matter for me. With you guarding the Third Medicine Valley, I can be at ease." Lu Lingjun, hearing this, thought it was reasonable and said, "Indeed. In a couple of days, I'll go to the main city of the sect. The seeds and ranks there are higher." Then, she began to recount the fierce battle in the Wanji forest she experienced firsthand. She held great respect for the mountain god. As an ascender, deities had greater significance in her heart. Listening to her reverence for the mountain god, Guan secretly felt pleased. Guan didn't let his emotions show, occasionally expressing amazement. Once she finished speaking, Guan lamented, "The realm of the mountain god is truly unimaginable. I wonder if mortals can reach such a realm in their lifetime." Lu Lingjun seriously said, "Perhaps it is very difficult, but since we have embarked on the path of immortal cultivation, we must strive for this goal, even if we die without regret." Guan noticed that her lifespan had reached its limit, which is 3,700 years. She still had nearly 1,700 years left. He wondered if she could defy the heavens and reach the nirvana realm in the remaining years. For now, he had no intention of teaching her the primordial reincarnation skill. His relationship with Lu Lingjun hadn't reached that level yet. He would observe her next actions first. If she pleased him, he might give her a hand. If she treated him poorly, she could forget about it. An hour later, Lu Lingjun stood up to leave. Before departing, she reminded him, "Don't pay attention to those worthless books. If you have time, write another investiture of the gods. I want to see what happened to those people after they became deities." "Worthless books?" You don't understand at all. Guan glared at Lu Lingjun's back. After she closed the door, he took out the Supreme Secret Records. This was the last volume of the Supreme Secret Records. After reading it, he planned to burn it. He opened the first page and began to savor it. Shen Jin's writing style had changed. The final volume had a melancholic tone, unlike the previous boldness. Nice, I like it. As a melancholic person himself, Guan decided not to burn the Supreme Secret Records. Watching the male protagonist and his soulmate expressing their feelings during a farewell, releasing years of emotional conflict, next came the illustrations Guan usually despised. He decided to take a careful look to see if Shen Zhen's drawing skills had any flaws. As the new year arrived, Guan participated in the spring festival celebrations in the Third Medicine Valley and the Mystic Valley. Late at night, he arrived at Nianchu Cave in the Heavenly Phoenix Mountain. He brought fine wine and delicacies to Tian Yaoer, intending to celebrate the festival together. Apart from tending to the herbs, Tian Yaoer spent her time cultivating. Life was quite dull, so every time Guan visited, he would bring her various delicacies. This was Tian Yaoer's first time drinking wine. She held the jar and was choked by the first sip. This was spiritual wine. Even core formation cultivators would get drunk if they drank too much. Although intoxicated, this wine could boost cultivation, making it an excellent aid for cultivation. Tian Yaoer's delicate face turned visibly red, and Guan reminded her, if you can't handle it, don't rush. Save it for later. You'll get used to it after a few drinks. A demon getting flushed from drinking wine? This was unexpected for Guan. Tian Yaoer shook her head and said, I can drink. Why wouldn't I be able to drink? She saw Guan finish a bowl of spiritual wine and naturally didn't want to admit defeat. Moreover, despite the heat it induced, she found the sensation quite pleasant and wanted to drink more. Guan was about to speak when he suddenly sensed something. He stood up saying, You eat some meat first. I'll be back. As his words fell, he disappeared from where he stood. Tian Yaoer picked up the wine jar again, licked her lips, and took another sip. This time, she forced herself to endure the nasal sting and continued drinking. Under the dark night, amidst the continuous mountains, a rising and falling ridge appeared. On closer inspection, it turned out to be a giant snake with human features and legs. It was Chen's snake, who had previously appeared in the Wanji forest. Chen's snake was covered in blood, its breath weak, and its breathing sounded like muffled thunder. Around it, demon fog churned, with faint ghostly shadows approaching. Chen's snake's lively eyes were extremely fatigued, ready to close at any moment. Such powerful chi blood, an ancient species. A chilling laughter sounded, startling Chen's snake. It opened its eyes to see a figure floating above the demon fog in the distance. It was an old woman in a black robe, with 2 horns on her head and a pair of wings on her back. The black fur on her cheeks made her appear even more terrifying. The Heaven Phoenix Demon Mother gazed at Chen's snake with eyes full of greed. Chen's snake moved slightly but could not get up. The Heaven Phoenix Demon Mother began to approach Chen's snake, black demon energy swirling around her like 2 black dragons encircling Chen's snake's huge body. If you don't want to die, turn and leave now. A voice came from Chen's snake's direction. The Heaven Phoenix Demon Mother stopped and squinted to see a little figure in white standing on Chen's snake's forehead, wearing a mask. The Heaven Phoenix Demon Mother sneered. Who are you? Don't you know who I am? Guan heard this, was about to answer, but then thought it was bothersome. So, he waved his sleeve, and terrifying mana surged toward the Heaven Phoenix Demon Mother, instantly turning her to ashes. You successfully seized 203 years of lifespan from the Heaven Phoenix Demon Mother, Unification Realm, 9 layers. The Demon King that Tian Yaoer feared the most died under Guan's hand, without any resistance. Chen's snake struggled to keep its eyes open and spoke weakly. Are you the mountain god? Its voice was androgynous, barely audible. That day, during the Ephemera sect battle, it was injured and saw the wooden figure. The wooden figure looked a lot like Guan now. Guan spoke. Since you have saved lives, I will save you this once. He took out a bottle of elixirs he had already refined and poured them into Chen's snake's mouth. Chen's snake was seriously wounded and poisoned by the origin tree of Ephemera's ephemera poison, which could only be cured by the ephemera elixir made from ephemera. Mountain god, someone has inherited the ephemera sect's power, Chen's snake said weakly. Its snake eyes glowed, revealing a figure. Guan focused his eyes, and his expression under the mask turned peculiar. How could it be him? Chapter 149 Unify the Universe. Conquer the demons together. Li Xiandao. How did this guy inherit the power of the ephemera sect? Guan asked. Inherit power? What kind of power does the ephemera sect have to inherit? Chen Snake answered with difficulty. The ephemera flower spread all over the world absorbs spiritual energy for the spirit of ephemera, which is also an ancient species. It can absorb the spiritual energy of the world through the ephemera flowers. Once it is merged with a living being, all the ephemera flowers will lose their vitality, leaving only the husks. The figure in its eyes was Li Xiandao, whose true form was revealed. Li Xiandao seemed to be communicating with someone, but no sound came out. Guan asked, Are your injuries due to trying to stop him? That's right, he has the support of the mystic heart realm behind him, but he didn't kill me, Chen Snake replied. Guan asked, Do you want me to kill him? If possible, it's best to cripple his cultivation level. The spirit of ephemera is ultimately an ominous entity. Then you should take good care of your injuries, and one day remove him yourself, your poison will soon be gone. Guan replied casually, regardless of truth. How could he possibly listen to Chen Snake's words and cripple someone just like that? Chen Snake remained silent for a moment, then said, I was being presumptuous. Guan then disappeared from its forehead. Chen Snake also possessed mystic heart realm cultivation. Once the poison was removed, even the demons of the heavenly Phoenix Mountain couldn't do anything to it. Sensing Guan's disappearance, Chen Snake closed its eyes, and its breathing began to weaken. On the other side, Guan returned to the Nianchu cave and was surprised to find Xianxia already drunk, lying on the table. He picked up the jar and found it completely empty. This girl. Guan smiled helplessly, picked up Xianxia, and walked towards the room. Master. Master, help me. Kill the demon mother. Avenge my parents. Xianxia mumbled as she clung to Guan's neck, her hot breath landing on his neck. Guan didn't tell her that the Heaven Phoenix demon mother was already dead. With a target of hatred, she would work even harder in her cultivation. The next day at noon, Guan came to Xianxia Valley. Last night, he had used divine sense to capture that Li Xiandao had returned to Xianxia Valley. From afar, Guan saw Li Zuando's figure. He was sitting at a stone table under a tree, holding a book in one hand. Li Xiandao, Void Crossing Realm 7th Layer 271/1599/6050. Void Crossing Realm 7th Layer. His cultivation level had increased again. The most crucial thing was that his extreme lifespan had doubled. Guan remembered that his extreme lifespan was just over 3,000 years. Is the spirit of ephemera so powerful? Guan suddenly felt that Li Xiandao was truly remarkable. Those with higher extreme lifespans than him didn't cultivate as quickly as he did. Even in Hao's cultivation speed might not be as quick as his. The most critical factor was that no one knew Li Zuando's true cultivation level. He had cultivated a special miracle skill, and his apparent cultivation level was now at the Core Formation Realm 1st Layer. Disguising Void Crossing Realm 7th Layer as Core Formation Realm 1st Layer. How crafty! Guan thought as he walked towards Li Xiandao. Greetings, uncle. Guan came before Li Xiandao and saluted. Li Xiandao put down the investiture of the gods in his hand and smiled. Guan, you finally came. I have prepared a superior golden elixir for you. The original owner of this golden elixir was a first-rate genius. When your cultivation level reaches the 9th layer of the Foundation Establishment Realm, you'll have a great cultivator help you achieve the Core Formation Realm. Upon hearing this, Guan quickly thanked him. Li Xiandao motioned for him to sit down and continued talking. Recently, I have been studying the investiture of the gods again and have gained many insights. What do you think would have happened if King Zhou had befriended the Chan sect from the beginning? Guan replied, There are no what-ifs. Different natures lead to different choices. Many things are destined to happen. King Zhou was tyrannical, and the Chan sect might not have approved of his ways. Li Xiandao shook his head and said, That is too simplistic. I think the investiture of the gods carries deeper meanings. Has he become obsessed? Guan was suddenly unsure how to respond. He carefully sensed Li Zuando's aura but did not detect any ephemera energy. He became intensely curious about Li Zuando's cultivation technique. His intuition told him that Li Zuando's technique was extremely powerful, possibly even stronger than LV Baitian's defying fate divine skill. Li Xiandao not only recruited talents everywhere but had the support of the mystic heart realm behind him. Guan was very curious about how he managed it. Did he attract noble families with benefits, or did he apprentice under a high master? It was most likely the latter. Otherwise, how could a mystic heart realm great cultivator take an interest in an emperor? Li Xiandao began to speak about his understanding of the investiture of the gods, becoming more and more mysterious and even analyzing the motives of its characters. Guan noticed that Yi Lu Yun and LV Xian had not returned. LV Xian previously had the remnant soul of the evil emperor of the ephemera sect. He suspected that Li Zuando's acquisition of the spirit of ephemera was related to LV Xian. After a long conversation, Li Xiandao reluctantly ended it and then let Guan go to pick medicinal herbs. After Guan finished his tasks, he came to bid farewell to Li Xiandao. Before leaving, he curiously asked, "Uncle, what is your purpose this time?" Li Xiandao looked at his book and casually said, "I am waiting for the venerable pavilion of the supreme sect to come to me." Venerable pavilion? Guan became even more curious. Had Li Xiandao already attracted one of the three major families? He did not continue to ask. He let these people fight as long as it did not affect him. With his current cultivation level, if not invincible in the continent, at least in the 9 dynasties, no one could threaten him. His curiosity stemmed more from a spectator mentality. Standing on high, watching these people struggle, it indeed had a certain interest. After peace returned to the world, Guan's life resumed as usual. He traveled between various medicine valleys, occasionally visiting the outer sect city, chatting with friends in the city. To him, every day was interesting and not boring. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. That summer, Guan turned 79. His lifespan had broken through 5 million years, inching closer to 10 million years. The mystic heart realm was no longer a secret. At least in the inner sect city, there were even people discussing the stories of great cultivators in the mystic heart realm. That day, Guan came to the inner sect city and invited Wu Ju to a tavern for a drink. Wu Ju was very pleased with his visit. After each had drunk a jar of wine, Wu Ju said, "Brother Gu, next month, I have to leave. I probably won't come back for 10 years. Over the years, Wu Ju's extreme lifespan had not increased, possibly due to the tranquility of his days. Guan curiously asked, "Where are you going?" Wu Ju replied, "The current emperor has called for uniting the 9 dynasties and gathering the power of the world to resist the great demon calamity in decades. My master is sending me to support him." Zhou family. 5 years ago, Guan had become curious about which venerable pavilion Li Xiandao met with, so he used his divine sense to spy and discovered that the venerable pavilion was Wu Ju's master, Zhou Yu. After they met, Li Xiandao returned to the court and made a statement that shocked the world. "Unite the universe, jointly fight demons." Such arrogant words had been criticized by the Supreme Sect disciples, yet the events had defied their expectations. To everyone's surprise, the Supreme Sect sent disciples to support the dynasty, acting on behalf of Li Xiandao. This was clearly not LV Baitian's idea. Guan could sense that the atmosphere in the inner sect had become tense. It was worth noting that LV Baitian had not come to find Guan in the last 5 years. If he hadn't used his divine sense to check and confirm that LV Baitian was alive and well, in seclusion cultivating, he might have thought that LV Baitian had been forced into deviation again. "I have a disciple named Yi Yan. He joined the army many years ago. If you encounter him, please take good care of him." Guan smiled. Wu Ju patted his chest and smiled. "Of course, no problem. Your disciple is like my disciple." Guan raised his bowl, clinking it with Wu Ju's. They continued chatting, Wu Ju in high spirits, talking about his cultivation. He had gained deeper understanding of the Sunset Fist and Gale Shadowless Leg, saying he had developed stronger moves. Suddenly, Guan's gaze shifted to the stairs on the 2nd floor. He saw a person walking up. Lord Way of the Heaven, Mystic Heart Realm 3rd Layer 3889/4500/4600. Mystic Heart Realm 3rd Layer. Guan glanced briefly before looking back, curious. Who is this person? He had lived for more than 3,800 years. In front of him, even the late ancestor Xianxia would be a junior. Lord Way of the Heaven wore a blue robe and held a horsetail whisk. His beard reached below his chin, and his hair was coiled on top of his head. His aura was like the core formation realm, so he didn't attract the attention of other disciples. This kind of appearance was not uncommon in the immortal cultivation world. There were two people similar to him just on the inn's second floor. Lord Wei of the Heavens scanned around, his gaze landing on Wu Ju. He walked over and asked with a smile, "Could the two young friends allow this poor Taoist to join you?" Wu Ju frowned and looked at Guan. Guan smiled. "Since we are fellow disciples, how could we refuse? Taoist friend, please sit." Lord Wei of the Heavens stroked his beard with a smile and sat down. He introduced himself. "This poor Taoist's surname is Wei, not a disciple of the Supreme Sect, just a visitor. Today, seeing the two of you, I felt a sense of familiarity and came to disturb you." His words made Wu Ju's frown even deeper. In Wu Ju's early life, the Supreme Sect had experienced several upheavals due to spies, so he had a strong aversion to cultivators from other sections. Guan asked, "Which sect do you belong to, Brother Wei?" Lord Wei of the Heaven looked at Guan and smiled. "This poor Taoist comes from the seven-star spirit realm. Have you too heard of it?" Guan shook his head. Wu Ju replied unhappily, "What exactly are you trying to find out? Just say it plainly and don't disturb our drinking." Lord Wei of the Heaven shook his head with a laugh. He took out a green jade from his sleeve, placed it on the table, and pushed it in front of Wu Ju. "This poor Taoist sees that you have outstanding potential, a spiritual presence at the top of your skull. You are destined to join our seven-star spirit realm and wish to invite you to cultivate there." He turned to look at Guan, who also looked at him expectantly. But he just smiled and nodded, politely but awkwardly. Guan maintained a smile and didn't speak. Wu Ju huffed. "Seven-star spirit realm? Never heard of it. I'm not going." Lord Wei of the Heavens stroked his beard, laughing to himself without speaking, as if laughing at Wu Ju's ignorance. This attitude made Wu Ju even more unhappy. He glared at him, his hands already clenched into fists. Lord Wei of the Heaven laughed. "My young friend, do you know how many people in the 9 dynasties would want to join the 7-star spirit realm? Even if it was just for a few years of cultivation, they would eagerly and desperately go." Hearing this, Guan suddenly thought of the holy land that Xianxia had gone to. Could the 7-star spirit realm be the legendary holy land? Chapter 150. Demon Galloping, Legend of the Demon Ancestor. The 7-star spirit realm is so powerful. Why do you need to invite me? Just wait until I beg you in the future." Wu Ju replied stiffly. Upon hearing this, Lord Wei of the Heaven shook his head and smiled, showing no sign of anger. In the following time, Guan watched as Lord Wei of the Heaven boasted about how powerful the 7-star spirit realm was. Unfortunately, no matter how eloquent he was, he couldn't convince Wu Ju. Wu Ju's attitude made Guan feel amused. If Wu Ju knew that Lord Wei of the Heaven was actually at the mystic heart realm, how would he react? Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Lord Wei of the Heaven. Guan looked up and saw Wu Ju's current master, Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu, Unification Realm 9th Layer 864/2000/3100. To become a member of the Venerable Pavilion, besides having a high cultivation level, his talent must also be top-notch, not a bit inferior to LV Batian. Zhou Yu looked at Lord Wei of the Heaven and said, "Senior Lord Wei, Wu Ju is my disciple. Can we talk somewhere else?" Lord Wei of the Heaven turned his head to look at him and pondered. "You are called Zhou Yu, right?" "That's right. 500 years ago, I cultivated under your knee for several years." Zhou Yu's tone was slightly respectful. Wu Ju stood up and saluted his master. Lord Wei of the Heaven suddenly realized and laughed. "I see. In that case, let's talk someplace else." All the disciples around who were drinking and making merry were watching them. Continuing to discuss here was indeed inappropriate. Without waiting for Wu Ju to greet Guan, Zhou Yu grabbed his shoulder and disappeared on the spot. Lord Wei of the Heaven, however, smiled and nodded at Guan, who then raised his hand to salute in return. After Lord Wei of the Heaven disappeared, a smile appeared on Guan's lips. He picked up the wine jug, poured the wine cups for himself and Wu Ju to the brim, then raised his cup towards Wu Ju's cup and whispered, "Hope your future is bright and you soon become famous throughout the world." After saying that, he drank alone, finishing it in one gulp. After drinking, Guan got up and went downstairs, settled the bill, and left the inn. He did not go straight back to the Third Medicine Valley but headed towards the Inner Sex Book Collection Hall. Since Guan borrowed the Chronicles of the World and the Continental Map from the Inner Sex Book Collection Hall, he had established a relationship with Elder Su Lu. Over the years, the two often exchanged about the Green Hero Travelogue, forming a friendship of an age gap. It is worth mentioning that Guan also made the acquaintance of Ancestor Kusong in the Book Collection Hall. Ancestor Kusong hid his Supreme Elder identity and befriended Guan under the guise of an inner sect disciple, and Guan did not expose him. When he arrived at the third floor of the Book Collection Hall, Guan found Su Lu and took out the books he had previously borrowed, then smiled and said, "Elder Su, do you have any more books by Taoist Xuanchuan?" Taoist Xuanchuan was the author of the book Su Lu had lent to Guan. This book was not sold in the Book Collection Hall. It was a book sent back by a friend of Su Lu who had gone overseas. It was said to be very popular. After reading it, Guan found that Taoist Xuanchuan's writing was indeed excellent. He even saw traces of Green Hero Travelogue in it. Later, he heard from Su Lu that Green Hero got inspiration to write Green Hero Travelogue. After reading this book by Taoist Xuanchuan, Su Lu received the books Guan placed on the table and looked up at him, saying, "Brat, you should read in your spare time from Cultivation, don't get addicted to it." Guan smiled and said, "I have average talent. No matter how hard I cultivate, it's useless. In this lifetime, I can probably only reach the core formation realm. You know, I am the Valley Master of Medicine Valley. I can improve my cultivation level with elixirs. Why waste time on cultivation? I'd rather enjoy life and cherish the time being alive." Su Lu already knew his destiny, so upon hearing these words, he felt they made a lot of sense. Su Lu smiled and said, "Indeed, there is still one book by Taoist Xuanchuan, it's with someone upstairs. Go find him." Guan immediately cupped his hands at him, then turned and walked towards the stairs. There were only two people on the fourth floor, one was Ancestor Kusong, and the other was a great void-crossing realm cultivator. These two did not disturb each other. All the way, Guan came to Ancestor Kusong's side. He was sitting on a chair by the window, holding a book in his hand. Supreme Immortal Venerable. This was a popular novel written by Pan En. Over the years, under the operation of the Supreme Sect, Supreme Immortal Venerable, and the Investiture of the Gods, had spread to the other 8 dynasties and were very popular. The most popular was still Supreme Immortal Venerable, while the Investiture of the Gods was highly recommended by the high levels of various sections. In the world of immortal cultivation, there was a classic saying, "Look at the Investiture of the Gods for high realms, and look at the Supreme Immortal Venerable for low realms." The fact that Ancestor Kusong liked Supreme Immortal Venerable surprised Guan. "Senior, Elder Su recommended me here. May I borrow the book by Taoist Xuanchuan?" Guan asked softly. Ancestor Kusong listened and touched his left hand into his pocket, took out a book, and threw it to him. Guan caught the book, flipped through it briefly, and immediately smiled. Ancestor Kusong suddenly asked, "Guan, have you read the Supreme Immortal Venerable before?" Pan An's identity was still a secret in the Supreme Sect, known only to a few, and Ancestor Kusong did not pursue the author's identity. "Yes, it's all right," Guan commented. Although the Supreme Immortal Venerable was a book he originally wrote, he did not like to read it because there was no sense of novelty. Ancestor Kusong chuckled. "Then you don't understand the greatness of Supreme Immortal Venerable. In my opinion, this book is better than the Investiture of the Gods, because it can resonate with the majority, showing that the author understands the mundane world." Guan said, "But I still like the Investiture of the Gods better. It has more detail and more imagination." The two began to argue about which book was better. Guan did not intend to let him win. After all, ostensibly Guan did not know his true identity. They were friends with a significant age difference but shared a common interest. If Guan always agreed with him, flattering him, it would rather be boring. After a long argument, Guan had the upper hand and left satisfied. Ancestor Kusong, who had been blowing his nose and glowering, watched Guan go downstairs. The anger on his face subsided, turning into a playful smile. At this moment, the great void-crossing realm cultivator walked over. This was a man dressed in a grey Taoist robe. He came to Ancestor Kusong and asked with a smile, "Ancestor, why are you arguing with a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator?" "He is in the Foundation Establishment realm, But the fact that he can enter the inner sect shows he is not so simple, does it? Ancestor Kusong asked in return. The gray-robed man shook his head. Maybe he has some background, but cultivation levels don't lie. Ancestor Kusong smiled but did not reply, continuing to read the Supreme Immortal Venerable. The gray-robed man continued to ask, the 9 dynasties sects plan to jointly explore the demon land to find the cause of the demon calamity. Will you go? Ancestor Kusong replied. Yes, these old bones of mine have no hope of advancing further. After enjoying some more leisurely days, I will head to the demon land. The gray-robed man upon hearing this said, Ancestor, take me with you. Nonsense, this trip is life-threatening. Even though I'm at the mystic heart realm, I can't protect you. Is it that terrifying? Do you think the ephemera sect dares only to make trouble in the 9 dynasties lands for no reason? Could it be that there is also a Mahayana expert in the demon land? Ancestor Kusong did not answer. He shifted his gaze to the window. Beneath the blue sky, disciples flew in and out. The scenery was beautiful. Deep night. Heavenly Phoenix Mountain. Nianchu Cave. Guan was teaching Tian Yaoer how to cultivate the limitless freedom step. Tian Yaoer was the only one to inherit the limitless freedom step. Together with the primordial earth immortal skill, in 1,000 years, her strength would certainly be very powerful. In the same realm, it might not be said that she would be invincible, but no one, neither human nor demon, could stop her. Tian Yaoer was very excited about Guan's teachings. This was the first time Guan had taught her a spell. The step technique of the limitless freedom step was very complex, and Tian Yaoer practiced it with great effort. Guan was not in a hurry, since this step technique required years of cultivation to show its effects. If Tian Yaoer could master it after just practicing it once, he would be devastated. 5 years passed. Guan pondered when to help Tian Yaoer form a core. Tian Yaoer used to be like a medicine pot. When they first met, she had already reached the 9th layer of the foundation establishment realm, only 1 step away from the core formation realm. She previously lacked a cultivation technique, but now with the primordial earth immortal skill, breaking through was no longer a difficult matter. Guan, watching Tian Yaoer's graceful figure, suddenly sensed something and released his divine sense. His divine sense ascended into the sky, overlooking the entire heavenly Phoenix Mountain. He saw a magnificent scene. Countless demons were rushing towards the north like a tidal wave, covering the land and mountains. In the night, demon fog rolled incessantly, unable to conceal the figures of the demons. With one sweep of his divine sense, Guan saw demons, monsters, and ghosts. Their march caused the land and mountains to tremble, and the commotion intensified. After a while, Nianchu Cave also began to tremble slightly, startling Tian Yaoer into stopping. She nervously came to Guan's side, grabbing his arm with both hands, her eyes full of fear. She whispered, "It's happening again." Guan looked down at her and asked, "Why do you say that?" Tian Yaoer answered, "When I was very young, the same thing happened. Many demons went north, even the demon mother went. It was said they were going to meet the demon ancestor." "The demon ancestor? Tell me about it." Guan became interested, pulling Tian Yaoer to sit at the stone table. Tian Yaoer took a deep breath and began to tell the legend of the demon ancestor she had heard. Legend has it that a long time ago, the first demon was born between heaven and earth. He was the demon ancestor. He was born above all beings, and in the long years of feeling lonely, he sprinkled his blood on the earth, allowing the beings of the world to be baptized and then transform into demons. Later, creatures called humans appeared on the earth. They were terrifyingly powerful and slaughtered demons on a large scale. At this point, Tian Yaoer couldn't help but look at Guan nervously, for she already knew that Guan was not a demon, but a human. To demons who had never interacted with humans, humans were terrifying beings. If Guan hadn't saved her, she would have long attempted to escape. Guan wore a mask, and seeing no reaction from him, Tian Yaoer mustered the courage to continue. That group of foreign cultivators of the human race was extremely powerful. They slaughtered demons, seizing demon cores and treasures, and ultimately enraged the demon ancestor. The demon ancestor personally took action and repelled the terrifying cultivators of the human race. However, the true calamity had just begun. Many years later, cultivators of the human race attacked again, and this time, their numbers were even greater. To protect the demon clan, the demon ancestor eventually fell, perishing completely. After that, humans took root on the earth, and the demon clan faced a period of oppression. During these long years of oppression, the demon clan always sought to revive the demon ancestor and exterminate the human race. Until now, the demon ancestor was about to be resurrected, and every few decades, all the demons in the world would go to worship the demon ancestor, offering their demon blood. Chapter 151. Ridge of 10,000 Demons. Person of heavenly destiny listening to the legend of the demon ancestor, Guan felt an odd sensation within. So, the 9 dynasties on the continent were the invaders? No wonder the Holy Land didn't assist the 9 dynasties. But Guan didn't ponder too much. He wouldn't sympathize with the demon clan or blame the 9 dynasties over this. The fight for survival had never been defined by good and evil. Besides, there might have been other races on this continent before the demon clan emerged. The evolution of heaven and earth had always been about survival of the fittest, the old being replaced by the new. As a human, Guan naturally had to consider things from the perspective of the human race. If one had a sense of righteousness, one wouldn't annihilate the demon clan completely. In fact, the human race and demon clan could coexist. In the immortal cultivation world, the presence of demons was common. Demon pets had become an indispensable element for most cultivators. In some sects, powerful demon creatures could even become guardian deities, worshipped by cultivators. After Xianxia finished speaking, she looked nervously at Guan and suddenly grabbed his left hand. Master, can't humans and demons really coexist? Why must it always be a fight to the death? Although she feared humans, she didn't dislike them because she had never encountered humans since childhood. On the contrary, those who persecuted her were from the demon clan. Guan withdrew his hand, saying, "It's not just about races in this world. To become stronger, one inevitably walks the path of struggle. Rather than worrying and feeling sorrowful, it's better to focus on cultivation because your enemies won't sympathize with you. If you wish to sympathize with others, you must become powerful enough." Because of the memories from his past life, aside from the friends he had genuinely bonded with, Guan viewed the world with a sense of detachment. When the chaos erupted in the Supreme Sect's outer sect, he had etched the word righteousness into his mind, but he didn't feel extreme hatred toward those actions. When the ephemera sect ravaged the world, he didn't harbor extreme hatred either. He could immerse himself in the mundane world, yet deep within, he harbored a kind of solitude. This solitude allowed him to see through everything clearly and kept him from being swayed by his surroundings. After listening to his words, Xianxia nodded earnestly and said, "If the demon ancestor is resurrected and humans are driven away, Master, wherever you go, you must take me with you." Guan smiled and asked, "Is the demon ancestor really that powerful? Will humans surely be driven away? I once heard the demon mother say that once the demon ancestor is resurrected, this continent will completely become a land of demons and devils." The human cultivators of today simply can't contend with the demon ancestor, Xianxia said with her head tilted. So powerful? Guan grew even more intrigued by the demon ancestor. If nothing went wrong, when the calamity of demons and devils erupted, he would have to deal with the demon ancestor. Moreover, Guan was half skeptical of Xianxia's words. He felt there were more secrets hidden on this continent, not fully explained by this legend. If the continent truly belonged entirely to the demon clan, then where did the devils and ghosts come from? Devils were not just another term for demons. They existed as a separate force. If humans practiced demonic power, they became demon cultivators. If the demon clan practiced demonic power, they became demon devils. Why did demonic power appear? Moreover, Guan sensed that the demon land had an extremely heavy aura of resentment, far surpassing that of the 9 dynasties' lands. In the demon land, human cultivators were rarely seen. It couldn't be said that all of this resentment was caused by human cultivators, right? Then, Guan asked Xianxia to continue cultivating the limitless freedom step, while he used his divine sense to track the roaming demons and devils. Under the night sky, various demons galloped through the mountains and wilderness, and numerous demon birds flew over the hilltops. On closer look, amidst the demons were also shadows of devils and ghosts. The difference between devil shadows and ghost shadows was that these devil shadows emanated demonic chi, like masses of black mist flying by. Guan's divine sense tracked them over a distance of millions of miles, witnessing an ever-increasing number of demons and devils. Along the way, the number of demons and devils reached a level that even made a Nirvana realm cultivator like him shiver. If the calamity of demons and devils truly erupted and he didn't intervene, the 9 dynasties' territories would likely be swiftly overrun. Approaching the depths of the demon land, Guan also sensed the aura of Mystic Heart Realm demon devils. These demon devils were not stirred by the tide of demons and still remained in their respective caves. Eventually, Guan's divine sense halted within a cluster of volcanoes. Here, lava spread everywhere, the night sky covered in hot, thick smoke, and some volcanoes continuously erupted, spectacular and terrifying. According to the map provided by Su Lu, this should be the Ridge of 10,000 Demons, deep within the continent. The Ridge of 10,000 Demons had over 10,000 volcanoes, housing countless demon kings, with an uncountable number of demon devils. The author of Chronicles of the World passed through here but dared not delve deeper because the overwhelming demon energy filled him with dread. He learned about the Ridge of 10,000 Demons by capturing and interrogating a demon creature. Guan could feel the aura of thousands of Unification Realm beings and more than 20 Mystic Heart Realm beings, including a Great Ascension Realm presence, here. At this moment, countless demon devils within the Ridge of 10,000 Demons were also rushing northward. Guan didn't continue probing north, not because his divine sense couldn't extend further, but because there were already Great Ascension Realm demon devils here. The demon ancestor was likely beyond the Great Ascension Realm. Reflecting on the legend mentioned by Xianxia, it seemed highly probable. The blood of a Great Ascension being wasn't that extraordinary, but a Nirvana realm being was different. Their essence of life had already transformed, just like Guan's blood was no longer mundane. Guan didn't want to alert the enemy. After all, the calamity of demons wasn't happening tomorrow. He still had time to extend his lifespan. Once his lifespan reached 10 million years, his strength would experience a significant leap. Maintain composure. The advantage was on his side. Guan retracted his divine sense and continued guiding Xianxia in her cultivation. Spring passed, autumn came, and 3 more years went by. One afternoon, the 82-year-old Guan transformed into a small figure clad in white and arrived at the North Sea Mountain to visit Sage Xianmiao. Sage Xianmiao had been left to his own devices. Guan only visited every few months, and Sage Xianmiao had gotten used to it. He spent his days cultivating in the mountain god temple, living quite comfortably. Upon his arrival, Guan noticed there was someone else outside the temple, and it was someone familiar. And Hao stood side by side with Sage Xianmiao on the edge of a hillside, together overlooking the vast North Sea. It seemed the two shared a good relationship, forged from their unrecognized encounters during the Golden List tournament. And Hao had already broken through to the first layer of the nascent soul realm, and he wasn't yet 50 years old. It looked like Hao had great potential to surpass the breakthrough speed of Li Xiandao. Your cultivation speed is already fast enough. What you need now is to calm your mind, Sage Xianmiao said, his tone rather helpless. Before participating in the Golden List tournament, he truly believed his talent was unrivaled in the world. Being defeated by Hao didn't leave him despondent. Rather, he felt fortunate. He was glad to have met Hao, which allowed him to recognize his own limits early on and thus cultivate better. Hao stood tall, his arms crossed over his chest, his handsome face with loosely tied long hair, exuding both a free-spirited aura and the demeanor of a prodigy. He chewed on a blade of grass, softly laughing. I don't feel that my cultivation speed is very fast. For some reason, since I started cultivating, I've constantly felt a sense of urgency. If I don't hasten my cultivation, disaster will surely befall me. He gazed at the North Sea's surface, his eyes profound. Seeing the kid who, back then, wasn't even up to his shoulder, now growing into such a figure, Guan felt a great sense of accomplishment. If it weren't for him, Hao would have long perished in the jaws of demons. Moreover, he had guided Hao in his cultivation, so he deserved to feel this sense of achievement. Hearing Hao's words, Guan thought of the limit of one's lifespan. Could it be that geniuses like Hao could sense the existence of heavenly destiny? If he couldn't achieve nirvana within 10,000 years, he would eventually die. Sage Xianmiao sighed. Since that's the case, let me guide you. Previously, while passing through Tianwei, my treasure guided me to the ruins of a great cultivator's cave abode. However, the restrictions inside were complex, and I couldn't comprehend them at the time, so I set it aside and came to participate in the Golden List tournament. You can try, as there are great opportunities inside. Upon hearing this, Anhao couldn't help but ask for the exact location of the cave abode ruins. Sage Xian Miao took a map from his storage bag and handed it to Anhao. After chatting a while longer, Anhao prepared to leave. Before departing, he reminded, the hateful Heaven Divine Sword has been causing quite a stir in the immortal cultivation world recently. The sword master has already turned to demonic cultivation and learned an evil art, killing more and more people. Be careful in these deep mountains, so he doesn't catch you. If the mountain god is always drowsy, no one can save you. Sage Xian Miao laughed. I am at the 5th layer of the divinity transformation realm. The hateful Heaven Divine Sword hasn't yet killed a divinity transformation cultivator. Anhao shook his head with a wry smile, waved his hand, and turned to leave. He leaped, a flying sword emerging from his waist. He stepped onto it and quickly vanished at the edge of the North Sea. Sage Xian Miao watched for a while, then turned back to the temple. Just as he entered the courtyard, he heard the voice of the mountain god. This boy's root bones are extraordinary, and his chi fortune is remarkable. Looking up, he saw the mountain god sitting on the temple's eaves, watching Anhao's departing figure. Sage Xian Miao smiled and said, his talent is indeed unparalleled. My master once said that the supreme sect would give birth to a genius capable of changing the world, and perhaps it's him. Guan chuckled upon hearing this. So, the 3 Pure Ones mountain is this impressive? Sage Xian Miao replied, 3 Pure Ones mountain certainly can't compare to you. Though the Taoist tradition has existed for over 10,000 years, our masters have mastered some prediction techniques. Actually, our 3 Pure Ones mountain also hails from overseas. Our ancestors couldn't return, so they settled on this continent. He began introducing 3 Pure Ones mountain, and Guan listened attentively. Just the divine reaching mystic gate alone was enough to make him regard 3 Pure Ones mountain highly. By the way, our Li family also has a person of heavenly destiny, brimming with chi fortune. This person should also be a disciple of the supreme sect, though he has not yet showcased his talent. When he encounters a great opportunity, he might soar to the heavens and rival Anhao. I'm looking forward to that day, Sage Xian Miao said, gazing up at Guan with an expectant expression. Guan curiously asked, do you have a clear calculation on the person of heavenly destiny? It's hard to pin down in calculation, but it should be him. Other Li family disciples' talents aren't outstanding enough. Sage Xian Miao shook his head. Guan knew who he was talking about. The most talented disciple of the Li family in the supreme sect could only be Li Ya. But in truth, Li Zuando's talent was even more terrifying. Perhaps Li Xiandao was the true person of heavenly destiny in the Li family. From the current trend, Li Xiandao indeed had the talent to rival Anhao. Chapter 152 Master. Save me. After chatting with Sage Xian Miao for a while, Guan asked him to take him to the medicine garden for a look. Sage Xian Miao had planted a medicine garden at the foot of the mountain, quite large in scale, managed by a few minor demons. Guan began to pick the ripe medicinal herbs and lectured Sage Xian Miao with a bunch of grand principles. Sage Xian Miao listened very attentively to the principles of the mountain god, feeling that every word contained the true meaning of Tao. After picking, Guan took only half, leaving the other half for Sage Xian Miao to refine elixirs and cultivate. Although it was not the first time this happened, Sage Xian Miao was moved every time. Even though he was a servant, serving for a lifetime, he was actually cultivating under the mountain god's guidance, which was a great blessing. Sage Xian Miao felt that the mountain god had an important mission to entrust to him, because the mountain god said, when heaven is about to bestow a great responsibility on a man, it first exercises his mind, toils his bones, starves his body, empties him of possession, and disturbs his deeds. The planting of medicinal herbs might not be something the mountain god needed, but rather a way to temper his character. Regarding the mission that the mountain god wanted to pass on to him, he had a bold guess, and every time he thought of it, he couldn't help but feel restless and tried not to think about it. The medicine garden of the mountain god temple had not yet become a stable source of lifespan for Guan. He now mainly relied on Mystic Valley, 8 scenic caves, 3rd Medicine Valley, Tianya Valley, and Nianchu Cave. Each year, he could obtain nearly 200,000 years of lifespan, although there were occasional fluctuations. His lifespan had already exceeded 5,600,000 years. If nothing unexpected happened, he would reach 10 million years in 20 years. The great calamity of the demons and monsters was unlikely to erupt within 20 years. According to the predictions within the Supreme Sect, it would take at least 50 years for the great calamity of the demons and monsters to erupt. After returning to Mystic Valley, Guan continued to act as an ordinary disciple. It was worth mentioning that Gu Zong had already promoted Guan to an inner sect disciple, but Guan still preferred to wander around the outer city. He had many friends in the outer sect. He was a nostalgic person. Just like that, another year passed. Summer arrived. Guan was practicing calligraphy in a pavilion in Mystic Valley. While practicing, he was also contemplating the profound formations in the Ziwei Array Chronicles. Lu Jiujia suddenly came to visit Guan. Hearing the knock on the door, Guan let him in. He closed the door, walked to the desk and said, "Senior brother, I have news about Wuxin." Wuxin was Gu An's junior disciple, a spy from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion. Although Wuxin had left, he had left behind the Taoist expansion skill. Guan did not look up, continuing to stare at the paper, saying, "Let's hear it." Lu Jiujia immediately said, "Due to the chaos in the ephemera sect, the Thousand Autumn Pavilion has disbanded. I originally thought he had perished, but recently I heard that a young monk has appeared under the Emperor's command, calling himself Wuxin. This monk acts ruthlessly. He once slaughtered 9,000 soldiers of the Hanlu dynasty by himself and refined their heads into magic artifacts. This matter has caused a huge sensation in the immortal cultivation world. The Emperor, in his quest to unify the world, employs people without regard for morality. Now he has quite a few demon cultivators and ghost cultivators under his command." After hearing this, Guan sighed at Wuxin's transformation. As for Wuxin's actions, he could not comment. It was worth noting that the immortal cultivation world in the 9 dynasties had tacitly approved of Li Zuando's actions, allowing the dynasties to go to war. But there was one rule. No matter how they fought, the sects were not to be involved. At least, the grudges of the dynasties could not escalate to the sections. Of course, although the rule was like this, the Supreme Sect would secretly support Li Xiandao, and the immortal cultivation sects of the Hanlu dynasty would also send aid. Cultivators from the 9 dynasties all hoped that the dynasty which unified the world would be their own dynasty. Lu Jiujia exclaimed, "Wuxin's current strength is probably comparable to the core formation realm. Given his talent, he couldn't be this powerful. He must have practiced some kind of demon skill. Senior brother, you must be careful if you encounter him in the future." He had once strayed onto the demon path and deeply understood the feeling of falling into the demon path, where one would stop at nothing to become stronger. In that state, only oneself was important in their heart. Guan nodded, saying, "Don't worry, I normally won't leave the Supreme Sect's territory." He certainly won't dare to come. The Supreme Sect was flourishing. The influence of the Golden List Conference and the works of Pan and brought in more and more disciples to the Supreme Sect. Many powerful loose cultivators also joined the Supreme Sect. Each passing year saw a significant increase in the Supreme Sect's strength on paper. The most noticeable point was that Guan rarely saw demon cultivators infiltrate the Supreme Sect anymore. After speaking about this matter, Lu Jiujia no longer disturbed Guan and continued practicing calligraphy, thinking that he could showcase his penmanship in the next book. Such beautiful calligraphy should not be hidden for personal admiration. Perhaps I am not a genius in immortal cultivation, but I am definitely a genius in calligraphy. Guan praised himself in his heart, feeling increasingly joyful. At that moment, he suddenly felt someone calling him. He thought it was Sage Xian Miao, but sweeping his divine sense, he realized Sage Xian Miao was meditating. He carefully sensed it and discovered that the call was not from the mountain god. It was "Master, save me." Under the blue sky and white clouds, hundreds of cultivators floated among the mountains, facing a mountain wall and continuously casting spells. No matter how their spiritual power attacked, they could not shake the mountain wall. Each time it was attacked, the mountain wall would reveal a layer of blue light, blocking all attacks. An elder flew to the side of a purple-robed man who had not taken action, saying in a deep voice, "Your Highness, the restriction here is too strong. Even I, a void-crossing realm cultivator, cannot break it." The purple-robed man was a prince of the Tianwei dynasty, named Si Zong, with cultivation in the first layer of the divinity transformation realm. Zong's expression was indifferent as he spoke. Continue attacking. Even if we cannot break it, we must frighten that kid. My master will arrive soon. Also, have a group spread out to prevent that kid from escaping. He is the Golden List champion of the Supreme Sect. If he escapes this time, it will be difficult to capture him again. Once he grows stronger, he will be a great trouble for Tianwei. Yes. The elder accepted the order and left immediately. Meanwhile, inside the mountain wall, through a winding tunnel, in a spacious cave chamber, Anhao was meditating to heal his injuries. Beside him stood a young woman in yellow clothing, richly dressed, with a beautiful face. Hey, my second brother's master is at the Mystic Heart Realm. He is the Supreme Elder of Candle Sky Peak, the #1 sect of Tianwei. He will get what he wants. I advise you to open the mountain gate, let him in, and apologize. I can plead for mercy on your behalf to my second brother. The young woman in yellow clothing spoke. She was named Xianxia, a princess of Tianwei. At this moment, she was standing still, speaking only with her mouth, her body stiff. A talisman paper was stuck to her shoulder. Anhao kept his eyes closed, ignoring her. His face was pale. He realized that the situation was critical. He had almost no hope of escaping alive. While healing, he thought of his master. His biggest wish was to see his master. Even knowing that his master was Sword Venerable Fudao, he still did not know his master's true identity. No one in the Supreme Sect knew who Sword Venerable Fudao really was. Not even his second master LV Batian. Because of this, Anhao worked even harder in cultivation. His true master was stronger than the entire Supreme Sect. If he did not cultivate diligently, how could he satisfy his master? Anhao felt both unwillingness and a bit of shame. He hoped that in this critical moment, his master would come to save him. Although Zong had the cultivation of the divinity transformation realm, he could not really harm him. The troublesome thing was that Zong could call for help, and he brought a group of high-level cultivators. This made Anhao feel very frustrated. He also had backing. If his master were here, he believed that no matter how many people Zong called, it would be useless. With Xianxia's incessant nagging, his mind was in disarray. Unable to help it, he opened his eyes, glared at Xianxia and cursed, "If you keep talking, be careful I don't strip you and have my way with you before I die." At these words, Xianxia's face turned pale. She quickly shut her mouth, staring at him with large aggrieved and angry eyes. Cough, cough. Anhao's anger caused a backflow of blood, leading to a fit of coughing. He disliked spitting blood, so he swallowed the backflowed blood, enduring the discomfort. Soon, he calmed down and continued to practice and heal his wounds. An ancient hour later, Xianxia couldn't help but ask, "Hey, Anhao, do you think that statue is the statue of the cave owner?" Following her gaze, one could see a stone statue standing in the center of the cave chamber. It depicted an elderly man standing on a tortoise, holding a wooden staff, with a hunched back and a kindly face. Although it was a stone statue, it had a feeling of coming to life. With eyes closed, Anhao responded, "Perhaps." Suddenly, he thought of something and immediately stood up, walking to the statue. He began to circle the statue, carefully observing. "Did you discover something?" Xianxia asked curiously. Anhao did not answer her. At that moment, a terrifying pressure descended, halting Anhao's steps and turning his face pale. Xianxia was similarly frightened. "Master, you have finally arrived." From outside came Zong's delighted shout. He deliberately spoke loudly, clearly for Anhao and Xianxia to hear. "I didn't expect this place to hide the grotto heaven remains of an ancient great cultivator. All of you move aside." A cold voice rang out, and Anhao's expression turned grim upon hearing it. Xianxia gloated, "Hey, are you afraid now? Quickly unseal me. Otherwise, when they break in, you will surely die." Rumble, the cave chamber shook violently, sand and dust fell, as if it would collapse at any moment. A terrifying divine sense had already penetrated inside, making Anhao's heart jump and his forehead sweat. No matter how talented he was, he could not be a match for the Mystic Heart Realm. Not to mention Mystic Heart Realm, even a void-crossing realm could crush him. At this moment, Anhao could not remain calm. He clenched his fists, inexplicably thinking of his master's figure. "Damn it! Master, save me!" And Hao gritted his teeth, muttering under his breath. Xianxia laughed gleefully upon hearing this. "Isn't your master the sect leader of the supreme sect? It said he is only at the unification realm. He's not a match for my brother's master. Besides, he's far away in the supreme sect. He couldn't possibly come to save you." And Hao glared at her, shouting angrily, "The master I speak of is not LV Batian." Xianxia pouted and asked, "Do you have a mystic heart realm master then?" "I." And Hao could not answer because he had promised his master not to reveal his master's existence. At that moment, a hand pressed on Hao's shoulder, startling him. Then he heard a voice that made his eyes redden. "Silly disciple, it's only been how many years, and you're already calling for me to save you?" Chapter 153. Get Lost. The hand pressed against Hao's shoulder belonged to Guan. Hao turned his head cautiously, and upon seeing Guan, the joy in his heart erupted completely. "Master!" Hao couldn't help but turn around and embrace Guan. Although Guan was still wearing a mask and his attire was different from before, Hao recognized him at a glance as his master. Guan suddenly disappeared, causing Hao to stumble forward a step. He looked back to find Guan 7 steps away, which made him sigh in relief. For a moment when his master disappeared, he thought he had fallen into an illusion. "Tell me what happened?" Guan asked. The mountain was still trembling, but with Guan's arrival, Hao didn't feel any panic. Instead, he was very excited and began narrating the whole feud. Guan listened carefully. Not far away, Xianxia stared at Guan with eyes full of curiosity. "This person is Hao's master? How did he get in here?" During his narration, Hao couldn't resist using his divine sense to probe Guan's true face, but the power within the mask rebounded his divine sense, making him feel a thrill of fear. Guan remained silent, which made Hao feel ashamed. He dared not offend his master any further and concentrated fully on recounting his grudge with Prince Xizong of the Tianwei dynasty. 2 months ago, he found this cave ruin site based on the map given by sage Xianxia. However, he couldn't enter it. After struggling for a month, he went out for further training and then met Xizong and Xianxia. Xizong had participated in the Golden List competition back in the day, and even made it to the top 10. The two had been rivals. Upon meeting again, they hit it off, making Hao think he had made a close friend like sage Xianxia. So, the three shared pleasant times traveling and sightseeing. Later, Hao shared the opportunity with Xizong and his sister. Unexpectedly, Xizong had always held a grudge for losing to Hao. Learning that Hao came for the opportunity, he planned to capture Hao. After a fierce battle, both were seriously injured, and Hao abducted Xianxia. Hao brought Xianxia back here. During their argument, they accidentally triggered a mechanism, revealing the cave entrance in the mountain wall. Just as they were about to enter, they didn't expect Xizong to catch up so quickly, with even a void-crossing realm cultivator accompanying him. Hao was severely injured by an ambush while bringing Xianxia into the cave. Fortunately, the cave entrance closed in time, saving him from further danger. After Hao finished speaking, he was very angry and cursed. "That dog Xizong! I trusted him so much, I must have been blind." Xianxia pursed her lips but didn't speak up for Xizong, as she also disapproved of his actions. Boom! An explosion echoed from the cave passage, followed by a gust of wind that ruffled the robes of the three. Guan then looked at the statue in the center of the cave chamber, deep in thought. Footsteps sounded, and Hao didn't panic. He moved next to Xianxia, preparing to use her as a hostage. "Let her go. There's no need to use a woman as a threat. It's meaningless." Guan's voice rang out. Xianxia immediately beamed, quickly saying, "Thank you, senior, you are indeed wise." Hao glared at her but obediently removed the talisman paper from her body. As soon as the talisman paper was removed, Xianxia regained control of her body and sighed in relief. She didn't run toward the cave passage but stood beside Hao. Just then, a group of cultivators came through the cave entrance, led by Xizong. Behind him was a man in a black robe with golden patterns, an imposing presence, half-white hair, a handsome face, and cold eyes exuding an indescribable pressure. Zong's gaze fell on Guan, his brows furrowing. He raised his hand in greeting and asked, "May I ask who you are, Taoist friend, and why are you here?" Yener spoke up, "Second brother, he's in Hao's master. Let's end this matter here." "Master?" Zong's frown deepened and he asked, "Are you sect master LV?" Guan glanced at the black-robed man behind Zong and performed lifespan detection. Ancestor Xingyan, Mystic Heart Realm Second Layer 1904/4400/4600. The Tianwei dynasty truly hid dragons and crouching tigers. It's unclear if this person had been cultivating in Tianwei all along, or if he returned from overseas due to the ephemera sect. Guan spoke. "I am not LV Batian. This cave was found by my disciple first. I advise you all to leave it at that." The cultivators behind Zong were taken aback, surprised by this person's firm attitude. And Hao grew excited and looked at Zong provocatively. Ancestor Xingyan stepped forward, standing in front of Zong. He scrutinized Guan, asking, "May I know your name, Taoist friend? Why not show your true face?" His divine sense couldn't penetrate Guan's mask, making him wary of Guan. But only a little. After all, he was a Mystic Heart Realm cultivator. He had fought other Mystic Heart Realm experts during his battles with the ephemera sect, with mixed results. As a fellow Mystic Heart Realm cultivator, he couldn't be killed. Unless this person was as powerful as the ephemera sect hierarch at the Mahayana realm. Mahayana realm? Ancestor Xingyan didn't believe it. If there was such a powerful existence, why hadn't he heard of it before? Guan turned to Ancestor Xingyan and uttered one word. "Scram." Scram. Everyone's faces changed drastically, especially those on Zong's side. They knew Ancestor Xingyan's background. Audacious! How dare you speak rudely to a great cultivator of the Mystic Heart Realm? An elder scolded angrily, while Ancestor Xingyan laughed coldly. And Hao was extremely excited. As expected of his master. How domineering! Yener looked at Guan, feeling that his arrogance stemmed from genuine confidence. Just as Ancestor Xingyan was about to speak, Guan sighed and muttered, "Annoying." As the words fell, Guan suddenly waved his sleeve. Mana burst forth, transforming into a strong wind that swept towards Ancestor Xingyan, Zong, and the others. His actions were too fast for anyone to react. As the strong wind passed, Ancestor Xingyan and the others turned to ashes, and their storage bags and rings fell to the ground. The cave chamber instantly fell silent. And Hao's eyes widened, and Yener froze, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. A series of messages appeared before Guan's eyes, indicating that killing 57 cultivators had granted him over 1,200 years of lifespan. Guan ignored and Hao and Yener's shock, then approached the statue. The Mystic Heart Realm. Dead? Yener muttered, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead as she instinctively felt fear. And Hao was stunned for a while, then cheered and ran to Guan's side, excitedly saying, "Master, how are you so powerful? What is your true realm? Are you at the Mahayana realm as mentioned by the ephemera sect hierarch?" Mahayana realm. These three words made Yener's heart race. She could no longer think about Zong's death, as her heart was filled with fear and anxiety. She immediately ran towards the cave's entrance. And Hao just glanced at her and didn't stop her. After Guan's earlier display, he felt incredibly confident. Even if the entire Tianwei dynasty surrounded their master and disciple duo, it would be courting death. Guan paid no attention to Hao. Seeing his master examine the statue, Hao dared not interrupt, standing obediently by the side. He looked at Guan with intense admiration in his eyes. He couldn't help but activate his spiritual power, stimulating his senses to ensure he wasn't dreaming. With such a powerful master, could he have destroyed the ephemera sect without the mountain god's intervention? Such a thought crossed Hao's mind, and his admiration for Guan deepened. Before long, Yener returned. It turned out she wasn't escaping but rather telling the outside cultivators to leave quickly to avoid dying because of Zong. She quietly waited beside Hao. Hao frowned at her, and she raised her face defiantly and glared at him. At this moment, Guan raised his hand and struck the statue with a palm. Under his mana control, the statue began rotating. As the turtle statue moved, water started flowing from its base. After the statue rotated halfway, the turtle's mouth opened, and a beam of white light shot out, hitting the mountain wall. Under the watchful eyes of Anhao and Xianxia, the mountain wall revealed complex and dense ancient characters, each character writhing as if it wanted to escape the wall, making the two of them widen their eyes in astonishment. The strong light shone on their faces, and it seemed like a sun was forming in their eyes, growing larger. Upon closer inspection, a mass of strong light appeared on the mountain wall where the strange words were, expanding as if a gate to an exotic world was opening. The statue suddenly raised the stone staff in its hand and lightly tapped it. The strong light ahead sharply increased, enveloping the entire cave chamber, and a rich spiritual energy rushed towards Guan and the two. Guan immediately walked towards the mountain wall, with Anhao following closely. Xianxia gritted her teeth and followed. Within the strong light, Anhao couldn't cast spells, and even his divine sense couldn't spread out, forcing him to forge ahead. After about 10 steps, he suddenly bumped into someone and quickly stopped. Just as he was about to speak, the strong light before him faded, restoring his vision. What came into his view was a magnificent and beautiful world. They stood on a cliff, in front of boundless green mountains, with a blue sky and interwoven white clouds. Such rich spiritual energy. Anhao was drawn to the area's spiritual energy, and couldn't help but take a deep breath. "What is that?" Xianxia exclaimed, pointing to the distant forest. Anhao turned his head and followed her direction, seeing the trees swaying as if a gigantic beast was moving through them a few miles away. "This is truly blessing," a loud and ancient voice echoed through the skies. "Mahayana realm." Anhao and Xianxia's hearts raced. Guan remained calm, sensing the presence of 4 spirit beasts comparable to the unification realm, as well as a Mahayana realm remnant soul in this minor heaven and earth. The remnant soul was located within a stone statue hundreds of miles away, very weak. Guan spoke. "Go and give it a try, see if you have such blessing." Upon hearing this, Anhao immediately leaped into the forest, followed by Xianxia after paying her respects to Guan. "Wait for me!" Xianxia shouted, quickly disappearing into the forest. Guan's figure vanished, crossing a distance of hundreds of miles, reaching halfway up a mountain where a stone statue identical to the one in the cave chamber stood. Chapter 154. Gathering ascenders on the hillside. A gentle breeze blew, rustling Guan's robe as he stared at the stone statue in front of him. His divine sense had already penetrated the statue, capturing the residual soul within. This residual soul looked exactly like the stone statue, representing an old man. The soul body was curled up as if in a deep sleep. Earlier, the sound was triggered by some kind of restriction that activated whenever any living being entered this cave mansion. Moreover, during his investigation, Guan discovered that there were other transmission arrays in this minor heaven and earth within the cave mansion. Including the one they came through, there were a total of 8 transmission arrays, each corresponding to different directions, which led him to speculate more about this cave mansion. A Mahayana cultivator's cave mansion. Guan raised his hand, drawing out the residual soul from within the stone statue. A ball of light appeared in his palm. Taoist Starmaster, Mahayana Realm 3rd Layer 0/0/0. All zeros? Did this mean Taoist Starmaster was truly dead? He immediately sent his divine sense into the residual soul of Taoist Starmaster, performing the soul-capturing skill to search for memories. Rumble. In the distance came earth-shaking sounds, the noises of Anhao and Xianxia battling, entangled with a group of wooden puppets. Guan didn't turn around, focusing on soul-searching. An ancient hour later, the residual soul in Guan's hand dissipated into smoke. Taoist Starmaster had indeed long perished, leaving behind a residual soul in hopes of revival or taking over a body. However, the secret technique he used to preserve his soul couldn't withstand the erosion of time. Over the long years, his soul power was completely exhausted, leaving only a soul shell with some memories. Taoist Starmaster came from the 7-star spirit realm, regarded as the holy land of this continent. In Taoist Starmaster's memories, Guan learned a terrifying truth. The demon ancestor actually originated from the 7-star spirit realm. Taoist Starmaster and several sectmates were ordered to bring the demon ancestor out, to nurture and have him create the demon clan. Later, for unknown reasons, Taoist Starmaster left the 7-star spirit realm, journeyed south to the sea to escape the continent, but was ambushed by other cultivators from the 7-star spirit realm, severely injured, and finally hid in the Tianwei to open a grotto heaven, from which he never emerged until his final moment. Guan didn't see the true form of the demon ancestor from his memories. The demon ancestor was sealed in a wooden box, deeply feared by Taoist Starmaster and his sect mates. After placing the box down, they immediately left, unsealing it remotely and quickly fleeing. However, when the wooden box was unsealed, the skyrocketing demon energy left a profound impression on Taoist Starmaster. Apart from these memories, the rest were scenes of Taoist Starmaster nurturing spirit beasts within the grotto heaven. The demon ancestor being related to the seven-star spirit realm greatly differed from the legends Xianxia had heard. Various possibilities filled Guan's mind, but he had no desire to investigate further. Taoist Starmaster was a Mahayana cultivator, indicating the likely presence of immortals within the seven-star spirit realm. At this stage, he absolutely could not appear on the seven-star spirit realm's radar. His greatest advantage was having no grudges or enemies, allowing him to steadily grow stronger. With that thought, Guan turned around, ready to harvest the medicinal herbs here and transport a batch of heavenly treasures away. By dusk, Guan returned to the third medicine valley. This afternoon's harvest extended his life by over 300,000 years. He could continue the harvesting in the future, as the grotto heaven was vast and had become a self-sustaining ecosystem, so he didn't uproot everything. How could he be short-sighted and destroy a place that could continuously extend his life just for temporary greed? The plants that could extend his life must contain spiritual power or spiritual energy, essentially ranking as heavenly treasures. The majority of plants in the grotto heaven were ordinary, and the dense spiritual energy was due to the cave mansion's restrictions that prevented leakage. And Hao and Xianxia were still inside that cave mansion, making friends with the spirit beasts there, facing no danger for now. Taoist Starmaster left behind cultivation techniques and divine skills in the grotto heaven, enough for Hao and Xianxia to explore for years. As soon as he returned to the pavilion, Lu Lingjun came to see him. With the door closed, Lu Lingjun sat down at the table and said, "Don't wander around every day. Today, I felt a strong divine sense coming from the outer gate city. The moment it sensed mine, it withdrew. I couldn't trace its whereabouts." "Are you saying there's a potential danger within the Supreme Sect?" Guan asked with a frown. Lu Lingjun nodded. "It should be a demon. A demon's divine sense is different from a cultivator's, and I've dealt with demons enough to see through this point." Being able to evade Lu Lingjun's probing indicated their target was also at the Mystic Heart Realm. A Mystic Heart Realm demon? Guan planned to investigate the Supreme Sect at night, at least to ensure it posed no threat to his medicine valley. With you here, whether the intruder is a demon or not, they surely wouldn't dare touch my medicine valley. In the future, the third medicine valley will count on your protection. Don't worry, I will personally cultivate your medicinal herbs. Guan smiled, revealing admiration, which Lu Lingjun enjoyed. Lu Lingjun snorted, "Rest assured, unless the mountain god descends, no one can damage the third medicine valley." After reaching the Mystic Heart Realm, she regained the arrogance she once had while overlooking the lower realm. She felt her path of immortal cultivation had just begun. After chatting for a while, Lu Lingjun finally revealed her true purpose. She used the reminder of the great demon in the sect as a pretext. Her real intention was to have Guan write a book with her as the protagonist, similar to the book about the Supreme Immortal Venerable. "You are a Mystic Heart Realm cultivator. If you desire, you could easily gain fame. Why would you need me to write?" Guan hesitated. He didn't expect Lu Lingjun to have this hobby. Raising her eyebrows, Lu Lingjun said, "Name your price." "You're at it again. What kind of talk is that? When I returned from the Taichen dynasty earlier, I sensed an 8th-rank spirit tree hidden within a certain sect. If you help me write the book, I'll steal that tree afterward. If you dare to steal, I don't dare to take it. I can use a secret technique to seal the tree. Once the turmoil subsides, you can find a place to plant it." "I don't have a place to plant it." "Don't pretend. You must be hiding something. Why else would you go out so often?" "Ahem. Don't slander me. Writing the book is negotiable, but don't defame me, understand?" Feeling amused by Guan's words, Lu Lingjun laughed. Yes, I won't slander you. How could you have any secrets? You are selfless and dedicated to the Supreme Sect." That's more like it." Now tell me your story so I can seek inspiration. Guan nodded in satisfaction. Recently, with some free time, writing a book wasn't a bad idea, showcasing his calligraphy skills to the world. Lu Lingjun fell into her memories and began telling her story. One whole night passed as she spoke. At dawn, Lu Lingjun finally left Guan's pavilion. Early morning training, Tang Yu saw this and widened his eyes, quickly averting his gaze, pretending he hadn't seen anything. The news that Lu Lingjun was an elder in the sect had already spread through the valley. Disciples kept their distance from her out of respect. Master is truly impressive. Even the sect elder couldn't escape his charm. Indeed, a handsome face can bridge the gap in cultivation levels, Tang Yu thought to himself. As Lu Lingjun returned to her pavilion, Guan overheard her conversation with the White Spirit Demon Emperor. Lu Lingjun had placed advanced restrictions on her pavilion, but they had no effect on Guan, and their pavilions were adjacent, making it easy for him to eavesdrop. Can we really connect with other ascenders through his book? Hard to say, but it's worth a try. An's reputation has spread throughout the 9 dynasties. I can't exactly announce that I'm an ascender, can I? True, though your idea is quite good. If you can unite other ascenders and form your strength, it would greatly aid your future bid for the sect leader's position. Hearing this, Guan put down his pen, falling into deep thought. Noon. In the outer gate city. Upon the heavenly repair platform. A white-robed man arrived at the bottom of the orthographic symbol. He marveled at the sword intent contained within. His eyes filled with astonishment. Just this sword intent alone likely makes Sword Venerable Fudao invincible in the mystic heart realm. It's uncertain if he's reached an even higher level. The white-robed man was in awe, squatting down to touch it. Hey, don't touch randomly, or the sword intent might hurt you. A voice came from beside him. The speaker was Zualin. Ever since Sword Venerable Fudao used Zuyijian's sword to kill enemies, Zuyijian had no longer come to the heavenly repair platform, staying cooped in his room, comprehending that sword. Not even his son could disturb him. Zualin had no other means to comprehend Sword Venerable Fudao's sword intent, and could only sit in silence at the heavenly repair platform. The white-robed man looked at Zualin and asked with a smile, "Brother, how long have you been at the heavenly repair platform?" Zualin replied, "Since these 2 characters came into being, I've been meditating here." "You seem new. First time here?" He eyed the white-robed man suspiciously. The heavenly repair platform was filled with many stories, leading him to overthink. The white-robed man laughed. "I come from the Chentang dynasty. This year, I just joined the Supreme Sect as a guest elder of the Outer Sect. My joining was inspired by Sword Venerable Fudao." Hearing this, Zualin immediately beckoned him over, signaling him to sit beside him. The white-robed man didn't hesitate and quickly came over to sit down. Zualin was about to speak when he suddenly saw someone, his eyes lit up, and he called out immediately, "Guan, come over here." In the distance, Guan wandered through the crowd, appearing idle. Hearing Zualin's call, he hesitated for a moment but still walked towards him. The white-robed man turned his head, seeing the person Zualin called out to be a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator, then shifted his attention away. Guan conducted a lifespan detection on him. Xia, Mystic Heart Realm 3rd Layer 2450/8000/19000. A demon over 2,000 years old. The reason Guan came to the Outer Gate City was precisely because of Xia. The demon who alarmed Lu Lingjun was Xia. Xia cultivated some special technique, showing no traces of demon energy on him, but his technique couldn't escape the divine sense of a Nirvana realm great cultivator. Watching Guan approach slowly, Zualin remarked to Xia, "Though my cultivation is low, I have an exquisite spirit heart. At a glance, I could tell you were exceptional." Hearing this, Xia's heart tensed. Chapter 155 Shattering Void. Engagements. Zualin's words made Xia's expression suddenly unnatural, but what Zualin said next left him not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "You must be a genius. I've never misjudged anyone's talent or chi fortune." Zualin looked smug, lifting his chin and gesturing for Xia to look at Guan, saying, "Don't be fooled by this kid's mere Foundation Establishment realm cultivation level. He's not simple either. In fact, my judgment has proved correct. He's now a golden list genius." Guan walked over resignedly saying, "What sort of genius am I? Making it onto the golden list was just good luck." Zhua Lin pulled Guan to sit down and then had Xie and Guan introduce themselves to each other. Xie was very composed and treated Guan quite well, showing none of the airs of a guest elder. Zhua Lin was very interested in Xie, and upon hearing that Xie wanted to learn about Sword Venerable Fudao, he didn't hide anything and began telling stories of Sword Venerable Fudao's exploits. Xie listened attentively. Before he came, he had heard that the #1 cultivator of the 9 dynasties was either the Taoist of Immortality from 3 Pure Ones Mountain or the Sword Venerable Fudao from Supreme Sect. Among them, Sword Venerable Fudao was the most mysterious. Though he had repeatedly aided the Supreme Sect, no one knew his true identity. Guan found it amusing to listen to Zhua Lin boast about his other identity. At the same time, he was also observing Xie. In the following half an hour, Guan didn't sense any malice from Xie, and could only hold back his suspicions for the time being. A great demon calamity was imminent, and a mystic heart realm great demon had infiltrated the Supreme Sect, the purpose of which was unknown. Guan feared Xie might suspect him, so he took the chance to slip away. There was plenty of time to come, and he could slowly observe Xie since Xie was planning to comprehend sword intent at the heavenly repair platform. In the days to come, Guan would use his divine sense every day to observe Xie. The more he watched, the more he felt Xie might truly harbor no ill will. He just seemed to earnestly want to learn swordsmanship. Before, when Xie had swept the surroundings with his divine sense, he was probably just looking for Sword Venerable Fudao. Spring went and autumn came. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. In these 2 years, Guan's lifespan had increased rapidly. Starmaster Cave had provided him with an enormous amount of lifespan. His lifespan had already broken through 6,500,000, getting ever closer to the 10 million mark. One day, Guan visited the book collection hall in the Outer Gate City and, under the name Pan En, published a new book titled Shattering Void. Lu Chong, the elder who had once taken care of Pan En, had passed away, and he was received by Feng Shang, the great elder of the book collection hall. Feng Shang was thrilled to receive Pan En for the first time, bombarding Guan with compliments and guaranteeing that he would handle the book's follow-up matters well. Only after an hour at the book collection hall did Guan manage to get away. Feng Shang was simply too enthusiastic. In Feng Shang's eyes, Guan was a tremendous opportunity. As long as he arranged Pan En's new book properly, his career would skyrocket. After leaving the book collection hall, Guan strolled around the city. As the Supreme Sect grew stronger each year, the Outer Gate City became very bustling. Every street was crowded, and even stalls appeared, selling all kinds of odd and remarkable items. In the last year, Guan had taken to wandering the city streets whenever he was free. As he walked, Guan spotted a familiar face. "Du Yi." Guan approached to greet him. Both being house servants of the Ji family and having been accepted into the Supreme Sect together, their relationship was not close, but they would chat if they bumped into each other in the outer sect. Du Yi was fiddling with a small gourd at a stall. Hearing Guan's voice, he reluctantly set the gourd down, stood up, and looked at Guan. When Guan reached him, Du Yi greeted him with a smile, asking, "Are you here treasure hunting too?" Guan laughed and replied, "There aren't that many treasures to find. I'm just browsing and enjoying the buzz. How have you been lately?" 92-year-old Du Yi looked just over 40. He hadn't taken any youth-preserving pills when he was younger, unlike Guan, who appeared youthful. In the immortal cultivation world, not every cultivator seeks a youthful appearance. Some believe that maturity conveys more presence. Don't get me started. I attempted the foundation establishment recently and failed, wasting a foundation establishment pill in the process, Du Yi said gloomily. He was genuinely a low-level cultivator in the immortal cultivation world, of mediocre talent, who had to do odd jobs for young masters from significant families for cultivation resources. Guan consoled him, then took out a medicine bottle with 2 foundation establishment pills inside. "This." Holding the medicine bottle, Du Yi hesitated. He didn't want to accept Guan's charity, but he couldn't bear to refuse. For a low-level cultivator like him, reaching the foundation establishment was a lifelong dream. Guan smiled and said, "Don't mention it, after all, we grew up together. I hope you live a few more decades. When we're old, we can reminisce about our youth." Hearing this, Du Yi felt a warm sensation and remembered that he had once told Guan to seek his help if he ever encountered any troubles. If there was any way he could help, he wouldn't hesitate. Half a lifetime later, Guan had never sought his help. Instead, Du Yi began to owe Guan favors. Du Yi lightly patted Guan's shoulder, no longer refusing. He put the medicine bottle into his storage bag. By the way, I heard something recently. Our third miss has been betrothed, Du Yi suddenly said in a low voice. Hearing this, Guan was stunned and asked with curiosity, betrothed? To whom? Hearing of Ji Xiaoyu's engagement, his heart couldn't help but ripple. Perhaps it was because Ji Xiaoyu had once saved him as a child. Even after growing up, Ji Xiaoyu had been kind to him, not treating him like a house servant and giving him many things to help with his cultivation. Could even such a girl of heavenly pride not escape an arranged marriage? Thinking of this, Guan felt quite emotional. Du Yi shook his head and said, How would I know? But it seems that only the engagement is set. There's no date for the wedding yet. I think the young master and the others are very happy. So the other party must be quite significant. That's a given. Being able to marry into the Ji family is beyond our imagination, Guan said with a laugh. The two of them chatted for a bit more, and then Guan bid farewell to Du Yi. He didn't go back to Medicine Valley but continued to wander around the city. The book collection hall acted quickly, and in less than a month, Shattering Void appeared in the book collection halls of various cities. Riding on the reputation accumulated from investiture of the gods and supreme immortal venerable, Pan-An's new book caused a sensation as soon as it hit the shelves, sweeping through the supreme sect. A month later, the name Shattering Void had spread throughout the Taitsong immortal cultivation world and started reaching the other 8 dynasties. Lu Lingjun also bought the book, and as soon as she finished reading, she went straight to Guan. It's written quite well. The male protagonist harbors a great demon inside him that leads the way on his journey of immortal cultivation despite his mediocre talent. But, Lu Lingjun frowned as she spoke. What but? Asked Guan. Why is it called Shattering Void? She stared intently at Guan, as if trying to see through him. Guan responded with a puzzled look. Didn't you say that ascending is your pursuit in your homeland? Doesn't Shattering Void appeal to you? Hearing this, Lu Lingjun couldn't help but nod, saying, Indeed, it's very appealing. Then you should continue writing it well. She mocked herself internally. How could this kid have guessed that she was an ascender? Then they started discussing the book Shattering Void, and Lu Lingjun made many demands. Guan wasn't agreeable at first, but when she brought out a pile of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, he changed his tune, saying he would consider it. Lu Lingjun was amused by his greed. After Lu Lingjun left, he took out Daoist Xuanchuan and started to read. Shattering Void was only written because someone asked for it, but the classics that are truly worth appreciating are in Daoist Xuanchuan. With the release of Pan-An's book, the servant disciples of Mystic Valley and the Third Medicine Valley also began discussing it, and Pan-An's name proved to be more influential than Guan had imagined. Half a month later, when Guan returned to the Third Medicine Valley, he sensed LV Batian's presence. Counting the days, it had been more than 10 years since he last saw him. Guan went to the attic to meet with the long-waiting LV Batian. He closed the door of the room and then approached LV Batian, raising his hand in salute. LV Batian looked the same as he had many years ago. He gestured for Guan to sit down. After Guan took his seat, LV Batian finally asked, What made you think of publishing a book recently? It was a spur-of-the-moment thing. Did you read it too? Replied Guan, I did. It's not as good as Investiture. That's true, Guan said sincerely. He believed that himself. LV Batian changed the subject abruptly. Is Su Han your disciple? Upon hearing this, Guan feigned nervousness and asked. He used to be. What about him? LV Batian stared at Guan and said, He has also cultivated the Defying Fate divine skill. What? Guan was visibly shocked. He hastened to explain, I didn't teach it to him. Over these years, I haven't even seen him. Since LV Batian had passed the Defying Fate divine skill to Guan, he had barely practiced it because he couldn't abandon his cultivation to start over. LV Batian snorted and said, Of course I know you didn't pass it on. As a matter of fact, I didn't create the Defying Fate divine skill either. I also received it from someone else. I can tell you directly that defying fate divine skill comes from the ephemera sect. Now that Su Han has also learned it, it indicates that the remnants of the ephemera sect have not been completely eradicated. Gu Wan's eyes widened, displaying a look of disbelief. He thought of the 9 Nether 13 evil and the ghost mother of ephemera. Could it be that they had approached Su Han? Sect leader you? Guan looked at LV Batian, unsure of what to say, a mix of emotions crossing his face. He really wanted to say, I also have an identity concerning the ephemera sect. I am the sect hierarch of the ephemera sect. LV Batian chuckled. Don't worry. I just have karma with the ephemera sect. I don't actually come from there. In my youth, I made a Taoist friend who was from the ephemera sect. Before she died, she passed the defying fate divine skill on to me. It is because of this skill that I could achieve what I have. Don't talk about this past to anyone. If you do, I surely won't be able to hold on to my position as sect leader. Ever since the Supreme Elders returned, my position has become increasingly unstable. He concluded with a self-deprecating laugh. Guan immediately responded, Of course, I won't speak of it, as long as you don't harm the interests of the Supreme Sect. LV Batian glared at him, feigning annoyance, but he was inwardly very pleased. He's truly worthy of being the sect leader I picked. Following that, LV Batian said, Su Han has learned the Hateful Heaven Divine Sword and inherited the Defying Fate Divine skill. His progress will be rapid from now on. How close are you with him? If you're close, be cautious. It's clear that Su Han has a mastermind behind him. I'm afraid that person will come after you to make Su Han hate this world even more. Chapter 156 Innate Divine Skills Persecuting Me? Guan almost laughed. Whoever wanted to persecute him must have had a death wish. With his ability to foresee potential threats, he could detect anyone who harbored hostility towards his true self at the first moment. At least for now, no one bore him ill will. Guan usually acted kindly towards others, making it hard for anyone to hold a grudge against him. Apart from the Supreme Sect, not many people knew him. Faced with LV Batian's scrutiny, Guan frowned and pondered. I can't say for sure. I treated him quite well, but back when the Sword Sect was hunting him down, I advised him to abandon the Hateful Heaven Divine Sword. Maybe he holds some resentment towards me because of that. LV Batian nodded and said, Having some resentment is good. At least you won't become his weak point. But you should still pray he doesn't hate you. Otherwise, if he grows stronger, you'll be in trouble. His tone became teasing towards the end. Guan shrugged and said, I believe the Supreme Sect will protect me. If I encounter danger here, then there must be a serious issue with the Supreme Sect. You cheeky brat, you're mocking me, aren't you? Not at all. I trust you, sect leader, so please don't make fun of me. As a minor cultivator, I don't want to get involved in bigger troubles. Nothing to do with the ephemera sect or the Hateful Heaven Divine Sword. I'd prefer it that way. Guan said helplessly. Seeing his expression, LV Batian suddenly felt ashamed, thinking he shouldn't have teased him. Guan didn't possess the cultivation level of the Unification Realm's 9th layer. Facing the threat of the Hateful Heaven Divine Sword, he must have been very afraid, but was just putting up a brave front. With that thought, LV Batian's face turned serious, and he said, As long as you stay within the Supreme Sect, nothing will happen to you. At least here, I can ensure your safety. Obviously, he was hinting at Guan about going to Xianxia Valley. Although LV Batian didn't know where Xianxia Valley was, he knew that Guan frequently left Mystic Valley, but he never asked about it. LV Batian started talking about Li Xiandao. The Taizong dynasty's offensive was swift and fierce, opening no fewer than 5 battlefields in collaboration with the Great Yu dynasty. The neighboring dynasty was about to collapse. LV Batian indeed didn't like Li Xiandao, but he had to admit that Li Xiandao was very skilled in employing people, always managing to find geniuses or capable generals. From Gu An's point of view, he hoped Li Xiandao could unify the 9 dynasties. Unity would better resist the demon disaster. After unification, order could be established, and the world would be peaceful for the right path. Peace in the world would also help him survive. For the lower-level cultivators, peace was also a good thing. There might be fewer opportunities, But how many lower-level cultivators could turn their fate with an opportunity? Cultivators who turned their fate with opportunities were far fewer than those who died in conflicts. The two talked for a long time, until evening, before LV Batian finally left. Guan couldn't help but feel that LV Batian had lost some of his sharpness from years ago. Starmaster Cave. Guan, masked, appeared on a cliff, his divine sense sweeping over to Xianxia staying in a cave. Inside the cave was a pool filled with blood-colored water, wherein Hao was practicing, his chi blood continually increasing. Xianxia was in the forest, practicing her step technique. After spending 2 years in this grotto heaven, both Hao and Xianxia had received various inheritances, rapidly improving their skills. It would take many years for them to fully inherit Taoist Starmaster's legacy. After all, Taoist Starmaster was in the Mahayana realm, and his lifetime legacy was extremely vast. Even though Hao had matchless talent, it would take a lot of time to absorb it all. Guan just glanced at them, then went to pick the celestial treasures in the forest. His aura was hidden, unnoticed by the spirit beasts within the grotto heaven. These Unification Realm spirit beasts were very gentle and had formed good relations with Hao and Xianxia, but to avoid unnecessary trouble, Guan still acted quietly. After an hour, Guan left, satisfied. This trip had gained him 50,000 years of lifespan. Since no one cultivated the treasures in Starmaster Cave, Guan also didn't want to do so, fearing that people from the 7-star spirit realm might come after him. He could only patiently wait for the celestial treasures in this grotto heaven to grow naturally. That's why he picked only a small amount every time, leaving half behind to self-reproduce. He quickly arrived at Xianxia Cave. One night last month, with Guan's protection, Xianxia successfully crossed her tribulation and entered the core formation realm. She had been consolidating her cultivation ever since. Landing on the ground, Guan sensed that her demonic power had stabilized, which indicated that she had consolidated her cultivation. He deliberately made footsteps as he walked towards a garden area. Xianxia pushed the door open and like a gust of wind, came to Guan's side, directly hugging his left arm excitedly saying, "Master, my demon core has fully formed, and I've even comprehended a divine skill." Feeling the softness from his left arm, Guan marveled internally. A demon was indeed a demon. She appeared very slim, yet her figure was astonishing. He naturally withdrew his arm and walked a few steps forward, squatting down to pick medicinal herbs, while asking, "What kind of divine skill?" Xianxia came to his side, bending at the waist, hands on her knees, and smiled sweetly. "A transformation divine skill. I'm very powerful now." As soon as she finished speaking, a wave of demon energy spread from her body, covering her figure. Guan turned his head to look. As the demon energy dissipated, Xianxia had transformed into his exact image, her aura indistinguishable from his, with no trace of demon energy. This surprised him. This divine skill was not bad. Guan placed the harvested medicinal herbs into his storage bag, stood up, and curiously asked, "Can you teach me this divine skill?" Xianxia shook her head and said, "I wish I could, but there's no mental method or incantation for it. This divine skill seems to come naturally to me, like speaking. It's very easy for me to use, but I don't know how to teach it." She transformed back into her previous appearance, demon energy swirling, and clutched Guan's mask. Guan took a step back, and Xianxia in red, placed her hands on her hips and laughed proudly. "Master, how was it? Isn't my divine skill amazing?" Her bright eyes turned into 2 crescent moons with joy, making Guan unable to resist reaching out to pat her head, ruffling her hair. After praising Xianxia a few times, Guan had her return to her cultivation. Guan rarely visited, so Xianxia didn't want to cultivate and instead stayed by his side, chattering incessantly about trivial matters, like a crooked flower or bumping into a tree while practicing the limitless freedom step. She could only stay in Xianxia Cave, with no contact with other demon creatures, so if it were Guan, he wouldn't have so much to talk about. Guan didn't get annoyed. On the contrary, he listened attentively, occasionally responding, which made Xianxia even happier. For a long while, Xianxia followed Guan to a stone table, where he took out bottles of elixirs for her cultivation, instructing her on how to take them. "Once you master the limitless freedom step, I can take you out for a walk." Guan looked at Xianxia and said seriously. Having stayed in Xianxia Cave for so many years, Xianxia never requested to go out. Her attitude towards the medicinal herbs was very serious too. At least Guan couldn't find any fault in her. Guan had already accepted Xianxia, no longer seeing her as a mere demon slave. Xianxia wasn't too excited. Instead, she pouted and said, "The limitless freedom step is too hard. Who knows how many years I'll need to master it." Even the Heaven Phoenix Demon Mother didn't achieve her power in just a few decades. The strong beings in this world have all endured long lonely years before they could act as they pleased. Guan said earnestly. Xianxia nodded and said, "I understand, I'll definitely work hard in my cultivation." Guan noticed that she no longer kept talking about revenge. He wondered if she kept it in her heart or had given up on the idea. He didn't leave immediately but sat down and started explaining the primordial earth immortal skill to Xianxia. The core formation was just the beginning. Xianxia still had a long way to go. If he could nurture a peerless great demon, Guan would certainly feel a sense of accomplishment. Xianxia's ultimate lifespan was 18,000 years, meaning she would be with Guan for the longest time. Perhaps to avoid loneliness in the future, Guan's teachings to Xianxia were no less than his instructions to Jianghu. Dark clouds covered the sky, the mountainous terrain undulated unevenly, and as far as the eye could see, the hills and valleys were sparse with vegetation. Most of the trees were withered, stripped of their leaves. Desolate. Silent. Two figures walked through the mountains, one of them being Guan's disciple Su Han. After decades, Su Han had undergone a complete transformation. He wore black, carried a bone sword, and had a red string tied around his forehead and knotted at the back, casually binding his black hair. His eyebrows exuded malevolence, with a cold, indifferent gaze. Ahead of Su Han walked a frail old man, turning back repeatedly with obsequious smiles. "Sir, up ahead is the habitat of the holy beast Sky Dragon. Although this Sky Dragon is under 100 years old, it has a peculiar temper, so you must be careful," the frail old man warned. Su Han looked forward, where amidst the darkness, a massive mountain faintly appeared, intermittently echoing with shrill cries, making the place daunting and terrifying. He ordered, "You go attract it first, I'll follow soon." The frail old man's face turned pale upon hearing this, quickly waving his hands. "With my cultivation level, I'm afraid." Su Han's eyes turned cold, making the old man shiver, and he hastily agreed, flying ahead and quickly disappearing into the darkness. Not long after, a dragon roar erupted from ahead, shaking the heavens and earth. Su Han then took down the bone sword from his back, with terrifying black energy seeping from his orifices, making him appear as if possessed by a demon. Who dares trespass the forbidden grounds of the ancient Sky Sect? A furious, elderly shout came, and a gray-robed burly man suddenly flew over the mountain peak, attacking Su Han. Su Han, with his back to him, did not turn around. He continued walking forward with his sword. At that moment, a ghostly figure appeared behind him, swinging its palm to gather terrifying ghost energy into a massive black wing. The gray-robed burly man's face changed drastically, using his spiritual power to resist, but he was still sent flying by the attack. "I advise you to pretend you saw nothing, or it would be a pity if you were to die." An icy female voice came from the mysterious ghostly figure. If Guan were here, he would definitely recognize the voice. Ghost Mother of Ephemera. Chapter 157 Different Paths. Downfall late at night. Deep underground in the Mystic Valley, inside the 8 scenic caves. Guan was sitting under a green vine tree reading a book, leaning against the main trunk, with 2 tree vines gently massaging his shoulders. He suddenly put down the book and sat up straight. "What's wrong? Master, was the pressure too much?" The green vine tree emitted a weak, pitiful female voice. Guan replied, "No, I just have something to attend to. I need to leave." The green vine tree trembled, quickly saying, "Master, don't forget to bring some lamb meat next time." Guan waved his hand and then disappeared from the spot. He took a step out of the supreme sect's boundaries and arrived at the top of a mountain. It was late autumn, the night wind was chilly, fluttering his robe. He gazed into the distance. He felt that the Sky Dragon was in trouble. Although he and the Sky Dragon hadn't formed a contract, ever since the Sky Dragon was born, they established a subtle connection. This connection was similar to the feeling when Sage Xianmiao summoned him. He extended his divine sense along this subtle connection. Soon, he locked onto a certain sect. His divine sense pierced through layers of restrictions and entered a minor heaven and earth similar to the Starmaster Cave. Ha! The Ghost Mother of Ephemera, and the 9 Nether 13 Evil. These guys were fighting with great cultivators of the ancient Sky Sect. Gu An's divine sense locked onto the Sky Dragon, his expression becoming strange. The person fighting with the Sky Dragon was surprisingly Su Han. Su Han's aura had already approached the nascent soul realm, but his aura was very chaotic, giving the impression that he could deviate at any moment. The Sky Dragon, although lazy and not much of a cultivator, relied on its powerful bloodline talent. Su Han couldn't take it down quickly. The 20 Zhonglong Sky Dragon twisted its body, occasionally spewing scorching flames. Su Han's figure was ghostly, skillfully dodging, and occasionally swinging his sword, sending sword chi slashing at the Sky Dragon, causing its dragon blood to splatter continuously. In his other hand, Su Han held a cloth bag, collecting the Sky Dragon's blood. After a moment of hesitation, Guan decided to intervene. In the dim heavens and earth, the Sky Dragon was fleeing through the mountains and wilds, with Su Han wielding a bone sword, relentlessly pursuing. Damn it! Who are you really? I will never forgive you in the future. The Sky Dragon roared, shaking the mountain forests, its voice still childish, like that of a young boy. Su Han's cold voice came from behind. Hateful Heaven Divine Sword, Su Han. The Sky Dragon's eyes narrowed, clearly having heard of the Hateful Heaven Divine Sword, showing fear in its eyes. It ran even faster, twisting its body like an eel. Su Han leaped into the air, flying high and slashed down. The sword chi was immense, condensing into 7 sword shadows, attacking the Sky Dragon. Each sword shadow's tail had several ghosts, as if evil spirits were pushing the swords, terrifying under the night sky. A dark purple demonic shadow appeared out of nowhere on the Sky Dragon's head, grabbing and dispersing Su Han's sword chi in mid-air. Su Han's eyes widened. It was him. Su Han couldn't forget the mysterious demonic shadow that killed his master, Zhong Liang, recognizing it at a glance. Boom! A terrifying divine sense instantly struck his mind, causing him to faint immediately, falling into the mountain forests. The Sky Dragon also suffered a divine sense attack, instantly falling unconscious, its massive body crashing down, kicking up clouds of dust. Guan appeared before Su Han, who lay on the grass, life or death uncertain. At this moment, the Ghost Mother of Ephemera suddenly appeared before Su Han, half kneeling, clasping her hands in apology. Please forgive me, Sect Hierarch. We did not know the Sky Dragon was connected to you. The ghostly energy around her dissipated, revealing a pale female face. Her gaze towards Guan was filled with joy. Guan coldly asked, "Are you the Ghost Mother of Ephemera?" Although he had seen the Ghost Mother of Ephemera before, Sword Venerable Fudao had not, so he had to ask. "I am indeed the Ghost Mother of Ephemera." The Ghost Mother of Ephemera respectfully answered. Guan continued, "The ancient Sky Sect is also under my protection. The Sky Dragon is the holy beast of the ancient Sky Sect. You are not allowed to seize it." By saying this, he indicated that he intervened for the sake of the ancient Sky Sect, not for the Sky Dragon. Upon hearing this, the Ghost Mother of Ephemera cautiously asked, "Why do you protect both sects?" Guan countered, "The Ephemera sect is already destroyed. Why don't you return to the 9 Nether Road?" The Ghost Mother of Ephemera replied helplessly, "We indeed wish to return, but the path back on the 9 Nether Road has been blocked by cultivators of the 7 Star Spirit Realm. We can only escape back." The 7 Star Spirit Realm? Hearing this, Guan became more certain that the demonic catastrophe was being driven by the 7 Star Spirit Realm. "Is this young man your disciple?" Guan asked. The Ghost Mother of Ephemera looked at Guan, shrouded in demonic energy, hesitated for a moment, then said, "He is not my disciple, just a pawn. With the impending demonic catastrophe, I wanted to cultivate him to become my strength to break through the 9 Nether Road." Using Su Han to fight against the cultivators of the 7 Star Spirit Realm within the 9 Nether Road? Guan couldn't help but feel pity for Su Han, but he had no intention of saving him. Su Han's desire for power had become an obsession. Even without the Ghost Mother of Ephemera, he would still go astray. In Su Han's eyes, he wasn't committing evil, but merely striving to become stronger. Guan didn't personally eliminate Su Han because he had not heard of Su Han slaughtering innocent civilians. Those who died at Su Han's hands were indeed many, but they were all people with grudges against him. Most of them wanted to remove the hateful Heaven Divine Sword but were instead killed by him. The hateful Heaven Divine Sword was Su Han's ancestral swordsmanship, so he and Guan were not true master and disciple. Guan merely provided him with some elixirs. Past ties of master and disciple had been severed. Su Han's life or death was no longer related to Guan Gu and mainly wanted to see Su Han's fate. Su Han, who had mastered the defying fate divine skill, could devour the spiritual power of other cultivators. To some extent, it was similar to Gu An's ability to seize lifespan. But Su Han's path was completely different from Gu An's. Wherever this young man went, he fought, and his fierce reputation spread far and wide. The Ghost Mother of Ephemera revealed the effects of the defying fate divine skill, which were exactly the same as those known to Guan, with no exaggeration. From the Ghost Mother of Ephemera's perspective, she naturally didn't know Sword Venerable Fu Dao knew the defying fate divine skill, so she spoke frankly. Perhaps she genuinely wanted to make Guan the sect hierarch of the Ephemera sect. In the land we come from, the Ephemera sect has stood for tens of thousands of years. The spiritual energy there far surpasses that of the 9 dynasties. Although the Ephemera sect has been destroyed by the mountain god, it was the traitors who defected to butcher immortal Jing who were wiped out. Our sect's orthodox disciples still remain. If you return with me, in at most 1,000 years, the Ephemera sect can restore its former glory. The Ghost Mother of Ephemera said earnestly. Guan asked, is it just because I know the Taitsong divine shocking sword? Aren't you afraid it'll sacrifice you all, like the actions of the Ephemera sect? Knowing the Taitsong divine shocking sword is one reason. I have stayed in the Supreme Sect for many years and learned about your deeds. Your ability to inscribe the words righteous path on the heavenly repair platform speaks to your character. If you are willing to lead the Ephemera sect, you can certainly guide it towards the right path. The Ephemera tree may be an evil entity, but the Ephemera sect was originally founded by subduing this tree to save lives and thus established its Taoist tradition. As she spoke, she raised her right hand, and a token appeared in her hand. This is the token of the sect hierarch of the Ephemera sect. The deceased hierarch had always been searching for this token, not knowing it was in my possession. This token can find all members of the Ephemera sect and locate the hidden inheritance of true disciples. Guan extended his hand, his divine sense entering the token. He sensed a powerful restriction, which could not be broken by anyone below the Mahayana realm. Of course, this restriction was formidable to others, but it was as if non-existent before him. As his divine sense entered the token, he felt as if he was overlooking the land. He saw a chaotic, dim world with only landforms, no flowers or living beings. Through the scenes within the token, he could see the positions of other Ephemera sect cultivators. Apart from this, the token had many other functions, with numerous restrictions that intrigued Guan. He retracted his divine sense and said, I'll temporarily hold on to this token. In the future, treat the token as though it's me. Upon hearing this, the Ghost Mother of Ephemera was overjoyed and quickly bowed to thank Guan. Guan then disappeared from the spot. The Ghost Mother of Ephemera immediately stood up and left with Su Han. As for the distant sky dragon, she dared not touch it again. Late autumn in the Mystic Valley. Guan watched his disciples sweep away the fallen leaves in various gardens while his divine sense was focused on the distance, observing the decisive battle between the Taitsong dynasty and the Hanlu dynasty. LV Xian and Wu Ju were also participating, showcasing their prowess. They were already close to reaching the Hanlu dynasty's imperial city. Gu An's focus was mainly on Yi Yan. Yi Yan was also from the Mystic Valley and had been guided in spear techniques and body tempering methods by Luo Hun and Zhou Tongyu. After building his foundation, he joined the army. Decades had passed. Yi Yan was now a general of the Taitsong dynasty with illustrious military achievements. Although not yet in the core formation realm, his strength on the battlefield was formidable. After all, most soldiers were below the core formation realm. Those who reached it typically transcended the dynasty's constraints, seeking their own immortal path. Watching the battlefield, Guan felt like he was witnessing the investiture of the gods. Both sides had sex cultivators charging into battle, casting spells. The losing side would be overwhelmed by the army, retreating step by step. Just as he was engrossed, Zhen Qin flew over on her sword and landed beside Guan. She whispered, "Master, senior brother Su Han has been wanted by the ancient sky sect." Guan nonchalantly said, "I've told you, he's not your senior brother." Zhen Qin pouted, "He might not be my senior brother to outsiders, but we grew up together. How can I completely sever ties with him? Telling me want help. What can I do?" "Master, I'm just feeling anxious and wanted to talk to you." Zhen Qin glared at him. Guan glanced at her smiling. "Don't worry about him. He survived many years of being hunted. Instead of worrying about him, you should worry about yourself. You seem to encounter more danger than him." He referred to the time Zhen Qin was saved by Sage Xian Miao from the law enforcement hall disciples. Although she didn't mention the existence of the mountain god, Yilan knew about her perilous experience and had informed Guan. Just as Zhen Qin was about to retort, she suddenly sensed something and took out her disciple token from her storage bag. Guan did the same, taking out his Valley Master token, and inserted his divine sense. Immediately, he heard the voice of Guzong. Supreme Elder Kusong investigated the demon land and unfortunately perished. In 3 days, all disciples must gather in the affiliated city to pay respect to the ancestor. Chapter 158. Jianghu returns. A hand in the night ancestor Kusong died? Guan heard Guzong's words and felt a bit dazed. Although he wasn't very close friends with ancestor Kusong, they had pleasant conversations whenever they were at the inner sect book collection hall. Hearing the news of ancestor Kusong's demise gave him an indescribable feeling. The Supreme Elder has fallen. If I recall correctly, ancestor Kusong was at the Mystic Heart Realm, right? Zhen Qin frowned and said. When the ephemera sect attacked back then, ancestor Kusong fought against Venerable Qi Qian, spreading his Dao name throughout the Supreme Sect. He had become the second most renowned great cultivator in the Supreme Sect, only next to Sword Venerable Fu Dao. Even Zhen Qin, who had no interaction with ancestor Kusong, felt sad upon hearing his demise. Guan looked up to the sky. He saw dark clouds, indicating that a storm was about to come. Ancestor Kusong's death shocked the entire Supreme Sect, and the news quickly spread through the immortal cultivation world. 3 days later, Guan arrived at Inner Sect City as scheduled to attend ancestor Kusong's memorial service. Tens of thousands of disciples in the city mourned. Listening to the sect elders recount ancestor Kusong's life achievements, even newly inducted disciples felt sorrow. After recounting ancestor Kusong's life, the Supreme Sect also disclosed for the first time the impending great calamity of demons that would erupt decades later, causing an uproar among the cities. In the days that followed, various sects under the Taizong dynasty also announced this matter. The peace of the immortal cultivation world was once again shattered, and all cultivators felt a sense of crisis. A Mystic Heart Realm cultivator has already fallen. This calamity is far more terrifying than the previous ephemera sect turmoil. Autumn faded into winter. Winter snow gradually covered Mystic Valley. On this day, Guan waited early at the Mystic Valley Pavilion because he felt a familiar aura approaching. Late at night, a figure appeared outside Guan's window. Guan went to open the window and let the visitor in. It was a white-robed woman wearing a bamboo hat. After entering, she took off the hat and looked back at Guan, who was setting up a restriction. She smiled and asked, "Did you miss me, obedient disciple?" After finishing the restriction, Guan turned around and curiously asked, "Where have you been all these years? Are you all right?" He cast a lifespan detection spell on Jianghu. Jianghu, nascent soul realm level 6243/700/5490. 5,490 years of maximum lifespan. Guan remembered that Jianghu's maximum lifespan was around 2,400 years. It seems there were great opportunities on the Nine Nether Road. Jianghu smiled and said, "I went to a mysterious place and got great opportunities. How could your martial master not fare well?" Seeing Guan's concerned expression warmed Jianghu's heart. Someone still thought of her in this world. Guan invited Jianghu to sit down first and then started brewing tea. "Disciple, how have you been these years?" Jianghu asked, her gaze sweeping over the room's decor. With his back to her, Guan replied, "As usual, growing flowers and herbs, reading books. Oh, and in the last Golden List tournament, I ranked among the top 500, thanks to the magic artifact bestowed by my sect seniors. Talking about the Golden List tournament, he felt proud and intentionally boasted to Jianghu. In the past, Jianghu might have been surprised, but after experiencing the ephemera sect turmoil and traveling the Nine Nether Road, her perspective had changed drastically. Facing Guan's boasting, she found it amusing while also feeling gratified. Seeing him living well made her happy. After Guan finished speaking, he carried some hot tea to the table. As he sat down, he poured tea while asking, "And you? Can you share a bit?" Jianghu smiled and said, "I offended a significant figure and have to hide in the 8 scenic caves for a while. Are you sure you want to know?" Upon hearing this, Guan immediately shook his head and said, "Then forget it. If you need to hide, just hide. I certainly won't betray you." In the past, Jianghu had taught him many things, and the 8 scenic caves belonged to her, so sheltering her was only natural. More importantly, Guan already knew who was hunting Jianghu. Before going to the ancient sky sect, Guan detected Jianghu's presence during a divine sense probe. He accepted the sect hierarch token from the ephemera sect to give it to Jianghu later. Just in time, Jianghu had ambitions. 2 great cultivators in the void-crossing realm were chasing Jianghu, but they had lost her trail and were now wandering in the Great Yu dynasty. Hearing Guan's words, Jianghu smiled, raised her hand, and produced a white jade bottle. She said, "The spirit juice inside is good stuff. Drink a mouthful each month, no more, to avoid chi blood disruption. This juice can enhance your root bone quality." "How can I take this?" "You should keep it for yourself. I've already consumed a lot. This is the leftover, and it no longer benefits me. You keep it, no refusals." With a stern face, Jianghu said this. Hearing her words, Guan had no option but to accept. After chatting for an hour, they moved to the 8 scenic caves. Guan revealed that the green vine tree had developed spiritual wisdom, but Jianghu was nonchalant, stating that the green vine tree in the Thousand Autumn Pavilion also had spiritual intelligence. Earlier, while in the pavilion, Guan had already messaged the green vine tree, instructing it on what could be said and what should be kept secret. Back in the 8 scenic caves, Jianghu sensed the spiritual energy was denser than before, making her very pleased with Guan. "Disciple, the Thousand Autumn Pavilion has disbanded, and my kin have all perished. From now on, I will depend on you. You won't mind, will you?" Jianghu rested her hand on Guan's shoulder with a smile. Guan stepped to the side and said, "Why would I mind? I even want to learn formations from you." He then went to the green vine tree and dug out the divine power collection of the Ji family, handing it to Jianghu. Jianghu had robbed this item during a banquet at the Ji family. It recorded the Heaven and Earth Path Gang divine skills. Guan had already mastered the Heaven and Earth Path Gang and upgraded it to Taoist Gang Primal Energy. Now, even if caught off guard, it would be hard for enemies of the same rank to kill him instantly. The Taoist Gang Primal Energy could autonomously protect his body. Looking at the divine power collection in her hands, Jianghu felt mixed emotions. For some reason, her mood was quite complicated. Seeing her expression, Guan felt uneasy. "Don't tell me she's moved?" He immediately found an excuse and left. Watching his departing figure, Jianghu sighed and thought, "This kid is really foolish. He didn't even research it thoroughly." She could sense that the restriction on the divine power collection was intact, so she assumed Guan hadn't touched it. Such foolishness would surely lead to trouble someday. She needed to teach him. Jianghu's return didn't change Guan's life. Every 7 days, he would visit the 8 scenic caves, bringing along various medicinal herbs for her, asking her not to pick any, leaving that task to him. Jianghu, aware of his habits, behaved accordingly upon returning to the 8 scenic caves. Since Guan had prepared the herbs, why should she bother? Due to Ancestor Quzong's death, the atmosphere in the Supreme Sect was colder than in previous winters. At the year's end, a major event occurred. The Hanlu dynasty surrendered. Thus, the Taizong dynasty annexed the Hanlu dynasty, breaking the millennial 9 dynasty balance. Li Zuando's prestige soared, with even the outer sect of the Supreme Sect discussing him. If he truly united the world, his name would be engraved in history. Guan heard in the outer sect that Li Xiandao had begun deploying troops against the Wuzhen dynasty. This time, there were no public objections, but rather praises for Li Xiandao. Rumor had it that the Tianwei dynasty in the distant land also waged war, with the current emperor harboring ambitions no less than Li Zuando's. Significantly, ancestor Xingyan's death hadn't spread, and Tianwei made no inquiries with the supreme sect about Xizong's death, clearly determined to swallow this loss. These matters were irrelevant to Guan. He simply listened for entertainment. With the new year, Yilan and Zhenqin came to spend the festival with Guan. Guan divided the spirit juice given by Jiangqiong into 3 portions, giving them to Yilan, Zhenqin, and Xiaochuan individually, asking them not to tell anyone. Right after the spring festival, the supreme sect began recruiting disciples to explore the demon land. Facing the inevitable calamity, the supreme sect didn't want to sit idle, so they offered generous rewards to attract disciples for reconnaissance. Some disciples nearing their lives' end or faced with cultivation obstacles eagerly applied, but Guan instructed Yilan and Zhenqin not to participate. Thankfully they listened. In the following years, news about demons frequently reached the supreme sect. Demons increased across the 9 dynasties, clearly a precursor to the demon calamity. Time flew like a white steed's shadow passing a crevice. 2 years later, during late autumn, in a mountain forest under the night sky, Xie walked. He stopped as black crows flew out from the darkness ahead. These crows swept past Xie, settled on a large tree behind him, and coalesced into a figure, dark and eerie, with no clear features. "The Emperor is looking for you. Won't you return?" the mysterious figure asked. "What for? Isn't the southward movement inevitable?" Xie's tone was full of sarcasm. "Why do you resist the Emperor's plan?" the mysterious figure asked in a deep voice. Xie mocked. "This world isn't big enough? Even in the demon lands, there are countless hills beyond his control. Why push humanity to extinction?" The mysterious figure snorted. "Demons and humans cannot coexist. Eradicating humans is the only way to ensure our safety. But humans exist overseas. When will the killing end? I think he's been influenced by the demon master. Don't speak ill of the demon master. Anyway, I want return. I'll train at the supreme sect. Don't seek me out again. If Sword Venerable Fudao discovers you, even if you die, I won't lift a finger." With these words, Xie left. The mysterious figure coldly said, "Sword Venerable Fudao? Ancestor Kusong of the supreme sect died by my hand. If I encounter Sword Venerable Fudao, I'll ensure he meets the same fate, boiled into broth." Xie continued without turning back and disappeared into the darkness. The mysterious figure snorted, then transformed into black crows and flew north. The crows flew swiftly, leaving the Taizong dynasty behind in no time. An hour later, they flew over the North Sea mountain and arrived at the forest of the Taichen dynasty. The crows landed by a small river, reformed into a figure. This time, he showed his true form, a crow-headed humanoid covered in black feathers, wings folding back as he squatted and plunged his hands into the river water. The night was chilly, and the river's surface glimmered. "Thad!" A hand suddenly pressed on his shoulder, freezing his expression. Chapter 159 Demon Clan's Momentum. Taoist Lord. Since ancestor Kusong perished, with the demon calamity approaching, Guan used his divine sense every night to inspect the lands of the 9 dynasties, to prevent enemies from sneaking in. That night, he happened to see Xie leaving the supreme sect, so he used his divine sense to follow, and then saw Xie meeting a demon. When Guan heard the demon say it was he who killed ancestor Kusong, Guan was filled with killing intent. He must avenge ancestor Kusong. After all, ancestor Kusong counted as an ancient friend of Guan. He didn't make a move directly but waited until the demon left the Taizong dynasty before acting. The Black Crow demon envoy stopped by the riverside, intending to rest and infuse his demonic power into the river, marking this land through the water. Before his demonic power could probe into the river, a hand fell on his shoulder. He had never experienced such a thing. Even in the demon land, no demon could approach him silently. He instinctively wanted to evade, but an unimaginable pressure pinned him down, rendering him immobile. Terror showed on his crow-like face. He glanced sideways, barely seeing a shadowy figure. Guan originally wanted to mock him, but seeing he was already scared half to death, it felt pointless. He then used his divine sense to assault his soul. Soul capturing skill. The night was silent, with only the faint sound of flowing river water echoing. The moon set, the sun rose, the brilliant sun climbed from behind the eastern mountains, its rays piercing the sky, shining on Guan and the Black Crow Demon. Under the sunlight, Guan, exhibiting his 9 extremes yin-yang body, appeared ghostly, while the Black Crow Demon in front of him had turned white-eyed, his body twitching slightly. After 2 full hours, Guan retracted his divine sense, then removed the storage bag and storage ring from the Black Crow Demon, and used Tai Ching True Fire to burn his flesh body. A few heartbeats later, the Black Crow Demon perished, his soul disintegrated, leaving only the demon core and mystic heart, which Guan collected into his storage bag. You successfully seized 380 years of lifespan from the Black Crow Demon Envoy, 8th layer of Mystic Heart Realm. Guan then disappeared from the scene. At noon, in the 3rd Medicine Valley, Guan walked down from the transmission array platform, heading towards the distant gardens. Along the way, the servant disciples he encountered greeted him warmly and saluted him. Now, the number of servant disciples in the 3rd Medicine Valley had reached 400. Guan did not overly covet natural treasures, and together with earnest planting, the production of medicinal herbs in the 3rd Medicine Valley was very impressive. Even compared to the Inner Sect's Medicine Valley, the 3rd Medicine Valley's harvest handed over to the sect each year ranked in the top 3. Thanks to this achievement, the sect was increasingly satisfied with him, continuously assigning more servant disciples. Along the way, Guan spotted an Xian, who was sweeping the ground. He immediately waved his hand, beckoning her to come over. Upon seeing this, an Xian quickly walked over and saluted upon reaching him. Having stayed in the 3rd Medicine Valley for so many years, an Xian had successfully entered the Foundation Establishment realm, thanks to the elixirs secretly given by Guan. She was very grateful to Guan. Back then, both an Hao and an Xian apprenticed under Guan simultaneously for cultivation. Now, an Hao had reached the 3rd layer of the nascent soul realm, while an Xian was only at the 1st layer of the Foundation Establishment realm. Even Guan couldn't help but sigh at the unfairness of the heavens. "Accompany me for a walk," Guan said. An Xian naturally had no objections and followed him step by step. During the harvest, Guan occasionally explained to her how to cultivate high-rank medicinal herbs, and she listened attentively. Nowadays, she was also very interested in medicinal herb cultivation. After about an hour, Guan took out a secret book and handed it to an Xian. "This skill can hopefully enhance your aptitude. Don't let anyone discover it," Guan whispered, then glanced warily into the distance. Receiving the secret book, an Xian immediately beamed and said, "Thank you, Master." After so many years, she had completely trusted Guan, referring to him as Master, just like other servant disciples, but differently compared to others. In her heart, Guan had become her true master, second only to the mysterious master who once saved her. Guan patted her head, gesturing for her to continue her work. An Xian immediately saluted and turned to leave. Watching her back, Guan wore a smile on his face. He hoped that the primordial reincarnation skill could help an Xian. Even if it didn't transform her, just letting her live a few more years would be a good thing. Life in the 3rd Medicine Valley was not dull. Guan had already built a book collection hall, a tavern, and even bought some equipment for the loft area for the disciples to enjoy. He also created chess, which became popular in the 3rd Medicine Valley. After that, Guan flew towards the Inner Sect city, having just avenged Ancestor Kusong. He wanted to chat with Elder Su Lu of the Inner Sect's book collection hall. Of course, he wouldn't tell Su Lu what happened this morning. He simply wanted to talk with Su Lu. He saw the tragic end of Ancestor Kusong in the memories of the Black Crow Demon Envoy, which made him feel depressed. At Heavenly Phoenix Mountain, in Yanchu Cave, Tian Yaoer was curiously watching Guan plant a tree. The tree was already 2 zhang tall, its leaves crimson, with long vines growing from it, making it look like a tree ablaze with flames. This was a 7th-tier spirit tree, the sun-nurturing tree, which Guan had moved from the Starmaster Cave. It was considered a sapling, for the sun-nurturing trees in the Starmaster Cave were 1,000 zhang tall, bearing sun-nurturing fruits that could enhance qi and blood, and even the perception of fire-attributed spiritual energy. After finishing the planting, Guan satisfactorily inspected the sun-nurturing tree. He turned and patted Xianxia's forehead, snapping her out of her daze. Come, I'll teach you a demon spell. Upon hearing Guan's words, Xianxia immediately became excited and hurriedly followed him. Guan had obtained many spells and cultivation techniques from the memories of the Black Crow Demon Envoy. He intended to teach Xianxia the Black Crow Demon Envoy's spell to transform into a flock of black crows. It had to be said, Xianxia's aptitude and comprehension were very high. After an hour, she could already transform into several fire crows. That's right, fire crows, not black crows. Flame-imbued crows made Guan suspect even more that she had the phoenix bloodline. The most important aspect of this spell was not the transformation, but the flight speed. Xianxia would need to spend a lot of time to master it fully. Watching her practice the spell, Guan's thoughts wandered. Demon emperors, demon masters, 72 routes of great demon kings, and the soon-to-be-revived demon ancestor. Even Guan, who had reached the 9th layer of the Nirvana realm, felt the pressure. The lowest cultivation level of the 72 routes of great demon kings was the mystic heart realm, with the top 3 great demon kings having stepped into the Mahayana realm. This was why the ephemera sect did not dare to set foot in the demon land. And the reason the demon clan did not head south was not out of fear of the 9 dynasties but rather waiting for the revival of the demon ancestor, who would need a large amount of flesh and blood to restore his body. The people of the 9 dynasties were the food designated by the demon emperor. Of course, there were also mysterious great cultivators protecting the 9 dynasties. 2,000 years ago, a mysterious Mahayana cultivator heavily injured the demon emperor during his southern invasion, nearly causing his death. However, that great cultivator had already headed south across the sea, a fact discovered by the Black Crow demon envoy subordinates, who then informed the demon emperor. That great cultivator came from the great Jiang dynasty's Xianxia sect, known as the Taoist Lord. Whether he was still alive after 2,000 years remained unknown. The great Jiang dynasty was the strongest dynasty among the 9. Although the world was now in chaos, the great Jiang dynasty remained stable, and the Xianxia sect solidified its position as the leading faction in the world by opposing the ephemera sect. The demon land was vast and boundless. Besides the openly acknowledged great demon kings, who knew what else was hidden there? This made Guan more eager to reach a lifespan of 10 million years. If possible, he didn't want to escape. He wished to continue living on this land with the supreme sect. The death of the Black Crow demon envoy did not cause any impact. Wuxia still spent his days at the heavenly repair platform comprehending sword intent. However, as time passed, demons kept increasing all over the world, causing great suffering to the common people, and the supreme sect issued more missions to eliminate demons. Even Yilan and Zhenqin had to join the efforts. Since their missions were within the supreme sect, Guan was at ease. 2 years flew by in the blink of an eye. Guan's lifespan reached over 7.4 million years, getting closer to the 10 million mark. He used his divine sense to investigate the demon land daily. Should the demon calamity arrive prematurely, he would choose to break through early. He had already decided the location for his breakthrough. He would break through above the Southern Ocean. That day, Anhao and Xianxia left the Starmaster Cave. As they walked out of the mountain wall, they turned back, watching the cave entrance gradually disappear. "Where is your master? I haven't seen him all these years," Xianxia asked curiously. Anhao replied, "The old man is elusive, I don't know where he is either. But one thing is certain: if I encounter danger, he won't stand by and do nothing." Hearing this, he showed a pleased expression. Xianxia pursed her lips, wanting to mock him, but she held back. She couldn't forget the scene when Guan obliterated the mystic heart realm with a flick of his sleeve. Such a great cultivator, Tianwei could not afford to offend. Just then, a figure leaped out of the forest, landing swiftly in front of the two. Anhao frowned, thinking it was an ambush, and prepared to fight. The newcomer was a man in Tianwei's official attire. He raised his hand in salute and said, "Your Highness, I have come under the Emperor's orders to escort you. His Majesty plans to marry you to Anhao, the top scholar on the golden list." Upon hearing this, Xianxia's face turned pale, and she angrily asked, "Is father insane? How can he marry me to this kind of person?" Anhao originally wanted to refuse, but hearing this, he immediately retorted displeasedly, What kind of person am I? Do you think I'm not worthy of you? Then I must marry you. The two began arguing. Meanwhile, the official attire man maintained his smile, watching their argument. Far away in the Supreme Sect's Mystic Valley, Guan was observing them. He had no objections to Anhao and Si Yener marrying because he had long seen the budding feelings between the two. However, he remained wary of Tianwei. Should Tianwei attempt to scheme against Anhao, he wouldn't be lenient. It would be an excuse for the Taizong dynasty to annex Tianwei's territory. After the trio set off, Guan closed the Taoist Xuanchuan. Someone was approaching Mystic Valley. He stood up, exited the house, and went downstairs. After an hour, Du Yi flew his sword into Mystic Valley. From a distance, he saw Guan and waved in greeting. The valley disciples, seeing him acquainted with Guan, did not stop him. Du Yi landed, stowing his flying sword into his storage bag, then dragged Guan to a secluded place. The family sent a message. They're planning to move out of the Supreme Sect. The third miss specifically asked to bring you and me, Du Yi whispered, his expression exuberant, feeling honored that the Ji family hadn't forgotten him. I'm just puzzled about where the Ji family can go to avoid the demonic calamity, Guan sighed. He had come to ask Jiang Qiong about this, thinking she might know. Jiang Qiong sneered. They must be hiding in the 7-star spirit realm. That 7-star spirit realm is a holy land. Even demons dare not invade it. I heard that the Ji family plans to marry Ji Xiaoyu to a genius in the 7-star spirit realm. It seems to be true. The Ji family has indeed climbed high. So it was the 7-star spirit realm. Guan looked at Jiang Qiong and asked with a frown, is the 7-star spirit realm very powerful? Of course, it is powerful. On this land, dynasties change, and races constantly engage in wars, but only the 7-star spirit realm has always existed. You tell me, are they powerful? In a sense, the 7-star spirit realm is the true ruler of this land. Those who pursued me were cultivators from the 7-star spirit realm because I got to the opportunity they wanted first, Jiang Qiong sneered. Listening to her, Guan wanted to say that if she, a nascent soul cultivator, could snatch opportunities from the cultivators of the 7-star spirit realm, then it showed that the 7-star spirit realm wasn't that powerful. Jiang Qiong seemed to see through his thoughts and said, the foundation of the 7-star spirit realm is very strong. It should have a great heaven and earth no less vast than the 9 dynasties. The families inside are numerous, and their disciples are many. The ones I encountered on the 9 Nether Road were a group of young disciples out on a training mission. Those guys were all under 100 years old but had nascent soul cultivation. The 7-star spirit realm is indeed terrifying. She showed a look of awe. Even though she was hunted by them, she had no thought of revenge because the difference in strength was too great. A great heaven and earth no less vast than the 9 dynasties? Guan grew more curious about the 7-star spirit realm. No wonder the 7-star spirit realm didn't intervene in the racial conflicts on the mainland. Even if the human race on the ground was wiped out, there would still be a continuation of human lineage. Later, Guan asked a few more questions. Jiang Qiong told him everything she knew. The more he learned, the more apprehensive he became of the 7-star spirit realm. His intuition told him that after the demonic calamity, the 7-star spirit realm might cause the next disaster. But Guan wasn't anxious. His strategy was to act only when he was absolutely sure. If he could fight, he would fight. If not, he'd retreat and live to fight another day. Your third miss is engaged to the 7-star spirit realm. Are you happy or unhappy? Jiang Qiong suddenly asked teasingly. Guan casually replied, third miss is a girl of heavenly pride. Naturally, she would marry a boy of heavenly pride. I'd certainly be happy for her. Really? Not a bit of regret in your heart? Jiang Qiong asked with a smile. Guan raised his eyebrows and shrugged, saying, indeed I have regrets. Actually, I admire the third Mississippi. But, alas, my talent is mediocre, and I don't qualify to pursue her. Since I cannot have her, I can only console myself by wishing her well. Jiang Qiong's smile faded. She snorted coldly and said, you do see it clearly. Correct, if status and talent don't match, Affection will only harm you. Keep it up. Don't let your heart be easily moved again. Guan nodded and said, I don't need to be moved. There are plenty of female disciples in the valley. Oh, is that why you don't like to cultivate? I mean, if I want to find a Taoist friend, it's not hard, but I don't want to. That sounds better. Martial Master has lived longer than you, and Taoist friends are unreliable. How many Taoist friends abandon each other in moments of life and death? How many schemed against their partners for personal gain? Martial Master hopes you won't have feelings for anyone lightly. Be more cautious. Martial Master is looking out for you. Did you ever have a Taoist friend? If I did, I would have died long ago. Jianghu began to preach earnestly to Guan, in return, asked questions sarcastically. After more than an ancient hour, Guan finally left. Watching Guan's retreating back, Jianghu thought to herself, this lad didn't even call me Martial Master. His mind is a bit wild. The tail end of summer eventually slipped away, and another autumn arrived. Guan came to Xianxia Valley and noticed that there was one more person in the valley. Since LV Xian and Yi Lu Yun left, the valley only had Luo Hun and 3 monkey demons for company. Because of this, Guan brought lots of books for Luo Hun, even a chess set. Actually, even without these, Luo Hun wouldn't feel bored, since he was a cultivator. But because Guan brought them, it was easier for him to get distracted. He often cursed Guan for being sinister, but he couldn't refuse, as Taoist Xunchen's writings were indeed compelling. Guan walked down from the hillside, looking at the figure standing in front of the wooden fence from afar. Ji Ruolai, Nascent Soul Realm, 8th floor 96/700/3900 Ji Ruolai? Guan raised his eyebrows. He had heard of this name. He was Ji Xiaoyu's biological elder brother, taken to the main family for training when he was young. Guan had never met him, only heard about him from other house servants. He didn't expect that Li Xiandao had even roped in Ji Xiaoyu's brother. Luo Hun descended from the sky, landing beside Guan. He introduced Ji Ruolai to Guan and asked, You've heard of him, right? After all, you also come from the Ji family. Guan nodded. The two approached Ji Ruolai from behind. Ji Ruolai stared at the flowers and plants in the park, lost in thought. When Luo Hun called out to him, he snapped out of it. He turned to look at Guan and Luo Hun and said, So this is the Valley Master, Guan? Guan raised his hand in greeting and said, Greetings, second young master. Ji Ruolai waved his hand and said, Here, I must address you as Valley Master. His Majesty said him to assist you. The talents who came to Xianxia Valley had to assist Guan, yet they could freely ask for any herbs in the valley, so Ji Ruolai was friendly to Guan. But Guan didn't need their assistance. He preferred to give them a small favor instead. Second young master, feel free to focus on your cultivation. The trivial matters of the valley are handled by Sun Dai and the others, Guan said softly with a smile. Ji Ruolai nodded and then started a casual conversation with him. He noticed a strange cold aura in Ji Ruolai's body, which surrounded his golden core. After chatting for a while, Guan excused himself, as he needed to pick medicinal herbs. Ji Ruolai watched Guan's departing figure, deep in thought. Luo Hun caught up with Guan and whispered, Did you find the supreme secret records I asked you to look for? Guan reluctantly refrained from rolling his eyes and whispered back, No, that book has already disappeared without a trace. Forget about it. Isn't Taoist Xunchen's works and Green Hero travel enough for you? Luo Hun could only sigh regretfully and then left. Guan shook his head, smiling. He wondered where Luo Hun had heard about it, knowing even about the supreme secret records, and asked Guan to buy it. Guan feared it might lead Luo Hun astray, affecting his training, so he didn't help him buy it. It was all Shen Zhen's fault for corrupting the ethos of the immortal cultivation world. Late at night, in a dilapidated temple, thud, a man in plain clothes fell to the ground, his right foot twitching a few times before he completely stopped breathing. Standing beside him was a man in black, Su Han. Su Han had just absorbed the spiritual power of the plain-clothed man. He was cultivating energy with both hands, trying to harmonize it. From his tightly knit brows, it was evident that he was in discomfort. There were 4 other corpses beside him, both male and female, all dead. A gust of ghostly air entered through a hole in the roof, forming the figure of the ghost mother of ephemera. Under the moonlight, the ghost mother of Ephemera's pale face looked eerily terrifying. She stood aside, watching Su Han. For a long time. Su Han opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of murky air. The ghost mother of Ephemera began, "I've already leaked your whereabouts. In no more than 7 days, many cultivators will come to hunt you down. I will have the 9 Nether 13 evil intercept the great cultivators. Seize this chance, and don't let anyone escape." Su Han nodded, then asked, "Ghost Mother, why are so many people seeking their own death when I have no grudge against them?" The ghost mother of Ephemera replied calmly, "Some want to kill you to make a name for themselves. Some want to kill you to claim the sword sex bounty. The fundamental reason they pursue you is that you're not strong enough. They think they can kill you." Chapter 161. The Mahayana Demon Attacks, the Only Way Out. Hearing the words of the ghost mother of Ephemera, Su Han remained silent. He did not refute her because he also felt that he was weak. Along the way, he had narrowly escaped death many times, relying not on his own strength. Su Han was very clear that he was just a pawn. Like the ghost mother of Ephemera in front of him who was helping him wholeheartedly, she must have had her own motives. But he had no other choice. The time left for you is running out. The demon calamity is approaching. The defying fate divine skill can only absorb the spiritual power of cultivators, not demonic power. When the demon calamity descends, if you're unwilling to abandon your principles, it will be tough for you to become stronger as every cultivator will be busy resisting the demons, said the ghost mother of Ephemera. Upon hearing this, Su Han asked, "Are you in a hurry? What do you ultimately want me to do?" The ghost mother of Ephemera answered, "That depends on how strong you can become. It's not me who should be in a hurry but you. Since the day you began cultivating the hateful heaven divine sword, your lifespan has been limited. No matter how high a realm you reach, your lifespan will not increase unless you can reach the legendary immortal realm." Su Han frowned. The ghost mother of Ephemera had mentioned the drawbacks of the hateful heaven divine sword more than once. It seemed like a reminder for his own good, but he felt threatened and oppressed. "I will do my best," Su Han said and then sat down to meditate, beginning his cultivation. The ghost mother of Ephemera watched him for a while, then transformed into a wisp of ghostly energy and dissipated. Su Han looked up, gazing at the full moon outside. For some reason, he suddenly felt an immense sorrow and confusion. It seemed no one in the world remembered him anymore. Winter snow arrived, covering the 3rd Medicine Valley in a vast expanse of white, making everything look desolate. Guan stood on the balcony, appreciating the snowy scenery while thinking about the next volume of Shattering Void. Shattering Void had become incredibly popular, and its popularity far exceeded Guan's expectations. The first 5 volumes alone had outsold the entire series of Supreme Immortal Venerable. The essence of Shattering Void was the same as Supreme Immortal Venerable, a feel-good story. But the theme of Shattering Void resonated deeply with the current mindset of cultivators across the world. With the demon calamity looming, various sects continued to send disciples out to gather information. As more intelligence came in, the whole immortal cultivation world grew increasingly oppressive. More and more people felt they were at the end of their path in cultivation. If only they could shatter the void and escape, how wonderful that would be. In the distance, a white spirit rat scampered across the snow, with Xiaochuan chasing behind it. Not only did he fail to catch it, but the white spirit rat also kicked snow into his face, amusing Guan greatly. It was hard to tell what charm this plump rat had that Xiaochuan liked it so much. Lu Lingjun walked to Guan's building, looked up at him, and said, "Valley Master, have you felt anything?" Guan lowered his eyes and asked, "Cold? Indeed, you could say that. There is a powerful demonic energy coming from the north. Could it be a sign that the demon calamity is about to arrive?" Lu Lingjun replied, her gaze also shifting to the north. Guan had actually sensed it long ago. A powerful demon at the Mahayana realm was moving south and was almost at the territory of the 8 dynasties. He did not intervene. He wanted to see if there were any hidden experts in the territory of the 8 dynasties. When the demon calamity erupted, he couldn't rely on his strength alone to turn the tide. Apart from the danger, doing so would draw too much hatred, making it easy for the 7-star spirit realm to target him. Although Guan's divine sense could cover the 9 dynasties' territory, the world was vast, and some people always managed to hide, like the Star Master Cave, which he hadn't discovered with his divine sense before. Guan asked, "If the demon calamity descends, what will you do?" Lu Lingjun replied, "Naturally, I will fight alongside the supreme sect, but if we are overpowered and see no hope, I will head south to seek an immortal fate." Having ascended for so many years, she had a deep understanding of this world. Since ancient times, when great cultivators hit bottlenecks, they would venture south. Even though the seas were more perilous than the demon lands, there were still those who pressed on without hesitation. As an ascender, Lu Lingjun naturally would not perish with the supreme sect. Guan nodded slightly, not making any comment. Lu Lingjun looked at Guan and asked, "What about you, Valley Master?" Guan feigned hesitation and said, "I will diligently plant medicinal herbs and contribute my strength. If the supreme sect were to fall, then I would take my own life to avoid being devoured by demons." Hearing this, Lu Lingjun rolled her eyes at Guan, thinking he was hopeless. Guan chuckled and didn't continue the topic to prevent panic among the other servant disciples. However, how would the immortal cultivation world deal with the impending Mahayana realm demon? The snow kept falling incessantly as if it wanted to bury the world. Night fell. Guan arrived at Nianchu Cave in Heavenly Phoenix Mountain. As soon as he entered, he saw Xianxia crouching by the medicine cauldron, warming herself by the fire, hugging her knees, shivering, even burying her head. Guan walked towards Xianxia, deliberately making footstep sounds, causing Xianxia to lift her head. Seeing Guan, she immediately beamed and rushed towards him, hugging him. "What's the matter with you?" Seeing that she was really frightened, Guan did not push her away but asked concernedly. Xianxia buried her head in Guan's chest and whispered, "I'm scared. It feels like something terrifying is approaching." She clung tightly to Guan's waist, afraid he would leave. Guan patted her shoulder and comforted her, saying, "Don't be afraid. That creature isn't heading towards Heavenly Phoenix Mountain. It's far away from us." Upon hearing this, Xianxia looked up and cautiously asked, "Really? Really? Besides, haven't I come to stay with you? But you can't even defeat the demon mother. I feel that terrifying presence is even stronger than the demon mother. Indeed, I can't defeat it, but I will take you along and flee if we have to." "Then don't lie to me. If you are going to leave here, you must take me with you." "I won't lie to you," Guan assured her. If not for his help, Xianxia might have been devoured by demons. She could only rely on him. How could he abandon her? Nonetheless, Xianxia's reaction surprised him somewhat. Being a demon herself, why would she be so scared? He led Xianxia to sit down and asked her to explain why she was so frightened. Unfortunately, Xianxia fumbled for a long time and couldn't articulate it clearly. Based on the Black Crow demon envoy's memories, Guan knew the origin of the powerful demon. Six-headed sea dragon, one of the 72 great demon kings, ruling 10,000 miles, with countless demon soldiers and demon generals under his command, known for his violent nature and infamous reputation. Even the Black Crow demon envoy, when meeting him, tread carefully, fearing being swallowed in one gulp. At this moment, the six-headed sea dragon was leading millions of demons southward, and along the way, more demons joined, including demon kings willing to follow him. His overwhelming demonic energy had alarmed the human race's immortal cultivation world. Guan could sense many cultivators heading towards the 8 dynasties' territory, with more than 20 mystic heart realm cultivators among them. Guan comforted Xianxia for a while, and she finally calmed down. Surprisingly, she fell asleep on his lap. It seemed he would have to stay here a while longer tonight. Morning. At dawn, a dragon's roar echoed from afar, startling the servant disciples in the Mystic Valley. Chu Jingfeng, meditating on a cliff, opened his eyes and looked towards the sky, his brows furrowed, as the snow on his body gradually melted. In the valley, the servant disciples gathered, discussing where the sound came from and what demon had made it. Guan walked into the valley from the endless snow, collected his flying sword, and was immediately surrounded by servant disciples asking about the dragon's roar. "I also don't know what demon made it, but you can rest assured, staying in the Supreme Sect, you won't have to worry." Guan reassured. The current batch of disciples in Mystic Valley was new. Besides Lu Jiujia and Chu Jingfeng, none had experienced various calamities Mystic Valley had faced, so the disciples easily believed Gu An's words. In the following days, news continuously arrived at the Supreme Sect. The name of the six-headed sea dragon forcefully entered the eyes of Supreme Sect disciples. A great cultivator of the mystic heart realm had already been devoured by him alive, causing unrest throughout the Supreme Sect. A large number of disciples were dispatched to the north to provide support. Even Gu Zong personally came to the Third Medicine Valley to request Lu Lingjun's assistance. After hesitating, Lu Lingjun decided to step in. Along with her was ancestor Xian Quan. The news of their departure spread across the cities of the Supreme Sect. However, when Guan roamed the Outer Gate city, he found that many people had little hope for the two mystical heart realm cultivators, praying more for their safety. Ancestor Quzong's fall had cast a significant shadow over the Supreme Sect. Guan was also paying attention to the distant battle. Songtian's sect once again took the lead role, leading by example, using the spiritual power of 1,000,000 cultivators to set up a grand formation, creating a barrier against the demon clan's invasion. 14 mystic heart realm cultivators surrounded the six-headed sea dragon, none daring to get close, and the battle turned completely one-sided. However, the six-headed sea dragon showed no interest in entering human territory, merely taunting and issuing various threats and insults, enraging and terrifying the immortal cultivation world. It seemed like the six-headed sea dragon was testing the 8 dynasties' territory. Perhaps fearing the Taoist lord of Songtian's sect, or possibly wary of the mountain god. Early the next morning, Lu Lingjun and ancestor Xian Quan joined the war. Guan watched throughout, to prevent their deaths. Facing the powerful six-headed sea dragon, Lu Lingjun and Xian Quan were soon defeated and fled back to the human territory to recover their injuries. Guan felt that Lu Lingjun was purposely underperforming, intentionally getting injured, and then retreating. Perhaps she too believed that fighting to the death was a real possibility of dying. The less the six-headed sea dragon invaded human territory, the more Guan suspected there was a stronger demon behind him. Di Xie's father, the Demon Emperor. That demon emperor ruled over the demons and monsters of the demon land. Perhaps this was a test he arranged. Several days later, Guan arrived at the Outer Gate city, witnessing a complex scene. He saw the vast heavenly repair stone with tens of thousands of disciples meditating on it. Gu Zong even sat under the words, righteous path, forcing those meditating on sword enlightenment to leave the platform. Di Xie had come down. Seeing Guan, he approached and sighed. The Northern Territory is in crisis. The sect is pleading for Sword Venerable Fudeo's assistance. Guan worriedly asked. A great cultivator of the mystic heart realm has already fallen. Would relying solely on Sword Venerable Fudao be enough? Di Xie sighed. Maybe not, but what else can we do? Being a demon himself, he understood the strength of the demon land deeply. With a compassionate tone he said, this calamity is inevitable. Perhaps the sea is the only way. Chapter 162 Please Sword Venerable Fudao take action. Guan could only sigh along with Di Xie when he heard his words. Escape to the ocean? What a joke. Guan didn't know what was on Di Xie's mind, but he felt that after the extermination of the 8 dynasties' human race, the next to suffer would be the demons. The previous legends had already proven this. When the land was covered by demons, powerful cultivators would come. Using humans to feed demons, using demons to feed humans? By making some adjustments, it wouldn't be fratricide, and the Holy Land would still be revered by both races. Guan chatted with Di Xie half-heartedly, his eyes never leaving the heavenly repair platform. He was also weighing whether to make a move. After all, he was still quite some time away from the critical point of 1,000,000 years of lifespan. If he broke through now, he would certainly break through to a higher realm, but he wanted to unlock the next lifespan function even more. He feared that his intervention might accelerate the process of the Great Demon Calamity. The Great Jiang Dynasty, here in the northernmost part of the 8 dynasties, was a land of towering mountains and precipitous ridges, full of world-renowned wonders. Backed by the demon land, the survival environment for the cultivators of the Great Jiang Dynasty was more difficult, which was why it had produced the strongest dynasty. In the Northern Territory, where mountains overlapped and heavy snow covered the sky, The majestic snow mist made the mountains appear as the ridges of a true dragon, grand and spectacular, and almost like a wall created by heaven, separating the world into two halves. On one of the mountains, Lu Lingjun sat cross-legged on a giant boulder. The spiritual power emanating from her kept the surrounding snow mist at bay, forming wisps of white smoke rising into the air. She slowly opened her eyes, gazing towards the horizon. In the front, the mountains still undulated, and there was a faint firelight at the end of the world, which the flying snow could not completely obscure. Strong winds occasionally blew towards Lu Lingjun. The terrifying demon energy of the six-headed sea dragon enveloped the entire world, making even Lu Lingjun and the white spirit demon emperor on her shoulder uneasy. "What is he waiting for?" the white spirit demon emperor asked in a low voice. Lu Lingjun remained calm and replied, "It might have something to do with the mountain god. After all, a Mahayana cultivator died at the hands of the mountain god. Will the mountain god take action? There are many more demons in the north. This calamity is far beyond what the ephemera sect can compare to. No matter how you look at it, the human race is doomed," the white spirit demon emperor muttered. As a demon itself, it naturally would not side with the human race. It hoped Lu Lingjun would leave this troubled place. Lu Lingjun remained silent, looking into the distance, her thoughts unknown. The white spirit demon emperor couldn't help but urge, "Lingjun, why not head south? Perhaps the ocean isn't as dangerous." Lu Lingjun wistfully said, "Do you remember when the supreme sex cultivators protected me during my breakthrough?" Upon hearing this, the white spirit demon emperor opened its mouth but finally said nothing. It understood Lu Lingjun too well. If Lu Lingjun wasn't so sentimental, would it have followed her? The white spirit demon emperor's snake head lowered, and it said sullenly, "Then let's see how powerful the mountain god is. By the way, the supreme sect still has a sword venerable Fudao. He should take action." Screech, a piercing dragon roar echoed through the sky. Snow mixed with a fishy wind rushed forward, and the mountains beneath Lu Lingjun trembled. 10,000 miles away. War was raging, the land was charred, lava flowed among the scorched earth, firelight floated between heaven and earth, and mountains were flattened, leaving behind giant holes in the remaining peaks. Numerous cultivators hovered in the sky, with various grand formations spanning the heavens. The land was divided into two by an abyssal rift, with human race cultivators casting spells on one side and demons and ghosts crammed along the cliff edge on the other, their faces twisted in ferocity, their roars and howls turning the land into a hellscape. A terrifying giant demon stood behind the endless hordes of demons, his towering body cloaked in black armor, with sharp fangs on his shoulder guards resembling mountain peaks, and heads hanging from his belt, all of them great demons' heads. His body was humanoid, soaring 1,000 feet high, with his neck reaching into the clouds, and 6 sea dragon heads looming amidst the cloud cover, with pairs of blood-red eyes seemingly peering from the abyss, instilling terror amongst those who saw them. He was the 6-headed sea dragon, a peerless great demon, fearsome across the demon land. On his shoulder was a small figure shrouded in pitch-black demon energy, revealing only a goat head with eyes red like blood beads. "Great King, it appears the human race has no Mahayana cultivators, and that so-called mountain god doesn't dare cause trouble," the goat-headed demon said, its voice reaching the 6-headed sea dragon's ears. Upon hearing this, a terrifying pressure erupted, sending the demons in front fleeing in panic, making way for the 6-headed sea dragon. In the face of the mountain-sized 6-headed sea dragon, most demons were as insignificant as ants. As the 6-headed sea dragon stepped forward, ghostly energy surged, forming countless seductive female ghosts, whose laughter gathering together caused disorientation among the distant human race cultivators. The 6-headed sea dragon is coming. A burly man in a gray robe roared in anger, his voice thunderous. The Zongtian sect master, Liang Songhai, flew to the front of the formation, raising his long sword high and shouting angrily, "Disciples of the Zongtian sect, follow orders, take your elixirs and fight to the death." As his voice fell, 1,000,000 Zongtian sect disciples without hesitation took out their elixirs, which were dark brown. After consuming them, their spiritual power surged, blood energy emanated from their bodies, their faces turned blue with bulging veins, and their eyes were bloodshot. The leaders of other sects also gave similar orders, all prepared to fight to the death. The supreme sect was no exception. Ancestor Xianxia flew over the battlefield to the edge of the cliff, holding a horsetail whisk in one hand. He drew talismans with the other hand, each one forming a symbol made of spiritual power which lined up in front. More and more Mystic Heart Realm great cultivators flew to the skies above the cliff that divided the battlefield, facing the approaching six-headed sea dragon together. Mad swordsman Han Ming was also in the Great Yu Dynasty's formation, ready to fight to the death. Lu Lingjun arrived, stepping on a 100-zhong-long white python, holding a sword in both hands, her presence dominant, with no fear in her eyes. It seems the human race has no Mahayana cultivators. If that's the case, they should become livestock for the demon clan. The icy voice of the six-headed sea dragon echoed throughout heaven and earth. Following this, the 6 terrifying dragon heads roared simultaneously, shaking the world. The dragon roar converged and spread far, reaching the land of the 8 dynasties. The great battle reignited. This time, the 6-headed sea dragon's advance signified the official start of the demon calamity. The Supreme Sect, Outer Gate City. When the dragon roar came from afar, the flying snow seemed to pause, and the hundreds of thousands of disciples on the heavenly repair platform simultaneously opened their eyes. Gu Zong, sitting in the center, had a drastic change in his expression, his eyes full of worry. Disciples in the streets, manors, and courtyards were all disturbed. Even without seeing the situation in the Northern Territory, just hearing the sound made them tremble with fear. What kind of demonic monstrosity could produce such a terrifying roar? Even the Medicine Valley outside the outer gate was alarmed. Mystic Valley. Mountaintop. Guan and Chu Jingfeng stood side by side, gazing northward, their robes billowing in the wind and snow. Chu Jingfeng frowned upon hearing the dragon roar of the 6-headed sea dragon and asked, "Valley Master, do you think the Supreme Sect can survive this calamity this time?" Guan, observing the battle with his divine sense, said, "Of course, trust the Supreme Sect, trust our immortal cultivation world." When the 6-headed sea dragon crossed that ravine, waves of Mystic Heart Realm auras from the 8 dynasties began rushing towards the Northern Territory. Not just from the 8 dynasties. Even from the Southern Ocean, powerful auras emerged. At this moment, Guan felt the deep foundation of the 8 dynasties' human race, the accumulation of nearly 10,000 years. Some would seek fortune in the ocean, but many others, even in foreign lands, yearned for their homeland. Guan's left hand touched the double heart ring on his right hand. Even without this ring, he could sense Lu Lingjun's peril. Despite the remote assault, Lu Lingjun was severely wounded. The 6-headed sea dragon was overwhelmingly strong, its attacks heaven-shattering, forcing the entire human race to retreat continuously. "It's a shame I'm a cripple now, otherwise I would join the fight, even if it meant dying on the battlefield," sighed Chu Jingfeng. Guan patted Chu Jingfeng's shoulder, saying, "How can you be a cripple? As long as one lives, there is hope. You can turn your current frustration into motivation. Maybe one day, the Supreme Sect will need you to save it. At that time, you will be its hero. I hope to see that day in my lifetime." Chu Jingfeng couldn't help but turn to him and asked, "Do you really think I can do that?" Guan smiled. "Of course. Brother Chu, in my eyes, you are a chosen one. What I can't achieve, you certainly can." "A chosen one?" Chu Jingfeng, in a daze, looked at Guan's smile, feeling a surge of strength within him. For years, Guan had been encouraging him. If there was even a hint of insincerity, it wouldn't have lasted until today. This meant that Guan genuinely had high hopes for him. "Call for Sword Venerable Fudao to take action." A voice from afar shouted with all its might, followed by a gust of wind and snow rushing towards both of them. Before Chu Jingfeng could speak, another shout rang out from the distance, the voice of tens of thousands of cultivators, in unison, resonating, which even the sound of wind and snow couldn't drown out. "Call for Sword Venerable Fudao to take action. Call for Sword Venerable Fudao to take action." The voices grew louder as more people joined in. Chu Jingfeng sighed, "I may not know if I can become a hero in the future, but now, Sword Venerable Fudao is the hero of the Supreme Sect." In the distance, within the Outer Gate City, on the heavenly repair platform, hundreds of thousands of disciples sat, shouting with all their might. Even the disciples on the streets joined in, pleading for Sword Venerable Fudao to take action. Suddenly, Gu Zong, who was shouting, seemed to sense something. He looked down and saw his treasure sword trembling, as if wanting to be unsheathed. He took off his sword, and so did other disciples. Some even retrieved their swords from their storage bags. On the streets, disciples paused, looking in amazement at the swords at their waists or in their hands. All the swords were trembling, and they felt a mighty sword intent enveloping them. Could it be? The supreme sect cultivators' hearts filled with a daring speculation. Thousands of feet away, numerous great cultivators of the mystic heart realm kept casting spells. But unfortunately, their spells and divine skills did not cause any harm to the six-headed sea dragon, not even breaking through his armor. Rocks fell like a meteor shower, striking the demonic army. Yet the six-headed sea dragon had no intention of protecting his subordinates. As he advanced, he threw the great cultivator of the mystic heart realm in his hand into his mouth, chewing as his 6 heads twisted around, scanning in all directions. Occasionally, he would grab almost dead demons from the distance, swallow them in one bite, and blood rained down. Each of his mouths was stained with blood, a horrific sight. His posture was lazy yet dominating. The cultivators of the mystic heart realm felt utterly hopeless. They had never felt so helpless even when facing Butcher Immortal Jing from the Ephemera sect, because Butcher Immortal Jing had died too quickly then, whereas now they truly felt the might of a Mahayana realm being. Lu Lingjun stood on the back of the white spirit demon emperor, her hair disheveled, her right shoulder bleeding profusely, blood bubbling constantly. She looked at the 6-headed sea dragon from afar with eyes full of unwillingness. We can't move him at all. If this continues, we could end up in his mouth any time. The white spirit demon emperor said despondently, without any of the bearing of a unification realm being. It now only wanted to flee from this place. Lu Lingjun took a deep breath, knowing that continuing the battle was hopeless and would only lead to pointless sacrifices. She harbored thoughts of retreating, and not just from the battlefield, but from this continent altogether. Just then, she seemed to sense something and suddenly turned her head, eyes wide with disbelief. Behind, the world was vast and covered in white. Snow obscured everything, and the snow mist blew towards her with the wind. Not only her, more and more cultivators felt something, all turning their heads to look. Liang Songhai, the master of the Zongtian sect, blood-covered and disheveled, held a great cauldron in his right hand, emitting tens of thousands of green lights, sweeping across the battlefield. Blood flowers burst wherever the light swept, but his attacks on the 6-headed sea dragon had no effect. He suddenly turned sideways, eyes widened in shock, looking back. The 6-headed sea dragon, advancing and feeding simultaneously, also seemed to sense something. All 6 heads turned forward. His 6 dragon faces twisted ferociously, roaring forward in unison, the dragon's roar shaking heaven and earth. Countless lower cultivation cultivators and demons bled from the 7 orifices, stunned by the roar. The 6-headed sea dragon raised his hand, demon energy bursting from his palm, manifesting a giant bone knife out of thin air. He gripped the knife with both hands and slashed forward in fury. As the knife slashed out, demon energy surged like waves, transforming into black dragons that vied to reach the end of the world, sweeping heaven and earth. Any cultivator in the path was turned to ash on impact. Boom! A shocking thunderous sound came from the horizon. Sword light illuminated heaven and earth, and a terrifying sword chi, at a speed far surpassing the black dragon's demon energy, came killing from the horizon. Countless cultivators were overtaken by the sword chi along the way. These cultivators only felt heaven and earth brighten suddenly. Next, they were enveloped by mysterious and vast sword intent, their pupils dilating, a multitude of swords surrounded by sword chi passing by them and forcefully entering their field of vision. Lu Lingjun, being of higher cultivation, reacted faster, yet she was still overwhelmed by the countless swords. She didn't dare move, only able to watch the swords rush towards the 6-headed sea dragon. Her beautiful eyes widened, full of shock. In merely the blink of an eye, over 1,000,000 swords converged into a gigantic sword chi, fiercely dispersing the black dragon demon energy, rushing headlong towards the 6-headed sea dragon. The 6-headed sea dragon reacted extremely quickly. After the slash, all 6 heads opened their mouths, spewing torrents of flames like a burning river sweeping the sky. Boom! The flames were shredded, and the massive demon body of the six-headed sea dragon was hit, forced to retreat repeatedly, flesh flying as if in a torrential downpour. After retreating 7 steps, the six-headed sea dragon stopped. The million-sword group had already pierced through his demon body, tracing an upward arc in the sky before halting. Countless cultivators and demonic creatures stared, trembling, as the demon energy dissipated and the dragon heads fell to the ground, raising clouds of dust. The terrifying demon body of the six-headed sea dragon was full of bloody holes, densely packed, horrifying. Its life force was completely extinguished. The sword intent of the Taitsong divine shocking sword forcefully eradicated its primordial spirit. A Mahayana demon core hovered among the million swords, the demon core of the six-headed sea dragon. Silence reigned over the world. Whether cultivators of the human race or demonic creatures, all gaped at the scene in shock. The nearly invincible six-headed sea dragon died just like that? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The million-sword group began flying towards the Taitsong dynasty, the sound of swords breaking through the air incessantly, shattering the silence. Sword Venerable Fudao. It's our supreme sex sword Venerable Fudao. A great cultivator shouted in ecstasy. It wasn't just him. Those cultivators who had experienced the sword intent at the heavenly repair platform were all excited, chanting the name of Sword Venerable Fudao. Lu Lingjun looked up at the million-sword group resembling a meteor shower, eyes full of complex emotions. The white spirit demon emperor beneath her feet was equally stunned, speechless. Kill! Liang Songhai shouted loudly, equally excited. At his command, the cultivators of the Tsongtian sect led the charge against the demonic army. Witnessing the death of the six-headed sea dragon, the demonic army immediately fell into disarray, fleeing in a panic. The demonic kings leaped up, fleeing back to the demon land at full speed. The vast sword group swept over mountains and lakes, watched by cultivators, commoners, and demons alike along the way. Great Jiang Dynasty, Taichen Dynasty, North Sea Mountains. Sage Xian Miao stood on a hillside, watching the sword group flying towards the horizon, confusion in his eyes. Moments before, he had seen the million-sword group flying north, and now they had returned so quickly? He watched the million-sword group disappear into the horizon, then stood in place, pondering. During the flight, Guan appeared out of nowhere in the sword group, seized the six-headed sea dragon's demon core, then vanished. He returned to the Mystic Valley Pavilion, unnoticed, having been gone for 2 breaths' time. He used his divine sense to guide the million-sword group back to the outer city. Drawing on his Nirvana realm memory and insight, he returned each sword to its owner, causing excitement throughout the city. Killing the six-headed sea dragon granted Guan 800 years of lifespan, far less than what an 8th-rank spirit tree provided. Guan picked up the Taoist Xuanchuan and calmed his thoughts. This intervention could potentially advance the demonic catastrophe. If the demonic catastrophe arrived sooner, he would have no choice but to embark on a mass slaughter to reach a lifespan of 10 million years early. He did not want to slaughter the masses and fall into demonic ways, but for survival, he had to lower his principles. In gaining lifespans, Guan constantly worried about excessive killing, forming inner demons or sins. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the immortal cultivation world. Hence, he preferred to extend life through plants whenever possible. Of course, he also feared that too much killing would attract unbeatable enemies. He tried to avoid thinking about these things, wondering instead what abilities would be unlocked with a 10-million-year lifespan. In the outer city, Di Xie watched the ecstatic cultivators on the heavenly repair platform, lost in thought. With his perceptive power, he could sense that the demonic energy of the six-headed sea dragon had dissipated. How long had it been? Sword Venerable Fudao actually used other swords to successfully slay the six-headed sea dragon. Di Xie knew the six-headed sea dragon. He disliked the six-headed sea dragon but had to admit its strength, ranking among the top in the 72 great demon kings. Being able to easily kill the six-headed sea dragon, how strong was Sword Venerable Fudao? Di Xie suddenly felt that the upcoming war between the two races had an unpredictable outcome. Sword Venerable Fudao might become the greatest obstacle for his father. He was not worried, even a bit expectant. Compared to the atmosphere of the demon clan, he preferred the atmosphere of the supreme sect. At least there was no internal strife. Di Xie looked into the distance, eyes playful, thinking curiously. Demon Master, you consider yourself to be extraordinary, thinking you can predict all things in heaven and earth. Could you have foreseen Sword Venerable Fudao? He walked up to the heavenly repair platform, ready to continue observing the sword intent of Sword Venerable Fudao. He had a premonition that the sword intent of Sword Venerable Fudao would be his greatest opportunity in this life. Chapter 164. Demon Invasion, Hunting Down the Mountain. At the end of the year, Guan arrived at Outer Gate City and noticed that the streets were full of disciples discussing Sword Venerable Fudao's feat of slaying the six-headed sea dragon. Some stalls were even selling six-headed sea dragon dolls, and there were various depictions of the creature, including illustrations of its death. As he looked at those pictures, he inexplicably thought of Xianxia. Xianxia was still in seclusion. If she weren't, she might have been inspired by this event as well. Not having seen her for many years, Guan found himself somewhat missing her. He wasn't missing her as a person, but rather her creative skills. He didn't want Xianxia to stop writing, as long as she didn't write about him in her next book. Guan started wandering around the city, listening to the disciples praise Sword Venerable Fudao, feeling secretly pleased, and the anxiety had been unable to shake off gradually diminished. The demons in the northern territory had been swept away, and no great demon king on par with the six-headed sea dragon had appeared. It seemed like everything was moving in a positive direction. However, Guan knew that the great demonic calamity was still approaching. Not only in the northern territory of the great Jiang dynasty, but demons were also continuously invading human territories from east to west, near the demon land borders, although on a small scale that various sects could not completely stop. Thankfully, the number of demons infiltrating was not yet large enough to shake the foundations of the 8 dynasties, so Guan could still endure. After wandering for a long time, Guan finally headed towards the book collection hall to submit his book. What happened next made Guan laugh and cry. Great Elder Feng Shang hoped Guan could write Sword Venerable Fudao into Shattering Void, and enhance his image. This was the sect's intention. Guan pretended to be in a difficult situation, but then Feng Shang said the sect had prepared 106-tier medicinal herb seeds for him, so he reluctantly agreed. When the new year arrived, Yilan and Zhen Qin did not return, making Guan spend the festival with the disciples, feeling that something was missing compared to previous years. This suddenly made him feel a bit uneasy. Years later, if all his old friends had passed away, would New Year's become a sad occasion for him instead of a joyful one? As midnight approached and he arrived at Nianchu Cave, these feelings began to fade. No matter what, Tian Yaoer could at least accompany him for 18,000 years, and if she could undergo nirvana within that time, she'd accompany him even longer. However, he also had to learn to manage his own feelings and understand the nature of the world to achieve enlightenment. Next to the stone table, Guan and Tian Yaoer began roasting lamb legs, chatting and laughing. Tian Yaoer was always talkative when facing him, creating a festive atmosphere. By the way, Master, I've been hearing a strange sound lately, as if it's coming from outside. Could it be that a demon has discovered this cave? Tian Yaoer suddenly asked, her mouth greasy, face smeared with sauce, her frowned look making Guan want to laugh. Guan replied, "Don't worry, no demon will intrude here. I've seen the one making that sound. It's only temporarily residing in Heavenly Phoenix Mountain." Hearing this, Tian Yaoer immediately felt relieved. "Oh, Master, where do you go after leaving the cave? Did you go live among humans?" Tian Yaoer asked. "Yes, I have other caves to tend to." "Ah, Master, you don't have other demons raised, do you?" "There are a few, but none as powerful as you." "Are there any female demons?" "Of course not, those demons lack the capacity to shapeshift." "That's good. Master, do you have a Taoist friend?" Tian Yaoer seemed to have opened a can of worms, constantly pressing with questions. Guan raised an eyebrow under his mask and asked, "Where did you hear about Taoist friends?" Tian Yaoer took a bite of lamb, replying unclearly, "From the books you left, do you have a Taoist friend or not?" Guan answered, "Of course not." Tian Yaoer looked pleased, but Guan's next words made her face fall. "But there are a few women who might become my Taoist friends. I'm quite troubled, not knowing whom to choose." Tian Yaoer put down the lamb leg, wiped the grime off her face and asked seriously, "Master, do you think I'm suitable?" Guan glanced at her and said irritably, "What? You want to climb ranks?" It's not that. I just thought I could meet the standards of the Taoist friend in the books. Besides, I'll never betray you like those in the books. I'll definitely live and die with you in the future. Tian Yaoer hastily explained. You want to live and die with me, but I don't want to. I'm aiming for longevity. Guan was determined to live longer than heaven and earth, so he wouldn't be moved by such words. He replied grumpily, focus on your cultivation, little demon, and don't think about nonsensical things. Whether human or demon, cultivation should come first. Emotion should be at most a secondary pursuit. Alright, then what requirements do you have for a Taoist friend? I was just teasing you earlier. I won't seek a Taoist friend. If I did, imagine the sorrow when I have to bury her in the future. That does seem reasonable. I asked you to read books so you could understand the world's ways, not think about feelings. I understand, no thoughts about feelings, but if master wants, I'm always ready. Seeing Tian Yaoer's serious expression, Guan's eyes couldn't help but drift downward, but he quickly looked away. He changed the topic and started talking about cultivation. Tian Yaoer pouted, feeling a bit disheartened, but still listened attentively. She could only see Guan twice a month, so she cherished their time together. After the new year, the name of Sword Venerable Fudao was already spreading across the world. The supreme sect wasn't idle either, issuing many demon-slaying tasks, prompting more disciples to descend the mountain to save the common people. Mystic Valley. Inside a pavilion. Guan was weaving a robe for himself. Normally, he didn't need to meditate or absorb energy, so he had plenty of time to pursue his hobbies, tailoring being one of them. The reason he wanted to weave a robe was that he was preparing to descend the mountain to slay demons and monsters. Partly to help the common people and partly to seize the opportunity to extend his life, striving to reach a lifespan of 10 million years as soon as possible. He also wanted to experience the lives of Yi Lan and Zhen Qin. Finally, Guan finished the robe, stored it in his storage bag, and then took up the Qinghong sword and walked out of the pavilion. He greeted Lu Jiujia and left Mystic Valley. Lu Jiujia wasn't curious about where he was going. After all, he frequently left Mystic Valley, and in the eyes of the disciples in the valley, the master was a busy man. Under the blue sky and white clouds, Guan stood on a cliff, wearing a dark purple robe. A belt cinched his waist, and an embroidered dark red phoenix adorned his robe, with the Qinghong sword sheathed at his waist. He took out an opera mask, put it on, and then placed a bamboo hat on his head. After adjusting himself, he used his divine sense to inspect his appearance. The figure looked good, exuding a compelling aura. Like a wandering hero in martial arts legends. Guan leapt into the forest below, quickly disappearing from sight. Hundreds of miles away, a battle was taking place in the wilds. Several escort vehicles were halted, and over a dozen armed escorts were fighting against attacking demon beasts from all directions. Behind the escort vehicles, there was a carriage with spooked horses neighing incessantly, inside which a mother and son clung to each other tightly. These armed escorts weren't cultivators. They were merely martial artists, no match for the demon beasts. Just as the escorts were about to despair, a strong wind swept through. Following that, a figure rushed out from the nearby forest, moving as swiftly as a hare, wielding a sword like the wind, cutting down one demon beast after another. In less than 3 breaths, all 9 demon beasts were dead. The escorts turned to look and could just barely make out an embroidered dark red phoenix on the figure's back. Before they could speak, the figure quickly disappeared. Amazing! That person must be a cultivator, right? Of course, how could a martial artist have such skills? Incredible, I couldn't even see how he made his moves. Me neither. I wonder which sect that cultivator is from. I tried to apprentice at the ancient sky sect when I was young, but got rejected due to a lack of spirit root. On the other side in the forest, hearing their discussion, Guan's lips curled up slightly under his mask. Saving people like this felt quite good, perhaps even matching the sense of accomplishment from slaying the 6-headed sea dragon. With that, Guan began his journey of hunting demons and monsters. He only killed those demons posing a threat to the common people, ensuring that every act of killing also saved lives. Saving one life could be more meritorious than building a 7-storied pagoda. Would this hold true in this realm? Anyway, Guan felt at peace. Killing one demon, saving one person. Good and evil balanced, he shouldn't be burdened with sin. Late at night. A group of cultivators were meditating in the forest, campfires scattered around, with 5 or 6 people by each fire. Yilan and Zhenqin were among them. Yilan was meditating, absorbing energy, while Zhenqin was discussing recent demon encounters and events in the immortal cultivation world with nearby disciples. I wonder what the 6-headed sea dragon looked like. I heard it ate 5 Mystic Heart Realm great cultivators alive, Zhenqin said softly, her face full of curiosity and fear. When she mentioned the 6-headed sea dragon, the other disciples instantly became excited, starting to talk about Sword Venerable Fudao. After slaying the 6-headed sea dragon, Sword Venerable Fudao's reputation in the immortal cultivation world had reached its peak. Everyone was curious about how powerful he truly was. No matter how strong the opponent, Sword Venerable Fudao could always kill them effortlessly. As they chatted, they started discussing some of the major happenings in the immortal cultivation world. Recently, Hateful Heaven Divine Sword Su Han absorbed the spiritual power of 20 nascent soul realm cultivators. He is said to be on the verge of entering the divinity transformation realm. What kind of demon skill is he practicing? A male disciple worriedly said. They spent their years slaying demons and monsters outside, so they were concerned about running into Su Han. Listening to their discussion about Su Han, Zhenqin suddenly felt downhearted. What's this? You want to know what cultivation techniques Su Han practices? Well, you're in luck tonight. You'll find out. A chilling laugh suddenly echoed through the forest, startling the disciples of the law enforcement hall. They all quickly stood up, with Yilan also rising, drawing the white spirit sword, ready for battle. Prepare for battle, Yilan said in a deep voice. The disciples each took out their magic artifacts and quickly gathered together. Looking around, the silent forest under the night sky was so eerie, with mist swirling in the depths, obscuring any figures. Yilan suddenly looked in a direction and frowned. The others did the same, only to see figures emerging from the darkness, carrying a coffin. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.